go ahead and call us to order. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Basine?
Here.
Campson?
Here.
Gabriel?
Present.
Jordan?
Here.
Martin?
Here.
Rousen?
Here.
Clanton?
Present. All right. Welcome back, everybody. So we're here for our first half of governance training, and then we'll proceed into a work session. Did you have any remarks that you wanted to make?
I'm happy to.
So before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and defer to Dr. Birdsong.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
make some
much.
remarks.
I just want to really share my appreciation for the very, very smooth opening of the school year. It was absolutely phenomenal. Our teachers worked very hard to prepare our classrooms for our precious little lambs who showed up with so much energy on day one. So I really appreciate that. The building principals did an awesome job. They are just such great leaders. And also I want to thank our central administration for all that they did to help to prepare schools for our children. So we had a phenomenal opening, and I could not be more proud and more pleased with what happened last week. So I'd like to share that. Thank you for that opportunity. It was great.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Birdsong, and I know that several of my colleagues can concur with that. I know that several of you all went and visited schools on the first day and saw nothing but great things around the district, and just the excitement of people to be back in person. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to our governance trainer. Ms. Valron, how are you?
Great, thank you for having us back. And it's such a pleasure to hear about opening the school. I'm talking to all of our clients. I'm asking, how did opening week go? Everybody's so excited. And that's why we're here, right? That's the core of this work. And so I'm so happy to hear that it was a great opening, and hopefully it stays that way. It's a smooth year and everybody stays safe and healthy, right? That's what we want for everybody. So we are back. This is our third time together. Well, we had July, we were here July, August, September, right? So this is our third time? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And going to continue this work of really just digging into what does it mean for us to unify this board with the superintendent and to do the good work in service of these students that we just talked about coming back. So we're going to get our started. Our objectives for today are to continue to build this collaborative, centered, trusting relationship that we've continued to talk about, right? We really want to make sure that everything we do is centered around how do we create unity and coherence around the work of this board in the service of the Norfolk students and their families, right? Today we're going to spend time really looking at how do we operationalize that. And so we're going to look at revising the norms and protocols for working together, because we really want to memorialize, put on paper, and hold each other accountable to our shared beliefs, the values, the attitudes, and the behaviors that govern the work of the board. And we're going to spend some time talking about coherence in particular. In addition to the reading of the chapters in the text, I also gave you the PELP coherence framework, because the way that I look at it, right, all of this work really is about how do we create coherence in what happens in schools, what happens at central office, right, and what happens in the classroom at the instructional core. And so we're gonna unpack what coherence looks like as it relates to the research. So today we have a pretty ambitious agenda, and it's going to be interactive. We're going to be really doing some work around the norms, and my hope is that in our 4 hours time together, we will get through and leave today with a work product, right? The work product being that you will have norms and protocols on paper. We did not build in a break. We didn't do that last time either, so I know that lunch has arrived. So what I'm going to suggest is that if we need to take a break, I'm going to ask our board chair to identify when that will be, if we need to take a break, and so I'm going to let you guys govern the taking of breaks, okay? So I've not built that in. All right. We always want to remind us that we are a community of practice, right? I'm going to always share this every time I come, because I think that we have to always remember that we are a community of practice. We have a common purpose. We are together working to solve a set of problems, right? We want to make sure that as a community of practice, that you all are always advancing professional practice and that your interactions are grounded in doing what's best for kids. And so we always want to center kids, right? We want to center the students in Norfolk. The essential question that we will continue to operate under is, how will you as board members live and advance the Norfolk Public Schools mission statement? I know we've talked about revising it, and we are going to at some point, but the existing mission is still the mission, right? And so we want to be thinking about, like, what is our work in advancing the mission, vision, and core values of Norfolk Public Schools? And the question that I always want us to center is, what is your responsibility, both personally and professionally, to dismantle and reimagine and rebuild the policies and practices that meet the needs of all the students here. And again, I want us to think about how do we meet the needs of each student, right? Not just every student, but each student, taking into account what they need and providing them with what they need to thrive and to do well, right? Both while here and when they leave and Norfolk Public Schools. Are kind of the norms we want to operate under. We always want to keep our eyes on the prize. We know that we care deeply about Norfolk Public Schools students. So I always want to center us in what is best for kids. That's going to be the filter for all the work that we do. As we think about it, even when you think about the adult behaviors and adult practices, we're always going to have to ask ourselves, how does that benefit our kids, right? So we always want to stay grounded in that. As we do this work together, speak your truth and create space for multiple truths, recognizing that if something is not your experience does not make it untrue, right? And so we want to be thinking about that as we think about who are we serving, what's their experience, what is it that we need to be considerate of as we make decisions. In our time together, step up, step back, monitor your privilege, right? Be aware of how much space you're taking up emotionally and verbally as we have these conversations, and stay engaged, because in this space we are all equal. Some norms for us working together, even though we're going to develop norms for the board, but our norms for us working together is that we want to always get proximate to the problem, right? We're problem solvers. You all are the ultimate decision makers in the district, right? And so we want to get proximate to the problem. And in this case, the problem might be, what is best for students in Norfolk? The problem might be, how do we ensure that this wonderful opening you had of the school year, that it stays that way, right? We put systems in place to ensure that we're always celebrating successes. We also want to make sure that we change the narrative, right? Because as you know, the narrative may not always be positive, even within the room, right, or in the community. And so we want to be thinking about what are the external and internal factors that shape the story of Norfolk Public Schools, because you guys are the ultimate curators of that story, right? Expecting convenience and discomfort. Like, this is our third time together, and you know that each time there's been some discomfort, right? And I think that's okay. I think we need to be able to lean into that and come out on the other side of it, right? And that's why we're going to be developing norms and be thinking about what does it mean to be coherent, to have coherence, even when there's disagreement. Stay committed and engaged. Respect the process. I think this is the important piece, right? Because you might feel like, this work might feel slow sometimes. It might feel like we're not making progress, or it might feel like we move a couple of steps forward and take a few steps back. But let's just stay engaged in the process and respect the process for what it is. Listen respectfully and with confidentiality, and maintain hope even in the face of brutal facts. I think that's my favorite one. I'm going to always say that, because I think that when you look at where we've been the past couple of years, right, and what we've gone through as a nation, right, if we didn't maintain a sense of hope and optimism, right, we would have all thrown our hands up, and we didn't. And look, we're on the other side of that, right? We've got kids back in school and face to face. Had we not maintained that sense of hope that could be the possibility, we wouldn't have worked as hard to get here. And so we want to always maintain hope. We're going to hold space for the range of our experiences and our perspectives, knowing that we want to center the experiences of those most impacted, right? And so we all have blind spots, and we all have, experiences that we may not have experienced that create a blind spot around us being able to recognize and empathize with somebody else's experience. So recognize the limitations of your own lens and embody a posture of curiosity over judgment, right? And I think that lends itself to even relationship building, right? We don't want to be in a place of judgment. We want to say, well, what don't I know about why this person feels this way, or why this person thinks this way, or what experience might they have had that I just don't understand that's causing me to come at it and experience this person in this way. And so if we stay in a place of being curious and asking questions instead of being in a judgmental stance, it will lend itself to us having better relationships, which is what we ultimately want to have here. So I organized a toolkit a little differently. It's the same QR code, so you can use your phone or your device to scan the QR code or put in the bit.ly. You'll see that I cleaned it up a little bit, and each folder for each date that we are here is now organized by date. So for today, you can obviously click on the September 14th folder, and it'll have the materials that we're going to reference. But I also did listen to the feedback from Ms. Campson last time, and so you have hard copies in your folder of some of the materials that we're going to reference, so you can just kind of have it as a place to write them. So you got them in two places.
Great. And see, I brought this, so I'm ready now.
So you got a highlighter. See, you're ready. Excellent, excellent. All right, we're going to do an activity. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Swipson to walk us through that.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And again, happy to hear that your opening went so well and that we're ready to continue growing, continue learning. So one of the things that is important, especially as we talk about governance, especially as we talk about coherence, is how do we build relationships? How do we build trust? How do we build respect? Part of that is knowing who you are and who you're dealing with and who your colleagues are. So we're going to engage in a community builder. And just to kind of clarify what I mean by that, because there are different definitions of it, it's really, it's an activity that is hopefully low risk, but it's designed specifically to build trust and to build collegiality when a group of individuals are coming together and working towards a common goal. So it's really a way for participants to kind of give you an opportunity to practice speaking and listening to each other. So with this activity, with this community builder, it's called Uncommon Commonalities. And in just a moment, I'm going to ask you all to stand up because you need a little movement. It's the afternoon, I know that. And I want you to find someone that you either don't connect with on a regular basis or would like to connect with a little bit more, all right? And in just a minute, and you may have to form a trio. There will probably be one trio. But you'll have 3 minutes just to talk. And in that conversation, I want you to find something that might be different or unusual that you have in common. I'll give you an example. As Valda and I were coming over today in the Uber, we were talking about teeth. We were talking about our experiences. We both wore braces, okay? We both have our retainers still. And I was saying, oh, I have my retainer from high school. And she said, I have my retainer too. So that's kind of a quick example of something uncommon. Two people who, wore braces at one time. But there are other examples. It could be you find someone who is a part of your board. Both of you may have traveled outside of the country. You may have traveled to Ethiopia, or both of you may have 21st cousins, or you may find that you're an only child, that both of you are only children. But you'll have a chance to just talk and find out what are some of those things that you have in common that you didn't know. And I want you to think broader than kind of the common things, like, oh, yeah, Val and I both have brothers, okay? So that's kind of common. Think bigger, think broader. And then we're going to give you an opportunity to kind of come back and talk about what you learned about each other. Any questions?
So the thing is, right, because like we've done this in the past, like people have discovered, like we both went to Morocco in high school for student exchange. Mm-hmm. But it's in the telling of the stories, right? Like, here's something that's unique about me. Well, have you had that experience too? And people say, oh, no. But then, so they tell you something. So you have to have a conversation, right? Like, you have to dig deeper than the surface level things that we oftentimes tell one another. Because I think we operate from a place of like minimization, right? We focus on what we have in common, the easy things, and we build relationship around those. And so what we're asking you to do is to find those things you have in common that are uncommon, to build relationship around that. And so it's going to require a little bit of like putting your heads together and saying, well, what's unique and different about me? And do you have that commonality? Or what's unique and different about you? And helping people to kind of draw it out that way. Make sense?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
begin thinking about some of the things like, wow, I wonder if anybody else has ever had this experience or ever done this. And I want you to find someone that you don't oftentimes connect with. Oftentimes we go to people, as Valda said, we go to who we know. Mm-hmm. I want you to go to who you don't know very well.
Mm-hmm. I was struck because one of the times, we were talking about earlier, I think one of the first meetings, they had met your grandchild, and people were like, you guys thought that was such an interesting thing, like we met he's a grandfather, like, I'm like, but you guys were working together for years, like why is that shocking to you, right? So I think it's that, I think you have to like kind of say like, well, what is it about us that we don't know about each other, right, that would help us to see each other through a different lens. Mm-hmm. So how many minutes do they have to do this?
3 minutes. We're going to start with 3 minutes. If you need additional time, then hopefully we can give you 1 more minute. But shoot for the 3. Everybody clear?
All right, but you got to get up. You got to get up.
Yeah, you got to move.
Got to get up. You got to move. You got to find a new friend.
And not the person that you're sitting beside.
Yeah.
So oftentimes that's who it is.
That's
not
too-
the
that's
person
too
you're
easy.
sitting beside.
So let's,
Think about it.
these two did exactly what we told them to do.
All right, okay. And are we gonna form a trio?
This time, so I don't poison the drink.
Oh, no, we've got enough.
Yeah, yeah, you don't need a trio. You can, yeah, you can do pairs.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, here we go.
You should break them up.
yes, the two, why don't one of you pick a partner there?
Okay.
Yeah, because you guys work
Well,
together.
you all sit together,
okay.
and they always sit
Go
together.
break it up. Go break it up.
That's
Go break it
okay.
up. Go break it up.
Okay, all right.
So we gotta break out loud.
Yep,
We told we had to break out loud.
yep, break it up.
All right.
Come,
To break
Lauren.
you guys up.
You all we ask that you not go with the partner that you're sitting beside, with
And
the
they
person
work
that you're
together all the
sitting
time,
beside.
so break them up.
Oh, break
So I'll take Lauren.
Yeah, so you guys decide who's gonna go with who. Sorry.
You're my partner, come on.
Well, that's your tough one.
He's taking you to the dance floor. All right, I'll sit right here.
All right, Tyler.
Okay, all right. Okay. How's it going? Going well. How about with you? Good. I'm good. Yeah. First week. So far, so good.
Yeah, everybody had a good first.
Yeah. They
Alright,
had
so
a
we need
great time.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm very excited, and now they're into their sports,
Yeah.
so that creates a lot of
So
chaos.
what's everybody playing?
So Penelope tried out for the tennis team.
Oh, good. I like how they're doing it as a whole now.
I know. It's Sophia's on softball.
Okay.
And then Vasily and Christina, the swim team starts next week.
Oh, nice.
So,
Okay.
yep, so we just have the middle school sports for right now.
Okay.
I have to see if it's named himself. Make sure you give time for both people to speak. Trying to get to the clock. You have a little less than a minute left. So again, make sure both of you have an opportunity to speak. All right. 3 minutes goes by really quickly.
You need one more?
One more minute. I'll give you one more minute. celebrities you met. All right, we're on countdown.
Lord.
That was scary.
All right.
All right, come on
Got
back.
your attention though, right?
Can we go back?
Yep.
Carrie Polo, was she Desperate Housewives too? Was that Carrie Polo?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Hi, different Carrie. Okay. I know this, I'm like, I have in my head the
Duffy
image of
Brown.
an actress named Carrie Polo.
She was in Meet the Fockers.
Oh, yes, okay. I know
The
you're talking
girlfriend,
blonde,
then
blonde.
became the blonde, right? Yeah. Okay.
All right. If everyone would come back, we want to talk a little bit about that experience of uncommon commonalities.
Delaware.
Delaware. Okay. So that must have been Delaware. I didn't know that you danced. I danced too, actually. Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah.
All right.
I did to middle school and got introduced to Phil.
Notice how nice I'm being, just standing here. Not
Sorry.
making faces.
Thank you all for engaging in that community builder. And again, the intent is for you to learn more about each other, but also building trust and building relationships. So, very curious if you all would just go around and share one new thing that you learned about a colleague today. Let's start over here with Mr. Jordan. Yes,
Okay,
the similar thing, uncommon commonality.
Commonality around historically black colleges and historically black college sports. Mutual love and admiration and following.
Okay, all right. Thank you for sharing.
Dr. Birdsong and I were both cheerleaders growing up and through high school, and we believe we still are.
Really and truly.
There you go, there you go.
Well, the HBCU was very, very deep about, our knowledge and our background and our commitment to HBCUs was very, very deep that came out. And also, we've lived in multiple states. That was a kind of interesting piece also.
All right.
Yes, and the family Ivy League connection, whereas my great uncle, and this was back in the 30s and 40s in North Carolina and Virginia, had a rule that if you wanted to go to graduate school, they would pay for it versus you attending a white school in North Carolina. They would pay the full price, and you could choose the school that you wanted to go to. Because at the time, no HBCUs offered master's degrees in North Carolina. So there wasn't an HBCU you go to in 1939 to get a master's. So he chose an Ivy League, Columbia, to go to. And of course, North Carolina paid for it. For him to go to Columbia to get his master's degree versus going to the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, or NC State, or whatever. They were willing to do that. And he felt it was one of the best decisions that he made, and of course could not have afforded that opportunity to go to Columbia and Ivy League had it not been for the state of North Carolina segregationist mindset. So something good came out of that, if that makes sense. And his mother had
Your mother what? I'm sorry.
Went to Brown.
20 years later, my mother went to Brown under the same thing, so they didn't want African Americans to go to UVA. So they would pay you. If you were African American, you could go to any school of your choice as long as you got accepted.
That's pretty good.
And so she went to Brown, and there's a generation, Senator Miller, Judge Jones, a whole bunch of folks in that time frame who have Ivy League degrees because Virginia would rather send them out of state than have them desegregate Virginia schools.
Wow.
And we had that in common. That was very, yes.
Yeah. It's amazing what you find when you just start talking to people, so thank you all. Yeah.
Well, Tanya and I, we've both had celebrity encounters.
Okay.
Oh.
And she actually danced with a celebrity.
I turned you on, I'm sorry.
Make sure the public knows about this.
She danced with a celebrity as a child taking dance classes, and I told her that my celebrity encounter was a celebrity helped change my daughter's diaper when we were at a restaurant. So we had celebrity encounters, and she'll share the other commonality that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
It was Tori Spelling, actually.
Really?
Yes, and a couple of soap opera celebrities that I cannot recall their name, but it was a group of them. My husband was very intrigued.
Yeah, she has like 7 kids now.
And she was pregnant at the time.
Wow.
Pregnant a lot.
She was. And we
Yes.
bonded. We bonded over that. So.
Interesting.
So I have Ms. Campson. Our commonality is that we're both first generation to go high school and then go to college. And so very interesting, in fact, because she's from North Carolina and, of course, me right here in Norfolk. So we just found that one, and then I'll let her talk about the other commonality we kind of had there.
All right. Thank you.
Another commonality that Dr. Martin and I have is we met our husbands under unusual circumstances.
That meet cute story, they call it meet cute.
She met her husband, and we knew, like, when we met our spouses, like, that was the person we were going to eventually marry. May I say where you met your husband?
Yeah.
Okay, she met her husband at a bar, and I met my husband at a toga party. So, yeah.
Which is kind of like
25 years later,
Right.
and 17 years
17,
later.
but ours was, we were supposed to come dressed in our favorite school uniform. It was a take over the bar party to raise money for school supplies for inner city children in DC. So it's just like really interesting.
Wow.
Nice.
And like you said, years later.
Yes, 25 and 17.
Well, Carlos and I talked a little bit about what we had planned for our lives and how it turned out. And I shared that, you know, I was going through high school in the late 60s. And of course, our generation was out saving the world. Didn't work out quite as we planned. So, but anyhow, and my goal was to be in the Peace Corps, which didn't work out for me because it turns out that they don't want to send green college students to Africa and have to bring them home in 3 months because they don't know what they're doing. And Carlos was talking about what his goal was to be an opera singer. And that's where we were both started. And as life changed, I became a teacher, which was never in my book of things I wanted to do. And I learned from that I didn't have to be in the Peace Corps to change the world. I could change it child by child by child. And that's something that's very dear to me and I hold on to because I know how many children's lives that I've changed. And Carlos shared, of course, we know he's now working with organizations that are there to help people, but also he, and I guess I might be the first one to know, he is also working on going back and getting his teacher degree because that was the
All I knew was take the test. That's it. We talked about, I'm going to take the praxis. So I can
Oh, the
get teacher
praxis, okay.
certification.
Wow.
That's great.
okay. So
Congratulations. Wow.
That's moving, I know.
So Noelle shared one of our uncommon commonalities already, but we started off talking about the things we have in common, which are our kids and what sports they're playing. They're playing different sports, but still really loving that. But then I shared my middle son tore his ACL last year, just before his first high school soccer game, in a soccer tournament that he played in. And so she shared that, not that you hope that is something that another person has in common, because it is a long road to recovery and rehab, to
be back on the field, which he loves so much. But she shared that her husband too had torn his ACL, and so playing soccer too. So yeah, so.
Wow.
You know,
Look at all of these uncommon commonalities, things that you have in common that you never knew about each other, but hopefully are ways that you're building relationships. So talk a little bit about that. What was the feeling? How would you describe? And not everyone has to share, but I just want to hear, what were some of the things as you were talking about and thinking about it now? How would you describe a feeling? How would you describe a feeling that you experienced in that exchange?
It was a really good connection, and it also maybe even started forming a bond. It's like, okay, we really have this in common, because I love the whole HBCU thing, and then for him to say the love, and he started back in the 90s trying to, getting all that together and brands and all of that, and I kind of started a little earlier in the 80s with some things with HBCUs. So it was a really good, it was kind of a bond thing. HBCUs, and maybe even outside of this, we can have more discussions and outings about this.
Excellent.
But I was telling him I was just getting back from Charlotte also, from a big HBCU football game in Charlotte.
You were at the Aggie Eagle game?
The
Yes.
what? Which game?
Which I watched on,
Which game?
okay.
Which I shared I watched on
And he
TV.
watched on TV, so we all were. So you were there.
And I
he
was
watched
there
on TV.
too,
So,
watching it on
Commonality.
TV. Even though my Aggies did not win, that's okay.
My Eagles
Aggie
did.
pride runs deep.
And my Eagles
But
did,
yeah, that bonding experience is
Yes,
what we hope
yes.
will continue. So yeah, thank you. Anybody else want to share a feeling?
I was just thinking that, usually when I'm speaking with a board member, it's usually about business of the school division. So it was nice for me to be able to speak to Adele about something personal. And so that felt really good.
And
So I
that's
wish
how
we had more opportunities to do that.
Yep, but that's what you got to create. That's part of what has to be maybe embedded in the opportunities that you all have to get together. Checking in, how's your family doing?
Yeah.
How's your son recovering? Or, what are you doing with your praxis work? How have you watched, are you going to one of the classic games? We have the.
And we did that.
the
He
Aggie
said this
Eagle. Are you
weekend,
going
Battle
to-
Day on Saturday.
to Norfolk on Saturday.
So
Yep.
see, I don't even know if they still have the fishbowl, but that's what I grew
Not
up
anymore,
going to, the
but
fishbowl
yeah.
classic
Elizabeth
back in
City.
the day. Yeah. So there are a lot of ways that you all are able to connect. The intent, though, has to be around how are we connecting, not just around this board, but how are we connecting in ways that help us solidify and build relationships. So as you're thinking about that, I want you to carry that feeling throughout the day, but I also want you to think about how you're going to apply what you learned about each other in your working relationships. All right?
Because
Okay.
we've been saying, like, the foundation of this work is about that trust, that relationships, and about moving past those previous harms. And I think the way you do that is you form a bond, but it has to be intentional. So we took these 15, 20 minutes to do this. You could have said, let's just get on with the governance work, right? We have to build in the time to do this, right? You've gotta allow for it. You've gotta plan for it. You've gotta be intentional. I don't know if you guys saw it. If there's a page in the book where they're talking about one of the superintendents, and they talked about how they did a dinner meeting before every one of the board meetings, a sit-down dinner. And I remember last time we were here, y'all were eating while we were working, right? And I know we're gonna probably take a break, and you're gonna grab your lunch. And maybe you say, you know what, once a month or once every other month, we actually sit down, no laptops in front of us, we actually enjoy our meal, and we don't talk about the agenda. That can go a long way, right? And so we just want to encourage you to continue to think about, like, what did it feel like in that moment, and how do I carry that forward into our work? So, thank you. Thanks for indulging us in our little exercise.
If I can, this past week I was at a conference. Ms. Bassini and Mr. Jordan there too. But one thing that I've noticed from some sister organizations, I won't call them out, their boards, but one of the sessions was talking about relationship. But one thing that I noticed, and I actually got a chance to go out with one of them, and then ended up with another school division that was there, was just the fact that the board, with the superintendent, even some staff members, went and had meal. They sat together. It's just these small little things that you continue to build those. You're not necessarily talking about work sometimes, but you're just getting to know folks. So I just use that as an example that actually being able to witness that, and, they build those relationships outside just the boardroom.
There's power in that. There's power in that, and I think that, one of the things we had identified early on was, and I think I actually said this, I said, I don't think you guys like each other, right? I mean, I said it, right? I called it, right? And so, and that requires you to be intentional about, like, maybe I don't like certain things about a person. That doesn't mean I don't like them as a human being, but for me to like them as a human being, I need to know more about them. Like, we can't ground a judgment about a person and then form a relationship or decide what our relationship is going to be with that person based on that one experience. So we want you to broaden the experiences of your interactions, right? And so to think about, like, beyond, like, when everybody leaves this room and goes to their families, and I know that you have a boat, right? I think so. You talked about boating, right? Like, we need to get into the habit of saying, well, tell me how was your weekend? You guys go boating, right? Versus the, like, always coming in and getting right to work. We tell the teachers this very same thing. Don't we tell teachers to form relationships with their kids, right? To ask their kids about what's going on in their lives so that kids see the genuine connection. I think as adults, we owe that to ourselves too, to make genuine connections that are not necessarily grounded in just the work. Because you can't get to governance, you can't get to the operational stuff if you don't have trust and relationship.
And you can't get to that coherence.
Right, absolutely.
Without that.
So we'll continue to build in, these activities as we're with you, right? And we want you to continue to trust the process, right? This 15 or 20 minutes that we take to do it, it does have value, right? But it's up to you to then carry that forward, in your everyday work, in your regular interactions, to recognize, what, that was kind of nice to feel like we have something in common. Let me continue to explore that, right? So, thank you. All right, let's do a quick recap of some of the things we covered last time before we get into today's work. So we talked last time about how the one way to describe the accountability equation is that the superintendent is accountable for a school district's operations, and the school board is accountable for how the school district operates, right? Remember, we talked about, like, who does what. And while the roles are complex, effective board superintendent teams can operate successfully with these understandings. So one is in charge of operations, the other around how things operate. And we asked you about that. I'm clicking on the wrong thing again. We asked you, what issues should the superintendent address without consulting the board? We asked you what issues should the school board entertain without the superintendent's input, and then we asked what things you thought should be in collaboration. And here's what we got from you all. I know the print is a little bit small, but many of you said that, the things that the superintendent can address without consulting you all were day-to-day operations of the system, instructional decisions, budget items, PD, motivation. Somebody said everything that's not board work within the guardrails. Job fairs, recruitment, professional development of teachers and staff, action plans, back to school, how the work will get done, school closings, curriculum alignment with standards, transportation issues, teacher shortage issues, school maintenance, school safety, anything operational like immediate safety concerns. Okay, so that's what you all felt was Dr. Birdsong's charge, that she could move forward without necessarily consulting with you all. The second question was, what issues or decisions should the school board entertain without the superintendent's input? And we got community engagement, community input, school level visits and programs. Somebody said none, that there should be nothing that is done in isolation, right? Organization of the board. Superintendent should be engaged with all decision making. So again, someone's saying all, right? Choosing the superintendent, right? Policies, goal setting, superintendent employment. So it's clear, right, from that the board feels like their role is in engaging external stakeholders. Their role is in the operations of the board. Their role is in managing the superintendent, setting policy. Okay. And then that which should be done together, so this my job, your job, our job, issues that require collaboration, we have budgeting goals overall, like long-term, policies being developed, goals for the board and the system, legal requirements, budget approval, budget changes, policy changes. Collaboration is always warranted, someone said, so they feel like it should always be the case. Again, policy change, strategic plan, budget, goals, measures, monitoring of student and division outcomes, and then high-level questions related to the system. So when you look at this, you see that there's even a little bit of disagreement, right? Because we got some that say some that say none, some that say all things. So I want you guys to be thinking about, like, some clarity around in what instances do we want to always strive for collaboration? Because there's some clarity here around the role of the board, yes, being the person that operates, helps to identify the operations of this system, right? So superintendent is in charge of what happens, how it happens. You all have input into what's going to happen. Make sense? And it's not, there's nothing that says that it has to be my job, your job, our job. You all as a board can decide that these are the things that we're going to always make these our job, right? If you read in the text, you read in the chapter, you saw that some of the superintendents they highlighted, many of them said, I go to the board, even if it isn't something that I feel like the board has to have decision-making power in, right? And so we want to have that flexibility. So I think that you guys determine some of the what is our job, how much collaboration do we need or want. There's a facilitative leadership talks about decision making, and they sometimes say you might go to one person to make a decision, you might go to two people for you to make a decision, you might go to all five, and not necessarily strive for consensus, or you can say we're going to always get consensus. Sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes Dr. Burson might have to make a decision in real time, right? Mm-hmm. And it may just be that she's only able to collaborate with Carlos and Noel, right? There may be other occasions where she's got a little bit more runway for a decision that it can come forward to everybody for some input. Input is different than consensus, and input is different than what you give as input has to be implemented, right? And so there's opportunities for collaboration, I think, at different places and different scales. As you all think about setting norms and procedures, that's what you should talk about. It's like, what are the things that we absolutely want to make sure that we have voice in, and what are the things that we're okay with if you don't come to each of us around it, right? And it could be that Dr. Burson says, if I have enough runway to make a decision, even if I don't, it's one of the things you say I can do on my own, I still want you to be informed. I still want to hear your opinions on it. I still want to get some thoughts and some input to help inform my decision making. So I don't want you to think that this my job, your job, our job is hard and fast. I think that it is predicated on the kind of relationship that you guys have, right? And so that's why it's so important to think about how do I build a trusting relationship where if Dr. Birdsong makes a decision that she did not come to the board about, you trust it, right? Because you've got trust in her, right? And so that's why that trust is so important. So I'm sharing with you because this is what you guys said, but it doesn't have to be hard and fast, right? I think that depending on what the topic is, depending on time frame, those kinds of things, right? Something that has a sense of urgency. Dr. Birdsong should feel like the board will trust me if I make this decision. And it may be that she's going to circle back and say, here's a decision that I had to make. Here's the context. Here's the data that I had, and the decision had to be made at this point. So she's still bringing it to you all, right? But it may not be. It may have to be after a decision was made or action was taken. And she needs to be able to feel like you all will trust that, right? So that's why I think this whole my job, your job, our job, which is like a Baldrige thing, by the way, it heavily relies on relationships and trust, right? And so that's why I'm going to always say the foundation of all this work is going to always be about relationship and trust between board and superintendent.
And if I could add communication to that, because one of the things that I heard you say, Valda, is that after the decision is made, circling back and saying, this was the decision and here's the context, the more people that you involve in a decision, the longer it usually takes for that decision to actually come about. And it's not to say that, every decision should be a decide and announce. It's to say that there are going to be times, especially when there's a sense of urgency, where Dr. Birdsong has to say, look, I got to make the decision, this is what we're going to do. But then coming back, as you said, here's the context behind that. It was not to exclude or eliminate anyone, but there was a sense of urgency and a decision needed to be made, and this is why I made that decision. There are going to be times where you may find that even within your subcommittees or smaller groups that you say, you know what, here are some of the parameters that we need you all to work around. So within these parameters, we need a decision, and we're going to support that decision. Or there may be times that only two people you only get to speak with two people, or maybe it's just one person that you speak with. But the important thing is to come back and say, here's what we did. That's that communication piece that is essential in any relationship, is to come back and say, this is what we did. So here's what, so you know how the decision was made and what the decision was.
The example I want to give, so your office is down this hallway, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Tanya's here and Adele is here, and something goes down, I don't know what it is, right? And you guys happen to be in the building, and Dr. Birdsong pulls the two of you in and says, here's what's happening, let me get your thoughts on this, and you guys say, okay, yes, that makes sense. So she's gotten input from two people. Now, she has to go make this decision because something has to happen in real time. When it comes back into the room, right, when it comes back to discussion, my hope, right, is that Tanya and Adele will say, yes, we were part of that conversation. So it was not done in isolation. There was some collaboration there. And that should be sufficient that Lauren and Noelle and everybody, and Rodney, right, that you all say, okay, I'm comfortable with that, because it was still done with board input. So it's, in some respects, it's seeing yourselves as a unit and recognizing that you represent, you know what I'm saying? So even if it's not like everything coming to the table, everything coming to the meeting, everything having to wait until the next meeting, that you all are comfortable recognizing that in that instance, and I'm saying not saying in every instance, but in that instance, Dr. Birdsong can say, well, I was able to speak to 2 board members and got input from them. And then when she comes into the room, you got to have her back, right? Because you say, well, yeah, she spoke to us. We had input there. And then the others feel like, okay, then our voice was heard. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What in a situation where they're not there, and it's the superintendent, and it is an emergency? It might be a life-threatening emergency. There are all kinds of horrible things that happen now, and the decision has to be made. You know, failure to make a decision can cause a big problem.
Absolutely. And you need to trust her to make it in that instance. Yes.
Right, you'd have to.
Yes.
Because otherwise, if there's no decision made, nothing's getting done, and the situation deteriorates, and then she takes the blame for that.
Yeah, right.
I'm pretty sure that then people will be pointing saying, what's going on here, that she wasn't acting.
Right, and that's what I was saying about you have to you decide and announce, this is the decision, and I'm telling you what the decision is. She's gonna still communicate it, but she doesn't have time to say, okay.
Yeah, she
Tanya,
needs to do
what's
the
your
action,
thinking?
then
What's
she
your
can,
thinking?
then she can contact them, but if something needs to be done now.
Right.
We need to allow our superintendent to do that.
And support with that.
And know that
Exactly.
she'll be
Support that
supported, and
decision.
know
Because
that
that's
she'll
the
be
thing.
supported, that they won't spend the next 2 months arguing over whether she did the right thing.
Right.
Because it had to be decided at that moment in time. Okay.
And don't get me wrong, right? Of course it takes time to get to a place where you can be comfortable with that, right? And that's why the trust is so important. The relationships are so important. Because what you don't want is, and I don't even want to name a thing that could happen that would require, because you've watched the news, right? Superintendent has to make a decision in real time. And then when the community is coming for her, we don't want the board saying, we weren't there. She did it, right? That can't happen either.
Absolutely.
And so that's the part that you have to say, you know what, we trust our superintendent to make, if there's, particularly if it's the safety of students or something life-threatening, you see the kind of country we live in right now, right?
Yeah.
You all need to be able to trust that she's gonna do what's best for kids and have her back, right? And so that's that whole my job, your job, our job thing I want you to be thinking about. Carla.
So, whether or not I would even bring that, so we have a real life, situation. Something that I wouldn't say it's kind of been practiced. So, budget line transfers. So anything that's over $50,000 has to come before the board for approval. But anything below that, up to that particular point, the superintendent can make a decision to move different things, but they're still gonna come back and bring it to the board. But then you talk about that trust piece, that the superintendent is making the best decision at that time, that
And
we
is
need to
fiscally
do
responsible,
this, fiscally
yeah.
responsible with it, and that the board has that opportunity to weigh in on it, which we do. We have a discussion, it's brought in a financial, and then we do that. But it's still the board. The board can set up what those parameters are. And if you say that we don't, we want to move it to a different threshold, or we decide that no, everything has to come to us before you can make those type of transfers, we could do that. But until that's done, I would guess it still needs to be that trust that the superintendent's there and that the board is still included when the appropriate time is done. I just kind of felt like that was a real live type of
That's a great
situation that we're
example.
dealing with.
And I've seen some boards that have changed the threshold, but usually not just random, but it's because there may have been a rationale for changing the threshold. There may have been an incident, right? And so short of that, you know, and if she demonstrated, let's just go with that example, if she demonstrated fiscal responsibility to date, then you have to trust that if our threshold is 50,000 and she can enter into contracts that are no bid or whatever the case is, those things should not then be on the agenda and up for ongoing discussion, because now you're talking about something that we already have a policy in place. Superintendent has she's got access to do this. This is within her wheelhouse, and so it becomes reporting out. This is how I spent it. It's not necessarily up for discussion or debate, right? Because at that point it was within the thresholds that you put in place. If that needs to change, that's the conversation, right? Again, trust, yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think that the situation with trust is our greatest problem. I think that, and we're all guilty of doing things that causes each other not to trust each other. I think that is the mountain that this team needs. And I say team because I want us to be a team, but that's the mountain that we're going to have to climb. And I think it's in some ways district-wide, because there are things principals are perfectly capable of doing in the moment that they're not allowed to do. I mean, it goes all the way down, and probably teachers also looking all the way up or down as we go. That, to me, trust is the word that if we can beat it and get it in, that's the word that's going to save us.
Yeah, and it's those autonomies, right? I know you have your hand up. I'm coming to you right now. But it's like, how do we, what are those autonomies? What are those earned autonomies even, right?
Well, and earned is true, especially as you go down the thing. It does have to be earned, but there are many times that we're not allowed to do that across the board.
Yeah,
All
sorry.
right, so I was going to say about the earned. We all need to earn the trust that's bestowed upon us. But also what I was thinking along the same lines as Ms. Campson is I feel like some of our teachers don't feel like they're being trusted to make those on the, very important decisions on the fly that they need to. And so it's a big district, and I think we need to, it's from the top down. Like, we need to demonstrate that we can trust each other and we trust everyone who works for us, that we are a full team, a full system, and allow those teachers to do their jobs. Because we train them, right? We hire them, we train them, we put them out there, and so I just think that would alleviate some of the frustrations.
And it's also, I mean, if there are those, and this is something that you may want to think about, right? What are the non-negotiables, right? Because I think rather than, it's setting the parameters and then saying within those parameters you have this much autonomy. So that happens with, school leaders, some principal supervisors to school leaders to their classroom teachers. The same thing should happen here with the board and the superintendent. That's why I use the term earned autonomy, as you're saying, like, you've demonstrated fiscal responsibility. We've not seen,
Right.
not being fiscally irresponsible, so we can maintain this threshold. Now, if we see fiscal irresponsibility, then we say, oh, we want to have greater oversight over this, and we reduce whatever the threshold is. So it's those things like, what are the things that we've earned, and because we don't have trust for other reasons, right, that we're staying in this place of trying to micromanage it. So I just offer that for you to keep thinking about when you think about this whole, what's my job, what's our job, right? There may be things that, just for the sake of creating better collaboration, they still come forward, so you build that trust. And then you might, you pull it back a little bit, right? You might say, okay, well, now we're comfortable with the way that Dr. Birdsong, I'm going to use it as an example. We're comfortable with the way Dr. Birdsong handles, budget. We've not seen an issue. If we did, it would show up in her evaluation, right? And so we're going to spend less time on that because we trust that she is fiscally responsible, right? And it goes with other things. I'm just using that as an example because you raised it. But even with one another, right? I trust my colleague that gave input on behalf of us as a board. So she might have only talked to two of us, but the rest of us trust that our position was surfaced as well.
And sometimes it's helpful to just kind of share up front, especially when you're developing your agenda, what that level of decision-making is going to be. Because if it's going to be something that's consensus, that means, okay, we can all support this, or however you all define consensus. If it's going to be, okay, this is a decision I had to decide and make this, I had to decide on what we were going to do, and I announced it. Sometimes there are parameters, there are constraints that require, maybe these are the things I need for you to keep in mind, and I need to make sure that as you are making the decision, you fall within these parameters or these constraints. So that's kind of delegating, you go make the decision, but make sure it falls within these guidelines.
And as a board, when you're setting the agenda, you might even say, these are some items that we need consensus on, so that we spend more time on it, we build in the time. This is a consensus piece, so we want to have the conversation, we want to all weigh in on it, so we're going to build into the agenda 30 minutes, whatever, to talk about it, right? So that we don't feel like we're rushed or I didn't get a chance to give voice to it. So that goes back into the procedural pieces that you put in place, because that also helps to ultimately build the trust we're talking about, right? So keep thinking about that, because when we talk about norms and stuff and get into procedures, those are all things I want you to have front of mind. Last time we were together, we talked about this critical fork in the road piece around, how do you move from being a collection of individuals to being a cohesive, unified team. And we talked about the concept of steering versus rowing, right? And for you to get to that place of trust, you've got to be comfortable with identifying, like, who do we want to be? If we want to make sure that, the members of the board steer, but we allow Dr. Birdsong and her cabinet to do the rowing, right? You're trusting that she's doing that, right? And you're allowing that to happen. Same with the fork in the road, right? You don't want to have this individual, everybody kind of on their own course. You want to be, remember I told you I wanted to edit that and have it that you can still be your individual selves in that second block, right? And still be a cohesive, unified team, but working towards shared vision. Doesn't mean you have to, everybody sing Kumbaya and everybody agree, but you at least have a shared, end goal, shared purpose around what we're trying to accomplish. You also said last time, we talked about how making, that these are the elements that we want to see. We want to be able to make a commitment to good governance. We want to have shared moral imperative, have a governance mindset, unity of purpose, and think about systems responsibility. And so when we asked what that would look like, here's some of what you shared. We said, what would this look like, for this board? And many of you talked about, rather than stripping the power of the board, that one argument is showing them how to exercise their power. And I think I like that. It's actually a powerful statement, right? Because I think that's a big part of it, is that there's power struggles because you guys have not had a conversation about what does it look like for us as board members to exercise our respective power, right? And then you talked about recognizing that the board derives its power from the people and can provide leadership. I like that one too, because you're elected, right? And so, it is important to get voice, right, from stakeholders, and to ensure that you're representing the interests of stakeholders. I'm not going to read them all, but I'll let you see what you have there. Having measurable outcomes, dedicated time up front as a governance team to set the specs and expectations, to be clear, measurable outcomes, and understanding the process of monitoring execution. Those are all really important pieces. Having governance mindset. Governance is about systems, not pieces. That's important, right? Being systemic in the approach to this work. Okay, so you know what it looks like, right? It's just a matter of how do you put it into practice. The second question we asked is, what's required of you to enact upon a mindset of efficacy? And here's what you said, right? That each board member and superintendent commits to working together. That's essential, not just in theory, right, but in practice. So your words and actions align. Actions to become and maintain a highly effective governance core. I love the example of the Men in Black Star Trek thing, right? Because that's that, I don't know if you guys are familiar, remember that? Like that little warp thing, that little light beam that erases all the stuff in the past. You all have got to have that light beam in your eyes, right? Because we got to move this work forward, right? And so a commitment to adopting that's who we were before, it's not who we are now, right?
But that's like the be a goldfish.
Tell me more about that.
Be a Goldfish from, oh my God, it's like the most popular movie.
What, Finding Nemo?
No.
It's
It's
I know what
from,
you're talking about. It was a self-help kind of book.
Yeah, but it's on, and
Finding.
No, it's on the what's his name, Sedaris, that just won the Emmy for
Ted
the
Lasso?
show. Ted Lasso. It's Ted Lasso.
I don't watch Ted Lasso. I know, I don't.
They have the shortest memory span of any animal on Earth.
Yeah.
So be a goldfish.
Ah, okay.
It's more current than Men in Black, so I just kind of bring it up.
And then you talked about too how you gotta believe that what we do will make a difference with our work, right? I think that's important. Like, it goes back to the whole, maintaining hope. It's really believing that you make a difference, right? And always operating from that place. I love that Ms. Campson said, I know how many kids I've made a difference for. Like think about that for a minute. Because if I was to go back and kind of do that math, right? So the 4 years that I was a principal, how many kids went through there? When I was a classroom teacher, how many kids crossed my path? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't even realize the impact that we have on the number of students. So
And
really,
families.
yeah, the families, exactly, right? Focusing on children, focusing on long-term goals, and focusing on accountability, right? And reserving judgment, listening empathically, right? And so, as when we ask these questions, you guys have the answers, and it continues to be that way. That's the case, right? The answers are in the room. It's about, like, how do you now enact upon it, right? And so we're going to start talking about norms and what that means. Like, how do you get to that place by having a set of norms that are going to govern the behaviors of the sports? I'm going to turn it over to Inga.
All right, so as Valda said, it's really thinking about when you are working together, what are some of the ways that you want to honor relationships? What are some of the ways that you want to ensure that the work gets done? And what are some of the things that you have to make sure are done in a certain way? So it's not just about the norms and the beliefs, it's about the processes and the protocols. And what about the accountability? When things go in a different direction, how do you bring them back? How do you make sure that there are pieces that are implemented sort of as preventive measures before you even get to a place where the norms have to be addressed? Or if there is a point where people are moving away from the norms, what's the intervention? What needs to happen in order to bring people back? So as we are moving into this piece, I want you to begin thinking about the feelings that you described earlier in getting to know each other and connecting with each other, but also thinking about, in the best interest of students, what are some of the things that we need to ensure that we are doing as we're operating as a cohesive unit? In the best interest of students has to be the first thing that you're thinking about. And how are we operating in a way that demonstrates that? All right? I'm tapping on mine.
No, this one.
Oh.
Too many computers for us.
All right, so one of the things that we know is that there are certain things that will strengthen relationships and help to bring everybody together. So we talk about governance. To govern individual behaviors, it's important to have some norms in place. To help move the work forward, to help facilitate the work of this group, we need norms to strengthen those relationships, to make sure that we're able to get through what we intended to get through, accomplishing those tasks, and also making sure that everybody contributes in a productive way. Being able to make sure that you're increasing your effectiveness and increasing productivity is essential. That's what norms help you to do. And it's also a way to reflect. What is it that you value as a board? What are some of those things that you value? Because your norms are going to speak to that. The norms are kind of sometimes those unspoken rules that sometimes can get in the way, but oftentimes it's the things that people don't even know about. I think about Dr. Roussan. He had to figure out kind of what's the culture, what are the norms, what should I wear, what should I not wear. Those are the unwritten, unspoken things that people have to oftentimes make assumptions about. But we want to be very clear on what those guidelines or standards are. We want to clarify what they are. We want to make sure that if there are some unwritten beliefs and attitudes and behaviors, that those things have been addressed, because norms are oftentimes socially enforced. Think about the communities that you live in. There's some things that you know your neighbors are not going to tolerate. Nobody said it. Nobody said anything. But when you just drive around your community, there are things that you're like, okay, we can't do that. I know in my community, for example, we get the side eye if you put the trash out too early. We're like, no, we don't do that. We don't do that before dark. Those are the things that are socially enforced, right? That we have to be aware of. there's some things within this group as well that are socially enforced, that you really have to begin thinking, how are we going to ensure that we're following these norms in a way that we're first creating the norms that are going to be meaningful. And then we're following the norms in a way that allows us to work more productively. And because we're human, we're not perfect, there are going to be times where you have to go back and remind everyone, okay, here's what we agreed to. Do we need to refresh these norms? Are these the things that we can still agree to? And so it's important sometimes, even at the start of a meeting, just say, you know what, based upon our last meeting, I want to do a quick check-in on our norms. This is what we've all agreed to. Are we still committed to doing that? And just as I see head nods here, that's what you have to see. If you see folks that aren't shaking their head in agreement, then you need to just ask, what would make this work? Or just say, I noticed there wasn't full agreement. Can we talk a little bit about that? Because that's when you really get to an understanding of what people are sensing or feeling, or may need to somehow adapt or adjust or change in a way.
I remember somebody, you guys were saying, well, we've got norms. We have norms. You do have norms. We're going to talk about your norms. But even when one person who's new to a group, right, you can't expect them to just wholesale adopt those norms, because then you're saying do it our way, right? And you're saying buy in. There's no ownership, right, of those norms. Those norms were established, and you're saying now get in where you fit in. This is how we do things here. This is the Norfolk way, right? And sometimes the Norfolk way might be those unwritten things, and they may be counterproductive. Right? They may be behaviors that you don't want to see perpetuated. And so when somebody new joins, like Dr. Ralston, when somebody new joins, it's an opportunity for you to refresh. You know, are these the things that we should be doing and want to be doing? Is this who we want to be, reflected as? So I want you to see this as an opportunity. While you may have already had norms and policies and protocols written down, the one question, I'll just be honest, are you following them, right? Because the answer is probably not all the time. But two, are they the right norms, right? Do we need to add to them? Do we need to think about more? And so I'm going to count on you, because you're fresh to the group, right? You're kind of bringing that fresh set of eyes, fresh set of ears, right? And so I want you to kind of think about that. Think about what would have been helpful? I know there's the whole chapter you guys read about, bringing on a new board member. So be thinking about what would have been helpful to you, in order for you to be able to better understand the dynamics, because that's going to help inform the norms as well. So.
Yeah, because they're part of your culture, whether you acknowledge them or not. Norms are part of any culture. Yep.
My daughter participated in a summer program, and these were for middle school students. And when we went to do the parent night, and we walked into the classrooms, on big posters that the kids did were their norms. And I was so surprised to see that, because the only place that I had really discussed norms was here in our boardroom. I'd never really done it in my workplace. And when I saw it for her, I said, well, tell me about this. And then she says, well, the teachers wanted us to do this so that way we would all understand where each of us was coming from and how we could be successful in the class. And I remember when I would, come into school, I would get the rules and responsibilities, but thinking about it from her standpoint and the kids coming together to create it from a variety of backgrounds, and they followed it to the letter, and they were very proud of it. So I think that for us, this is another opportunity that we can model this good behavior top down, as others have mentioned, and the kids can do it, and it can really set them on a good footing to be successful if they can come together in this collaborative way.
Yeah, I love that. Let's learn from the kids.
Yeah, because had the teachers just had those rules up, right, it would be like, these are the things that these are the things that need to happen when you come into this classroom. So then it becomes, well, now I have to do these things, versus I had voice in these. Right? I'm holding my classmates accountable because we wrote these together. So similarly is what we want to do with you all, is we want you all to be thinking about, what are the norms that we need for us to be productive, and then how do we hold each other accountable for them, because we wrote them, right? We didn't hire Valda and Inger to come in here and give us norms, because we could have easily brought y'all a nice little poster, here's your norms, and kept it moving, right? What's the value in that, right? And so we want you to think about it in that same context. So that's a perfect example. And, you know, it doesn't matter the team, too. So recently, I just hired a chief of staff because my team is growing. Ingrid's part of the core team. There's 12 of us, and I'm CEO, and people text me. I've gotten a couple text messages since I've been here, right? And I sent the message on Sunday. You got the email too.
I'm not texting.
And I said, you know, because we just hired somebody to do a strategic plan with us. And I said, as we're thinking about, because we're growing faster than I probably would have anticipated. I said, you know, as we think about, like, you know, some norms, it's even got to be norms around how we communicate with one another, right? You know, on weekends, I want you all to have weekends off. I don't want people feeling like they have to work. I don't want to wake up to text messages either, right? Like, I don't want to be getting them at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night either, right? And so, like, it's any group of people that have to work together, no matter how big or small, you've got to have some norms for how you'll communicate, how you'll honor each other's time and space, right? So, yeah, it should happen in classrooms. It should happen in boardrooms. It should happen with any group of people that are trying to come together and be productive together, right? So I think about it in that way. So, yeah, we're going to put some norms on paper, because if they text me one more time at 7 a.m., I'm going to be really mad.
And you know, to maybe bring it even closer, think about your families.
Yeah.
There are certain things that you know you can and cannot do. There are certain things that require rules. There's certain things that require norms. We are with a citizenry of kids who are growing up. If you think about it, rules are not something that guide them.
Right.
They are very critical in their thinking, in the way that they process information, in the way that they challenge, in the way that they question.
Access to information too, right?
And so when you outline, I'll say with my teenage son, when you lay down some specific rules, he's going to want to ask why. Not in a way that's like, well, why do I have to do that? It's like, but I don't understand that. I don't get it. So we're socializing them to question, to challenge. Most of the time in any English class in most school districts, they have to write a persuasive paper. They're learning that I don't always have to just accept what is said, because you're asking me for voice. And so when we think about shifting from norms to rules, from rules to norms, we have to think about what that means for us as adults. We, again, are doing things in the best interest of our students. So they aren't growing up necessarily with rules. They're growing up with voice, and they're growing up with questions, and they want to know why. So think about this. When we talk about developing some specific rules, they're usually created by a teacher or by a person who is in a position of authority. They're done in order to keep people safe and to make sure things are running efficiently, or at least that's what our understanding is. But think about the difference with a norm. It's about community. Norms are about how do we work best together. And rules are those things that you can't break them if they're non-negotiables. But a norm is something that it changes over time. It evolves. It's negotiable. We go back all the time to say, now, what's in the best interest for me when I'm providing instruction to students? I can't just give them, this is the way you're going to do it, and that's it. We have to be able to say, all right, how is this going to help them evolve into better citizens, into better people? What are some of the things that, as an educator, I'm going to be willing to negotiate with them? What is it that, as board members, what are some of the things that you can be willing, a little more flexible and negotiable on? Because rules are the things that we're expected to follow, but norms we uphold. We uphold those. We say, all right, are we meeting the norms that we've established? I'm going to ask you to uphold the norms that we've come up with. Rules are enforced. Norms are something that every single person has to agree upon. And when we go through this process, that's what I'm going to be looking for, specific agreement. I'm going to ask, can you agree? And if everyone is not saying, yes, I'm in agreement, then we've got to go back and think about how do we make some adjustments to those norms. Rules oftentimes are put in place to prevent things from going awry, chaos, all of that. But with a norm, we're asking, how do we make sure that there's accountability? We want people to know that, yes, we want your creativity, yes, we want your thinking, yes, we want your voice, yes, we want your ideas. But when they aren't done in a way that is honoring what we've said, then what's the accountability? Norms make sure that there is ownership, not buy-in, but ownership. That's why it's important to get those agreements. All right? Any questions? Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how you described the ways in which you were experiencing one another. So I'm going to give you a moment just to refresh. And this was a few weeks ago?
One-on-ones,
Months?
in the one-on-ones, these are the statements that
Okay.
people said were the things that caused them harm. It came from all different people in the room.
Mhm. All right, so as you are looking at these, I want you to think about two things: content and process. Content really focuses on this is the what. This is what I need to really understand. Process focuses on the how. Looking at the example there, the analogy. Eggs in a shell, that's the what. That's what we're doing. How we prepare them is the process. They could be boiled, they could be fried, they could be poached. You know, there are a lot of different ways. But the what is oftentimes, what is it that I know? What is the issue? What is the thing, if you will? And the process is, how are we going to go about resolving, dealing with, addressing this thing? So I'm going to go back to the experiences, how you described experiencing one another. And I want you to look at those items and think, is this a content or is this a process thing that's impacting? Does it lean more to content, the what, or process, the how you're getting things done or what you're getting done?
It could be process. It could be process because as I review some of these things, I'm thinking perhaps if we had a solid process in place, we wouldn't have to go through all of these things that are listed here, perhaps.
And that's very insightful, Dr. Birdsong, because 90% of organizations, their issues are around process. Not what they know, because together we know a lot, but it's the process that we get hung up on. And we're not able to move forward because we don't have certain processes and protocols in place. So we want to make sure that as we are developing these norms, as you all are developing these norms and demonstrating ownership for them, that you keep in mind that this is a process for us and that we want to make sure that we're moving through this process in a way that's going to be meaningful and it's going to address these harms. Okay?
You know what's interesting that I just thought about too is that you hold on to, in this case, you hold on to like the event, right? And that becomes, you stay grounded in the event, right? And you don't think about, well, it's the process that would have prevented that event, right? So I'm looking at like, I don't know, power grabs, right? Or maybe the constant undermine, I don't know. Actually, any of them would work, right? Because then you're saying, well, you know, that's just who we are, versus the thinking like, well, if we were having those conversations, if we were allowing for voice, if people had an opportunity to express their thoughts on a particular issue, it wouldn't feel like a power grab, right? Because I'd be aware of it. I'd be aware that, well, no, you know, Adele feels this way about this topic, but Dr. Rowson feels this. You know what I'm saying, right? So I think that then it feels like it's because if it's all quiet, then when the person articulates what that concern is, it feels like a power grab. So we get stuck in the content, the process, the content, and not and not think about the process. So we're holding the eggs, and we're mad about the egg, right? We're holding on to this egg, and we don't think about like, how can we have cooked this egg differently so that it has a different, you know, different feel, flavor, and
so that
texture.
it meets what our needs are, so that
Right.
it meets our needs. But again,
Yeah.
just holding on to, all right, I'm still with these eggs. They're not the way I want them to be, but I didn't think about, well, maybe somebody else needs them this way. All right. So here's an example of one of those harms that we talked about. We used this example before, and think about how that surprise tactic could be used as a norm. So take a minute and read through this one. So when you see that, what stands out for you? Yep, Lauren?
Well, sometimes I think that we don't take the time to have a conversation before we start talking in public. So, for example, if I have a concern, I could call the superintendent or call the chair or some other people and say, I'm not clear on this, that I don't understand why we're going this way, and or where did this come from, which is the surprise piece. But instead of asking where does this come from in the middle of a board meeting to get something going, I pick up the phone and call somebody and say, what is this all about? You know, and then we can talk about it and solve it instead of turning it into a big thing that surprises everyone, including the people watching us on TV.
Yeah, so the whole notify one another in advance, right?
Yeah.
That becomes the process, yeah.
So actually, I have to pick on Noel, what Dr. Robinson used to say, a little sticky.
Does it need to be said? Does it need to be said by me? Does it need to be said by me now?
So that particular piece there, when I think about this here, the surprise tactic, could have just been something that could have been a conversation, or doesn't need to be in public, you know, to get clarity on it. And then also this other thing too, because it said, because it kind of gets me sometimes like, you know, does everything have to be said? I know what one board member knows, you know, we say that every board member needs to know, but sometimes for me, it's like, well, I didn't ask for to know because I may already know it, and I don't need somebody else to qualify what my understanding level is. So it may not be a conversation that I need. So it just kind of, sometimes I feel like a one-on-one could be had with somebody there, or we have the 2x2s for a reason. And it doesn't necessarily have to get to the point where it has to be for the whole board and we're taking time to talk about certain things.
Yeah, you make a good point, because I think that sometimes it can be seen in one of two ways. If we're having sidebars, I've worked with boards that say no sidebars, and I'm like, okay, well, here's the thing: when you say there's no sidebars, right, and they're referencing like the 2x2s and 1x1s. When it's no sidebars, you do recognize then that everything happens at the meeting. Right, and there's implications for that, right? Things are said publicly, the amount of time that it takes as well. So I think you have to be comfortable with if you say you don't want to have a norm that says no sidebars, but it may be that you do have a norm that has some parameters around the 2x2s and the frequency in which they happen, right? And, you know, so that you're putting in place, again, strategies, protocols for how you can make this communication happen so that there aren't going to be surprise tactics. So it may be that if that's the norm, like the sample we gave, then there may be some behaviors that go with it. Well, then we're going to make sure that everybody has their 2x2s, you know, they have this much communication, this many one-on-ones over the course of a month or between meetings. So then so in addition to the norm, then there are some of those behaviors that you would outline for what it would look like.
So when I think about this, I think that there is some work for us to do as a team to discuss what are some things that we want to put a unified public front on, and what are some things that the community expects healthy dialogue. And I think about our personnel docket. It's something that we know comes every month. We all have the ability to ask questions about. Do the questions come in advance of an email copied to the rest of the board? Do the questions come, you know, in our closed session? But then when we come out to vote, how do we want that to kind of play out in the public setting? Because you know, the public is going to be very critical of how they read our cues, and I think that it may not be intentional for it to come out as we're not unified or we're not supportive, but definitely it can be perceived that way. And again, I am really going back to what some of my colleagues have said about how are we modeling behavior from the top down. And, you know, in my situation, if a colleague brings me into a patient's room and says, I need you to look at something, I'm not going to discuss what I think in front of the patient. we're going to step out of the room, we're going to have a private conversation, and whoever was that lead person there is going to go back and do it. So that way there's no confusion from the parent to say, oh, well, this one said this and this one said that, and now I'm confused, or I want to pick or choose sides. At the end, it's what's in the best interest of the patient, right? Or the child. So I think that we probably need to do some work on this so that we have an understanding. Well, what are the things that we want to have some healthy discussion on and be intentional about it? And then what are the things that we want to have a unified front on and not have those things play out in the public?
And it's not, and I would add to that, without sacrificing transparency, right? Because you don't want the messaging to be, what are they doing behind closed doors, right?
Absolutely.
You know, like I've seen some folks say, you know, our discussions stay in, decisions go out, right? And so it may be like some of those discussions are behind closed doors, but when we bring it forward, we say, here's the decision, here's why it was made, right? Here's the context, here's the rationale, here's the data that we looked at, whatever. So you're explaining why the decision was made. But the discussion around how you got to that decision does not have to play out publicly, right? And so you're still maintaining transparency because you're sharing all the data that went into the decision that you all as a board made, right? And so you're right. So it may be that it's having some conversation around what things do we want to make sure that we have discussion in, discussion behind closed doors, right? And decision out. Tanya?
Yeah, I mean, you stated some of the thoughts that were going through my head about ensuring that we are being transparent with our dialogue or decision-making process. And so again, the process piece, I do think that should be, personally, I feel like that should be, the dialogue should be held in person, when we are all together, because I don't necessarily know what thoughts and questions or ideas that you might have if you've only shared it with, the chair or the superintendent. Like, I don't have the value of receiving that. But I think the personnel, but I think that there are topics that can be brought forward through a phone call, if there's a change in agenda or there's something, say, hey, I'm bringing this agenda forward because there's a sense of urgency around it. Or, something like that, that I think would be a phone call so that we aren't having the where did this come from conversation in public. But, I would be careful about saying, who is it for me to determine what's healthy dialogue in a public meeting versus not. I think I think it would get tricky to make that determination because, as we know, we do often face criticism for transparency. We know what that looks and feels like, and so I think we've got to be careful about that.
And I think maybe that as you continue to have that dialogue, you say, what are the things that we know should be held in confidence, right? The things that you determine what those topics are. If it's personnel issues, if it's, obviously some things you have a responsibility for the public to be aware of. You know what those things are. And some things, it's not that you're not going to discuss it publicly, but you're going to have some of that teeter-totter, like how, like the whole back and forth. The back and forth may need to happen so that you have clarity before it comes to a larger discussion that's public. Right. And I think that's your point about, can I pick up the phone? And I think, and the question I would ask is, why aren't you, what's preventing you now from picking up the phone, right? So that's something, that's the trust, that's the relationship piece, right? Because that could easily be happening now. You could easily be picking up a phone and saying, hey, I see this is on the agenda for when we're together. I have some quick questions. I want to ask them of you now so that I'm not asking them publicly. That should be happening. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And then so you have clarity around, you have some context so that when the discussion is public, it's not your first time asking, well, what is this about, right? You see what I'm saying? Because that's what people see. So I think you guys have to, so there's some unwritten norms and there's some soft norms too. The soft norms is, we agree we can pick up the phone and call each other. Mm-hmm. That's not a hard one, right? Like, or we agree that we're gonna do, I don't know, we're gonna have like this, I don't know, a period of let me think about it, when things are being put on the agenda, or you have an extra day, like here's the proposed agenda, and then we have some dialogue off off the tape, off mic, around the things that are going on the agenda so that everybody's clear on what the discussion will be. You can even label your agenda, right? Which things are going to be for whole group discussion, which things are going to be for decision. Like, you need to name it so that people know what the expectation is. So for this particular agenda item, this is just discussion, right? Discussion, it could be discuss and decide, it could be discuss and hold, right? You name it. Right? So even in the way that you build agendas, that can help inform some of these processes.
And also to help in terms of going to deciding, well, who do I need to talk to? It's important to know who brought the agenda item forward, and not going to the person who didn't bring it forward and asking, well, what did they mean by this? Well, they don't know. They're going to come up with their own interpretation. But the person who brought the agenda item forward should be the person that you're picking the phone up and calling and saying, tell me a little bit more about this. I don't get it. Okay?
I think one other quick thing to think about too is the agenda building process, right? Because I think that's also helps inform the, so it may be that you put in a layer of people submit their agenda items, right? And maybe with even a rationale. I've seen some boards that have a little description thing, like, so here's what I want to propose, here's why I want to propose it, and then like they label it with the sense of urgency, because it may be that this, yes, I agree, this is an agenda item, but it might not be the agenda item for this week. It might be the agenda item for whatever, right? And so it just still gives people opportunity to present their agenda item and their rationale for it, the context by which for which they're bringing it forward. And then the discussion, the decision is around, does it go on this agenda or do we hold it until a further agenda, right? So the process, these are all process pieces.
Yeah. So in your folders and in this QR code, what I want you to do is begin thinking about, all right, what is it that we need from other people on the board in order to feel safe, in order to take risks, and in order to grow, to be present, and to improve. So we want to acknowledge the work that you all have done in the past around your norms, and in the folder you should have the document that outlines, one, your draft norms that you came up with at our last meeting, but also this document, the Norfolk City School Board Governance Norms and Protocols.
It's probably easier to use hard copies. You see it in your, so hold them, yeah.
We got the hard
You
one.
got this, and you got this and this one.
Great. And everybody's good?
Everybody have hard copies? You good with the hard copies?
Yeah.
Everybody's good on, can you keep moving
We
forward too?
figured, yeah, we figured you like the hard copies better.
I'll be back. I'm coming.
All right, do we need to?
Do you want a break? Do we need a break?
Y'all good?
I'm
I'm gonna
hungry.
take me, y'all
Yeah,
can keep
get,
going.
let's, go ahead and get, yes, go ahead and get, let's,
All
how long?
right, if
How long?
Adele's hungry, let's have lunch.
How long? How long?
Let's take 5 minutes and then we'll come right back. That's good?
5 minutes to eat lunch?
No.
So is it a working lunch?
If you wanna bring your food back, you can work. I'm just taking a 5-minute restroom.
All right.
Do you want to give maybe 10 minutes for people?
Well, let's do 10. Can everybody get their lunch?
Yeah.
Everybody agree?
All right.
Okay, go for it. Go get your lunch, get what you need to get, beverages, 10. It's now 1:33, so 1:43.
Okay. All right.
The handout, the two handouts that you have, that, one of them is your current norms and protocols. I believe it says it was, you guys revised this in 2020, from what I saw online. Okay, so we want you to look at that. And then we also want you to compare it and look at what you all drafted when we were together last time. So take a few minutes as we wait for Inger to come back. Take a few minutes and see, what are the things that are most important that, that kind of surface here. You'll see some patterns, so look for those patterns. This is, we just I bulleted it actually on the, I have it numbered, I'm gonna pull it up numbered. But just read through both of them while we wait for Inger and just see kind of some of the things that you all said in the last time we were together around where we need norms. Okay, so they started just drafting, looking at the draft.
Do we have a number that we should try and stick to?
Well, one of the things that we want to do is to try to keep the norms at a manageable number. So I would say no more than 5 to 7 is what we want as a final list, But because right now, we're just looking at them to see, are these the norms that we really need? Are there ways for us to incorporate maybe building up some of these norms? But again, keeping in mind, the ones that are listed here, you have 6 norms that are already listed here. If there are some that you are like, we need to continue with this one, then feel free to say, yep, that's one we want to continue with. But based on the draft, if there are some that you want to add, you can add those, because what we're going to do is find out and get consensus from everyone on which ones need to stay. All right?
So we're not starting from scratch because we feel like we should honor what you've already have here. But again, keeping in mind, Dr. Ralston wasn't here when you developed those, right? And so we don't want to take this wholesale, we're just going to keep what we have, because they may not have been working, and you also need to be thinking about how you've not held each other accountable for them. So just take a few minutes to think about, like, what are the ones that you think are definitely carryovers and where there needs to be some additional work. All right.
All right.
All right, that's the numbered version.
Perfect, thanks.
So another one you have in front of you is not numbered, but I put numbers on the one that I'm projecting, if that helps. That make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go to the 3 dots and you can zoom. Oh,
These 3 dots?
I'm thinking we're on this. She would have to do it.
I'm controlling it.
Okay.
Oh, here it is, yeah.
Keep in mind that for this part of the exercise, you're just kind of doing your own private brainstorming of these are the things that, these are the norms that you think would be helpful to move you forward, and think about what do you need from other members to feel, in order to feel safe, to take risks, and to grow and be present and to improve. That's the guiding question. Yeah.
You know, I noticed there are a lot of negative statements and positive statements. Wouldn't we be looking for positive here?
You're looking for
instead of do nots?
you're
Wouldn't we be doing
looking for
do's?
whatever you think.
Okay.
Keep in mind, this is your opportunity, so whatever you think.
Okay.
We're gonna go back and find out what people meant specifically, but whatever, just looking at the list, which ones do you think this is a norm that we need to adopt?
Okay.
And it can be changed to the phraseology.
Yeah, we'll do the
Can be-
wordsmithing.
Yeah.
Also, as you are looking at the list, think about past experiences and norms that have been successful in terms of the work that you're doing here, but also with other groups that you've worked with. Take another 2 minutes, and at 2:10 we'll start. Yeah, I'll stand up. All right. So what I'd like for you to do now is take a look at the list that you have, and that could include the norms that were already in place as well as the norms that you drafted in August. And I want you to choose your top 5. Your top 5, that's a non-negotiable. No, top 5. The top 5. Keep in mind you're thinking about what do you need from other board members in order to feel safe, to take risks, to grow, to be present, and to improve.
Comfort we can.
I'm at 10. Where are you?
Say that again.
I could do top 7.
I've got my top 10.
I mean, I
No.
could do 10.
You're gonna
but I'll
have to. You're
compromise
gonna
with
have to
7.
really think
And you're
about
probably gonna end up
what's
hearing,
your
yeah,
top
right,
5.
because you're one of the ones that you give up, somebody else might have it, so it'll still
kinda
end up
balance out.
surfacing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
because
hard to
I'm
get into
looking at
10.
even some of the
Maybe we
current
should team
ones,
up, Lauren.
and one of them I looked at and I was like, this could be combined into one.
Then we'd have 17.
Them are
No idea.
action items
Yeah.
versus
But then that's not one that you,
necessarily.
that's
Yeah.
not one. Think about,
Yeah.
again, you're gonna have to prioritize. You're
All right,
really
I'm
gonna
taking
have to
this
think
one out.
about that question. What do you need from others in order to feel safe, to take risks, to grow, to be present, and to improve? What are those 5 things that you need?
And to Noelle's point, right, something might feel like it's the action that gets to another norm.
Yeah.
So don't put that as one of your ones, because you say, well, that's a behavior that would help that.
Right,
that would
because we're gonna
you know what
talk
I'm saying?
about the behaviors too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
Trust the process. 5.
Yes, just 5.
The ones you give up will probably come up with somebody else, on somebody else's priorities.
How we want to see it. I think I was Carter talking about that one. It's-
Yeah.
these nations.
5, done. Look at you. I just closed my eyes and X'd them out. But there's a lot of repetition on here,
These are
too.
long,
Yeah.
but then this is critical. We still got critical. I think we could put it as a program rather than,
All right. Does everyone have their 5?
Oh,
Does everyone have their 5?
yeah.
5-ish. They're doing 5-ish.
15 seconds? Okay.
Just have to be brutal and mark them out. We could see what numbers they are. Too little.
You said this could be from the original too, right?
Yes, you
Okay.
can include those 2. But only 5. Only 5.
Somebody else may call them one of my others. Okay. Nope.
All right. Now, I want you to think about, I'm going to stand up because it's just more, think about, in order for this board to function in the way that you feel is ideal, that's going to meet the needs of the students, and will provide for you what you need, again, to grow, to improve, to feel, have to go back, to feel safe and to take risks. What's the number one thing that you need? The number one thing.
God, we have to go to 1.
So you're gonna have to take those 5 and choose just one. What is the number one thing that you need?
Me.
The number one need, number one thing that you need from other board members.
Oh, I got
5 that
mine.
you have remaining, only one.
Done.
Here, this is what they're doing now?
Going back. That's what they're doing, but I want that question.
Actually, my sugar was going down.
Are we doing, how are we doing it?
Weird.
Can I do it this way?
It's here.
Oh, you're ready to share?
Yeah.
Okay, let's give everybody.
Okay, I thought we were ready. Okay.
Yep.
Sharp going down. You don't level it off.
Are you down? Did you
going
get it
down.
all the way down? Are you heading?
So our goal here is to be able to take a large list, right? Where we're, essentially, you had a list and you've got some brainstormed ideas from your August 17th meeting, and narrow that down to a smaller list, and then when we end, we're gonna end with no more than 7.
Okay.
Okay? So we had our large list. What I've asked you to essentially do is, you gotta narrow that list down and think about what's gonna be the most important thing? What do I really, really need? What do I really, really need? So I'm gonna go to each person and ask you to give me the one thing that you need. Now, some of you might contribute one and you'll say, oh, that's the exact same thing. I still want you to contribute it, because the way in which you interpret that idea may be very different, okay? All right. So these are just going to be our drafts of this time.
I'm gonna go first. So I can get mine out. So nobody call mine out
And I started on this side with Mr. Jordan the last time, so I'm going to start over here with Ms. Bassett. So what's your number one?
Mine?
Just one.
Just one. Oh my gosh. Okay. To come to the school board meeting prepared with a focus on student outcomes.
That's one of mine, thank you. Well, I mean, because now it's included.
Well, now it's included.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I wasn't gonna,
But
that's
you
not my
still-
number one.
But you still have to,
have
if
to
it's
say
your
it,
number one,
because,
you have
yeah.
to say it.
Oh, she hasn't called on me yet, has she?
Not yet.
Unless it, I'll make this caveat for you, unless it is the exact same thing. If it is the exact same thing, exact wording, then you can contribute a different one.
Oh, I wasn't gonna contribute that anyway. It was my number 2 one.
Give your number one then.
What's your number?
No, it was my number 2 one, but I was glad because now it means my number 2 one's up here too.
Okay.
Well, my top one is what I've said all along is trust. I think that's
Say
our
that again?
trust. I think that's our wall. Is that yours?
Okay,
Somewhere.
3. What's yours, Dr. Birdsong?
Okay, so I have to pick one of the 7 to be number 1. I would definitely say that our governance efforts should be focused on children or students and student outcomes.
All right.
Some of the stuff has already been said hard on that one. Because it's important, it needs to be there. Yeah, we will hear each opinion, but ultimately act as one. It's already there, and that's important.
I like that.
Go overboard.
I didn't hear the last part.
We will
hear-
ultimately act as one.
But ultimately act as one?
Yep.
And everything that goes after that.
Yeah, that's like a whole paragraph.
Okay.
That was my number 1 too. We will hear each opinion, but ultimately act as one.
I stole that one, I'm sorry.
I mean, that was my.
Check that. Okay.
Actively commit to respect and model will of the board.
Oh, that was one of mine too. All mine are going up.
That's that.
Repeat that for us, please.
Actively commit to respect and model will of the board.
Dr. Swimpson, here, I'm moving your mic so that you're able to hear.
Okay.
Mine was that we'll ensure decisions on the governance team are student outcomes focused.
Number 3.
That's over there. Is that okay?
That's different from what you said. I want to capture exactly what you,
Well, it's on this page. I mean, I can, where's number,
That was what you said.
Yep.
which number 3?
this is number 3.
Yeah, I can check number 3, that's fine.
Okay. You sure?
Who's that? Oh, that's right. And she's
All right.
a Delta, I believe.
Really? Oh,
Well, I had the
I know origins.
same thing that
I know
Dr. Martin
origins.
had.
Gotta know your
I just
origins.
don't know if it's, you said it sounded different for number 3, so can I just reread what I'm saying? So we will ensure our decisions on governance team are student outcome focused.
Efforts versus decisions.
That's going to be a.
Yeah,
Is that the one
yours.
with-
That was my number
Could you
2.
repeat that?
I think
Say,
four
yeah,
of
can you
us
say it again,
said
Ms.
that.
The one on here that says, we will ensure our decisions on governance team are student outcome focused,
Yep, I highlighted.
which I thought was the same as number 3, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Put up the number
One
list
says
again.
efforts,
Isn't that the
one
same as what you
says
said?
decisions.
That's
Somebody
the
highlighted.
essence of what,
Okay.
but
It's
yeah,
just, it is the same.
Here's my highlight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did have that.
I like this paper.
Yeah, I think the first person
Yeah.
that said it might have paraphrased, but it's.
Okay,
it's there.
that's what I
We will not paraphrase. And
Because you're gonna find, what you're gonna find is that people have a different interpretation of it.
Nuances,
that.
those nuances count, right?
Like shell and.
All right, so, thank you all. Thank you all for really being intentional about whittling your list down and saying, this is the most important thing that we need to do, or that you need from board members in order to be able to feel safe and do all those other things.
So this is
that
when we
talked
get to add
about.
the other ones back in?
I'm sorry?
So is this now when we get to add the other ones back in?
Nope. Nope,
Okay.
no, no,
Dun,
because
dun, dun.
this is what's most important. This is what is absolutely most important for you all to be able to do that. So I'm going to ask, this was contributed by
Let's see.
Tanya.
Which I can't see.
Come to school
Oh,
board meetings
come to school,
prepared.
yep, prepare with a focus on student outcomes. Does anybody need clarification around what that means?
Yeah?
No, what you think it means?
Yeah.
I mean,
I just
Yeah,
wanna-
Yeah, can I
I'd like
hear
to know
what-
what
yeah.
you think that
what
means.
you think that means?
That we are, so I didn't take verbatim what was on here, but I took, that when we come prepared to our school board meetings, that we have received, the relevant data that is, focused on our students so that we can make decisions in the best interest of our students. So that's where the focused on student outcomes. So it was really around preparation, getting meaningful data that will then inform our decisions that serve the best interest of our students.
So,
What was?
yeah, and I appreciate hearing that. And it just recalls one of the chapters that we read about, particularly about data, and about trusting the, which flows right into that second one there, that if that is indeed what we're doing as a board member coming in, then we've also got to be in a posture where we trust that the information to us is accurate.
Right.
And we have to trust the individuals that we put in place to give it to us.
Right.
Which actually informs the second one. But, so it's interesting because as you were speaking, I had a couple things highlighted about that.
Well, and that was exactly
Yeah.
where I
Yeah.
got that from,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
that has been, I think, a bit of,
Yeah.
my own, that's where trust comes from, it's like, that the information that you're getting is accurate, meaningful, and directed towards student outcomes, I think you feel that increases your confidence and your trust in
Yeah.
what's before you.
So I want to help you think this through, because as I hear this, there's more than one norm that comes out of there for me, right? There's a norm around preparedness, general being prepared for meetings and showing up ready to have the conversations, but also, is every agenda going to be student focused, right? So as you do agenda planning, do you ensure that this agenda have a through line to the student piece, right?
Right.
Because sometimes you probably have meetings that have nothing to do with kids because you're talking about all these other things, right? So I want you to think about it that way. Like if we break this down, like what is it going to require of us? It requires us to be prepared, period. It requires us to make sure that we have student-focused agendas, and in order to do that, that we've got good data that we trust to drive our discussions, right? So you see the behaviors that come out of that?
Right, and that's exactly what we're looking at. This is your norm, right? And then we got to think about, well, what behaviors support that norm? And that's going to speak to the protocols.
Okay,
All right?
can we do a parking lot with the protocols that we think are going to be needed to support these norms?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes.
I can start those. I was actually writing them down because that's what I was listening to say, because it's the behaviors you're going to hold each other accountable for, right? You can say all day, we're going to have student-focused agendas, but then if you don't put in place the behaviors, the processes, the procedures to make sure, okay, we did agenda planning, are we talking about students somewhere on this agenda?
Right.
That answer needs to be yes. If we're talking about students, what data are we going to be using to drive that conversation? Do we have access to that data? Yes, right? So that's how you live the norm. So, okay.
Can I
I'm
ask a
going to
question?
ask, though, because in order for us to capture those, Val, do you mind you capturing the protocol?
I'm going
piece?
to, want me to type them or you want me to
Yeah,
turn them?
typing them would be great. That way we already have it.
So, can I ask a follow-up on that? So, there were several, that were tied into that I also thought were, there's norms and protocols, and then there's our policy, like developing or building upon the policies that we already have in place around our roles, duties, that we might want to look at, again, to enhance, that we'll talk about, around agenda planning. And, what would that agenda, if we want to say, right now it says 3 business days. The other piece of this is preparedness may require that we get them
Farther ahead of time.
Further
Further
ahead of time.
ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna, so that's what we're
Right.
gonna do. So
So-
you're along the right lines. What we're trying to do though is take you incrementally, right?
all
So
right.
we want you to name the norm.
Right.
I'm listening for what are the behaviors that would drive that norm, and then we're gonna continue to have this conversation, because then we're gonna build it out. Okay, so then in order for us to live this norm, here's the procedure that needs to be in place. Here's the process we're gonna put in place. So we're doing norms, and then you're gonna do the behaviors and protocols, right? So I don't want you to get caught up, because we'll end up spending the entire time talking about the one. So let me listen for you in that way and capture it, and then we'll circle back with it. So, okay, keep going.
Can I just make sure if you can repeat what I hope I heard you say? We're going to go through and all finish the norm process, and then once we have that, we would come back and talk about any protocols around it?
Yeah, no, not that we're gonna, I don't want us to get stuck in that.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I just, for me personally, I was raising my hand because I like to hear everyone's norm before we get
Yes.
dragged into.
That's what we're trying to do,
Okay,
right, that's what I'm
okay.
trying to do. I'm gonna try to capture,
Okay.
Some of the things, like when you said it the first time, I said, I hear preparedness, I hear access to data, and I hear agenda being student focused, right? That's not what you said. You said specifically about, we wanna have a student-centered agenda. But I am listening for, well, what does that mean behavior-wise? We're gonna circle back to that conversation, but we wanna get all these on paper first.
Yes, so we want to first determine what are the norms that we're going to agree to, and then what is that behavior that supports the norm, okay? All right, trust was the next one. Lauren, what did you mean by that?
I had two things in my mind. The first thing was that we need to be able to trust each other and what people say to us, or, well, I won't get into details with it, but you know what I mean. If I'm talking to anyone on this board, that I can count on the fact that they're giving me something that's accurate, rather than deliberately giving me something else. And the other,
I can barely hear you.
sorry, I was lounging.
Oh, and talking that mic too, Ms. Campson, because you know they're gonna come.
What?
Get your mic, you know they're gonna come from
Oh,
47.
whatever. Why don't I have my own special mic that has a big thing on
Put a
it?
lavalier.
Anyway, you're getting us off track is all I've got to say. Let me get us back to the work. It means that I can trust what the people on the board and on the governance team tells me back and forth, that I don't have to think and worry that they're really having a different agenda. And the other one was the whole data thing, that the information that we request has not been designed in a way that might make it sound better than it is. Does that make sense? In other words, and that's the trust there, that when I ask for something, I'm getting it, and I know that it's all going to be true, but there's a way, you know, how data is. There's a way you can make data look better than it really is. And I need to know that that's not happening. There are a lot of other trusts, but those were the two that were in my
That the
mind.
data doesn't look better than it is.
Yeah, something like that. 'Cause those, I mean, there's all kinds of trust here, but those were the two that were on my mind when I put trust there.
Okay. All right. Next one, our governance efforts should be focused on students and student outcomes.
I just think sometimes we entertain a lot of distractions during our work. And at the end of the day, we're here for our students and to ensure that all of our kids live up to their fullest potential. And so I think we should be focused on our students and student outcomes first and foremost.
I'm so excited about the student outcomes, I gotta say. Like, I'm so excited about
All right.
moving forward.
Your emoji just
Onward.
popped up. Your smiley face emoji.
We will hear
Your student
each
outcomes will be
opinion, but
Capital fan,
ultimately
emoji
act
fan.
as one.
So, it's one of our norms that's there. I think sometimes it's one that we have a challenge with sometimes. That we have deliberation, and I think that sometimes there's this perception that the board isn't supposed to have a discussion where people don't agree. But I think what's important is that we have that discussion, we have it out there, but we ultimately move everything to action, and that's what we do when we do that through the motions and policy. And when it does, no matter what, at the end of the day, we're all a part of this board, whatever the will of the board is, that we have to actively be supportive. And that thing that it says, not only just in our word, but also in our deed. And that it shouldn't be, well, they did this, or I wasn't a part of that. But at the the end of the day, we have a superintendent and their team who are carrying out that work, and we need to support that. The other thing, too, is that as we're going through that we have to be courteous and respectful of each other while we're in that deliberation, and that it's not personalized, that there may be a difference, and you can have a disagreement, but not be disagreeable. And that was one of the things that was kind of captured in there. But ultimately, we've got to work as one.
Yeah, in the reading, you saw the whole thing about, like, if I vote, if the way that I voted is, you know, I don't lose, I hate to say it, lose or win, whatever, that I'm still able to be an active participant, an active member of this board, and that the vote is not indicative of who you are as individuals. It's just your position on that particular issue. You may be in agreement on the next issue, right?
All right, thank you. And this one was also yours too, Nora?
Correct, and there's a lot to unpack in this one, so I'll just start with saying that I think we can do a better job of having the discussion, identifying contributions from other board members, and whatever the decision is, highlighting that decision, but also recognizing that everybody has contributed to what that ultimate decision is, even if it's a disagreement, because we can all bring something to the table. But, and I agree with what you said about you can disagree, but don't be disagreeable. We also have to, and I think that this goes back to Ms. Campson, what she said about trust, not monopolize the issue or the time or take advantage of our meetings. And so that could mean knowing your time, and have you asked the questions that you needed in order to make the decision. I don't want to stifle anyone's voice, and I value opinion, but at the same time, are we taking advantage of that? And I'm just putting that out there. And then finally, as leaders of this school division, when we go out, it is very important, in my opinion, that we do act as one, because it sets the tone for everything else. Schools, families, media, expectations, what other school divisions are looking at us. And leadership is very powerful. It allows us to act and make decisions, and at the end of the day, it's what's in the best interest of kids. And I just go back to, again, my own personal experience with families. If I have two parents who are maybe divorced and they're trying to do discipline with the kid, and one parent has one way and one parent has the other way, I send the kid out and I say, look, we got to be on the same team. You got to be a unified front, even though you guys might disagree, chips versus popcorn or whatever. Let's come to an agreement, because the child at the end of the day is going to see you as a parent, and he's going to pick sides, and you're not going to have the outcome that you want, which is your child to follow directions. And so for me, that is very critical in order for us to get the work done in order to affect the student outcomes.
Right, did she write all that down?
I'm just, I had to
Well, it's okay, because the meeting's recorded, so we can always go back. So we're good. Not so worried about that. Thank you. All right, actively commit to respect and model the will of the board.
That one I think is a number one for me, because I think that's important for us to be able to do, because I know a lot of times we might not all agree on something or vote the same way. We do operate on the notion of majority, but at the same time, I think we have to actively commit to respect and model the will of the board, even though we may feel differently about a topic or a particular thing that we're voting on, but we are committing to respect and model the will of the board, though.
Okay.
After that vote or decision.
Got
Are we allowed to add a thought to someone else's or not? No. Okay.
No.
Okay. I mean, what can I say? I got a big fat no.
Well, I think I said it all.
Of course you do.
Oh, okay.
And I'll tell you why. When we get into wordsmithing other people's ideas, it no longer becomes their idea.
And your point is?
The point is.
But only when it applies to Leon.
Yeah, but yeah, that's typically what happens is we're starting to
And that makes
wordsmith
perfect
it, yeah,
sense.
and then it changes. It changes the flavor, and it doesn't honor their voice.
Yep, then that person walks away feeling
Yeah.
like, well, that's not, I just got
what I
mansplained or womansplained, right? And my sentiment was changed, and then they walk, even if they don't say anything in the moment, they walk away saying, well, there you go, right? So we're trying to not have those harms occur, so.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Um,
Yours was
the
our
governance and student focused. So I'm sorry, I got distracted. What do
This
talking
was
about?
our governance efforts should be focused on students
Right.
and student outcomes. So you can add whatever that means to you here, or clarify what it means.
Yeah, it means that, and we are here to improve student outcomes. And if we're not student focused and focused on that, then we're not really doing our job.
Period. It's as simple as, it can be as simple as you do the agenda planning, you ask yourself that filter question, right? If we accomplish the things that are on this agenda, how will it change?
Improve student outcomes.
Yeah, how will it change the life of a student?
Or, yeah, I mean, impact, because, I mean, if you say, oh, I guess it would be detrimental to student outcomes, then if it goes in the negative, then maybe we take this off the agenda, so how does it impact student?
And that could even be, like, when you think about student outcomes, don't get locked into, it's gotta be academic outcomes, because it may not be, right? If you're talking about a policy that's gonna impact free and reduced meals, if you're talking about, a budget item, you always say, and it could just be something you guys do as a test. How will this improve the conditions for our kids?
Yeah, the haves and the have-nots, who's gonna gain and who's gonna lose?
So,
And going back to one of the things that Valda emphasized at the beginning, how is this going to improve for each child? Because that really means something different than how does it improve for our kids.
Yeah, when you
for
think about
each
the
one.
equity imperative, so it may even be that you say, okay, so if we do this, fill in the blank, it's going to impact the 37% of our students who are second language learners. And that's fine, right? But you've got a rationale because it has an impact on students, right? And so you don't want to get into the whole, oh, well, it's not going to help our rich white kids, right? Because we're not doing this whole all thing. We're doing the each thing. So if we make a decision that we want to be able to have a clear through line to the impact to a student population in Norfolk Public Schools, because it still benefits students.
All right. And here,
yeah, and I don't deviate from that too much, but it's almost in my mind, and we'll come back to it, I'm quite sure. But could we almost, at some particular point, when the administration's making recommendations to the board, if we say that we want to make sure it's very clear as to how this impacts students? So, said recommendation is this, but we want you to clearly outline this is how it impacts students.
I told you when I was principal, that was the way that I made teachers come to me. Teachers would come to me and say things, and I say, what's in it for kids? And they got to the point where they knew she was going to ask us what's in it for kids, so they began to lead with that. Ms. Vibram, we want to have 8th graders have PE for first period because what's in it for them is, we find that our 8th graders are tired if they don't have, they would do a little bit of research. There's no reason why you as a board can't have that same demand, right? That people begin to see that you all are that student focused, that even as the requests are made, demands are made, fiscal requests are made, that there's always this what's in it for kids. We used to, when I was on executive staff in Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, at exec staff, when we would look at strategic planning initiatives and we'd say which departments are in charge of what, we always led with that. What's the impact of students? Which % of students are most impacted, right? And so it became a norm. It was like the impact students, what percent of students are impacted by that? Because if we're going to spend this money, what percent of students are going to benefit from it? Not in a way like, well, what about the rest? It's who benefits, right? And so if as a board you adopt that stance with everything, think about how powerful that can be and what message that sends, that we always operate in the best interest of students, and every decision we made, we know that it has an impact to a student population in our district. You don't call it a district, I know I keep saying that. Division.
All right, last one. We will ensure decisions on governance team are student outcome focused.
Yeah, I'll just maybe drill down a little bit on two things. One, where it says decisions, I really mean decision/action. So it's not just voting actions, it is all that we do. And then on the student outcome focus piece, I'll want to drill down on the focused piece, because in one sense I agree with what was just shared about making sure that it impacts students, but I also think that it's important that we have some focus on which student, when, and how, because in some instances anything can be described as though it is impacting student outcomes, and it be 2, 3, 4 degrees of separation versus being focused and specific around student outcomes.
Can I offer this? Because as you said that, I was just thinking, and maybe you name it: social outcomes, emotional outcomes, academic outcomes, right?
Physical.
So that even as you articulate it to the public, they're not just saying that they're only focused on students' academic outcomes, because we have a whole child approach. We want to make sure that we're meeting their social, emotional, and academic needs, right? Their social, emotional, academic development seed. So maybe we name it. We say seed outcomes.
Physical. Don't forget the
Physical too, yeah, physical.
Physical.
Speed. That's
Yeah,
You said speed.
But I want to go back and honor what Rodney is saying. So so thank you for that. But let's hear what your thinking was, Rodney.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. But what I was trying to articulate is that we don't have a buffet of so what we were just saying in terms of, I think you said seed, we could have a whole list of things and still not provide focus on where we may be able to have the most leverage and the most impact. So I think even as we have broad discussions about all the different types of student outcomes that we can impact, I still think we should have some prioritization, just like you all did with this exercise. We started off with 100, but you took us through an exercise where we prioritized some things. And I think for me, for the focus piece, there's some prioritization pieces that may give more focus and attention than just the whole buffet.
So my wondering, the strategic plan then.
Yeah, in the monitoring.
This is a question. I'm just putting this out there. So the strategic plan probably has some of those as goals. So the monitoring of those particular key performance indicators, right, would get you to the focus. So I'm sure there's a goal around social emotional learning. There's a goal of those are academic goals. So I think that's where the ensuring, because the governance piece of it, you all monitor the strategic plan. So I think that kind of happens. I think that's one way that's one pathway for that to happen.
But I think too, that's speaking to the behavior.
Yeah.
So
how you
when
do it.
This is what you're suggesting. This is what we need to do. The behavior, though, will be digging into what you just shared, Valda, in terms of how does this connect to the strategic plan, and also how can we leverage what's the most, what's going to have the most leverage and impact.
Right.
That's basically what you're saying.
Right.
That's what's most important.
For me, at this point of the exercise, because so even what Ms. Valbrun just said, when I was listening to her, she said key. And so I'm just trying to drill down on the key, because even that's part of my feedback, frankly, when we get around to talking about the strategic plan. I think we've done a good job in terms of identifying all kinds of outcomes. I think it's the key, it's the focus, it's the leverage, it's the prioritize piece that I'm suggesting as a norm that we give attention to.
All right, now, I want to know if there is interest now. And what I'm going to do is ask each person, I'm going to call out each of these norms, these draft norms, these prioritized norms, and I'm going to ask if you can support this norm. Now, it's going to require some additional wordsmithing, because we talked about the fact that these are the norms, but there's behavior behind the norms, right? And those behaviors will determine what your expectations are for the norms. And you've outlined some of them, but we also have heard the conversation and it's reported, so we can go back and add and fill in some information there.
We'll bring them to you. We're gonna do a draft for you to react to when we come back. Right, so we'll play with it so that we're not all 10 people wordsmithing, right?
Right.
We're gonna take it, we'll watch the recording, we'll add the language to a proposed language, and then in the next meeting, you'll get to react to it.
And that's with the behaviors, but the norms are going to be as you all have agreed to them here, okay? So, come to the school board meetings prepared with you know what, I'm gonna flip it a little bit. Tanya, you gave us this one, so would you read it for us, please, so they can hear your voice in this?
Okay. Come to the school board meeting prepared with a focus on student outcomes.
All right. Can we all agree to this as being one of the norms that you all will adopt? Tanya? I'm asking you.
Oh, yes.
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 Okay, so this is going to be one of the norms. Right?
That's unanimous.
Lauren, would you read this one?
Oh, it's a challenge. Trust.
Lauren is,
She's on fire today.
on your
All right.
today. Yeah, exactly.
And phrase it as a behavior?
Can she,
Phrase it as
well, we've outlined it here, is to trust each other, trust what people on governance board, trust the people on the governance board, and trust what they've said is accurate and data doesn't look better than it is.
All right, well,
Kind of the
definitely needs to be
clarification.
wordsmithed.
We'll
That's
play
the
with it.
Focus,
clarification.
focus
Yeah.
on the reality or something about the data.
Okay?
That needs to be.
Trust and teamwork.
So, based on that, I'm gonna ask again if we can all support it, and I'm gonna go to each person so that you individually say, yes, I'm supporting this, all right? So, start with Lauren.
I support it.
Clarifying question, meaning from this point on, we automatically trust that everybody's going to do what they're supposed to do, act with integrity, be honest, be ethical, all of that. Is that what this means?
That's not what she said.
No,
Okay.
that's not
All
what I
right,
meant.
so you're specifically
means that
focused
when
on
I-
the data.
To
Trust
trust
in
Well,
the
no.
data.
If you
Both
can't agree
parts.
to it, based on the way it is here, and based on how she's defined it, that's why I specifically asked, what does this mean? Because like you said, we got different interpretations of it. So if you can't agree to it as she has outlined it and as she has articulated it, it's okay.
But I didn't articulate the way the second part is worded.
Which one? Which part?
One about data.
Data doesn't look better than it is? That's what you,
Well, that's kind of what you said back to me and put up.
but that's what you said, that the data doesn't look better than it is.
Okay.
How do you want to, how do
would
you want
it
to capture it?
I think it needs to say that you can trust the data you can trust the data. I mean, you just,
Confidence in the data.
yeah,
Trust-
confidence in the data, that's
Confidence in
good.
the data.
That's good.
It's a different word.
So that's how you are defining trust?
It's just around
Trust,
data.
the two things in trust is that trusting each other, basically, and then trusting, yeah,
Right,
there were
what-
two
what
things
I-
on this.
Yeah, what I heard here was trust each other. That was the first thing that
Okay,
he
so
said,
that's-
is to trust each other. And then trust what people on the governance, trust that what people on the governance board are saying is accurate.
No, trust the data that's provided to you.
That was what, you said that too, but then you also said that the data doesn't look better than it is, and then someone just said have confidence in the data.
Okay, that's fine.
You good with that?
Because Close enough.
No, we
But
want
it's
it.
gotta,
want
it
for
gotta be
real,
close
for
to word.
real.
You get to say how it should
Yes.
how it should be written, and then they
Yeah.
decide whether they
All
agree
right.
or not.
Yeah, like,
Okay,
really
so
tell
But
us.
there's
it's
some
trust,
things that
I'm
we-
looking at trust of the adults and then trust of the data that's provided. Those are the two things. I want to be able to trust everyone else, and I want to be able to trust that the data that I'm getting on, for children, I guess I needed to say that, is accurate and not, what, don't add little details.
Trust should have its own, like, big board.
Right, I agree. I should have my own board.
Okay, so let me repeat this back. Trust everyone else and trust that data on children is accurate.
Trust everyone else. Did I say trust everyone else?
Trust each other.
Trust each other, thank you. What I said was trust, well, I don't even remember what I said anymore. I just know what I was looking at with this thing, and what I was looking at was that I can trust all the people that I'm working with all the time, when I'm talking to them, blah, 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 and that I can trust the data that I am given, which is what we ask for all the time, to be accurate.
So I had two things,
And not,
people and the data,
Meaningful,
and the
that's
people who
good.
give the data.
well, let's
I'll wait till my turn, yeah.
Okay? Trust all the people that you're working with. Trust all the people that you're working with all the time and trust the data
to be accurate.
to be accurate. Okay? All right. Thank you for that clarification. All right. now-
So this is what we need, right? This is what we need on this list in order to do the work. We need trust. This,
Yes,
the
she
data
is-
and trusting people.
That is the.
That's
that
a
is
better
the
way to
norm.
I
say it's an
agree that
idea.
we need that.
Okay. Yeah. Carlos?
Yes.
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 I think that it should be trust and be trustworthy. Like that it's a two-way street,
Okay,
right?
so then I'm gonna ask Lauren, can we add that to it?
I think I like just the word trust.
Okay.
about trust and
Then-
teamwork?
Then no.
What?
Then we can't, no, she said no, so we can't add trustworthy. But one of the things that we can think about when we're developing the behaviors around that we
Is be
behave in a way that demonstrates trustworthiness, okay?
Which means keeping confidence, which means being
Right.
true to your word, which means, so those are the
Integrity.
behaviors, right? Demonstrating integrity, that shows that you're trustworthy. So I think when we flesh out the behaviors, like some of the nuances you guys are speaking of will show up.
There's a lot of nuance, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
So with that, can you support that now, Adele?
Yeah, I think it's important.
Okay, so you're supporting it?
Sure, yes.
Right.
I'm not sure yet.
Okay, then we're gonna hold on trust, the way that it's been
And,
defined.
and just to elaborate, as we go around and the questions come, I admit I get a little confused about what we are doing. So Dr. Birdsong, to her credit, asked the question, are we still talking about what we need?
As a norm.
Right here,
Should
what do
there
you
be a
need?
norm on trust so do you agree that having a norm on trust is important to this board?
Do I think that we need to have trust on the board? Yes, I do. Do I know how? Can I say whether or not this as is written articulates that? I'm not sure yet.
Okay. All right, so then this is gonna be one that we're gonna have to go back and flesh out. And that's okay, that's okay. It doesn't mean that it will not be added as a norm, but the way that it is interpreted by the group now is not interpreted in a way that we can get full support. And it's better for us to know we can't get full support than for somebody to say, yeah, okay, I'll do it, and then it's not honored, okay? So don't look at this as, oh, that didn't, like a bill that didn't pass. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how do we, with more intentionality, determine what we need from each other in order to do all of those things that were outlined, okay? So,
Wait.
yes.
Do I
Yeah,
get
because
to?
yeah, she has to go back to her. Remember, we started with Lauren, so she gets to say whether she agrees with trust.
Oh, but one person didn't, we don't have consensus on it. So, but yes, you can go ahead and,
Okay, that's how, I wasn't sure, okay.
yeah, because we didn't get full consensus. So it's one that we got to go back and do some work on. All right, the governance efforts should be focused on students and student outcomes.
So that was mine, yes. I support it.
All right.
I don't know, I'm just kind of feeling like, how far off is 1 and 3?
They're not far off, really.
We said that
I mean,
initially.
But that's
That's
okay.
just
That's
following the
okay.
process.
No, I know, I'm just, my mind is, because we got real estate, right? We only got 5, 7.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But see, yeah.
so
3
I
of them
I
are
agree with it,
alike.
because I agree with 1.
Okay.
But, yeah.
They're saying different things, though.
So one says governance efforts should be focused on student outcomes. The other says we come to school board meetings prepared with the focus on student outcomes.
So the work that has to, the work's got to take, the work that you as an individual board member have to do to be prepared to do that.
Right.
And that we as a governance team, our efforts are
Yeah.
on that.
And
Okay.
that to me means the governance effort, right? So when I was asked to clarify that number 1, it was around the governance efforts of, coming prepared, receiving meaningful and accurate data. So in the clarification that I provided, I feel like it fits in that, but.
So
Yeah,
I'm proposing
I'm
this.
with you.
This is y'all's. But to me, what I like about the third one, the governance efforts should be focused on student outcomes. For that to happen, you have to come to school board meetings prepared,
Yep.
right?
Exactly.
So it ends up being a behavior, an enactment of the first one. And that's gonna happen. When we play with this, we'll be able to say, we can collapse here, because it gets you back some real estate, right, to your point. So, and if you agree with that, if you say, yeah, the actual norm should be our governance efforts should be focused on student outcomes, for that to be the case, you come to school board meetings prepared with a focus on student outcomes, we have a student-centered agenda, and we have access to accurate data. Do you see what's happening there? You see how it's evolving into, that's the norm. These are the behaviors that live out this norm.
Yep. I'm sorry, I'm just forward thinking.
That's okay. That's okay. We appreciate that. And again,
But yes, I
we
agree
also
with you.
want you all to really understand what you're agreeing to. All right? Okay.
So yes.
All right.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Yep.
Yes.
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 Okay. All right. We will I'm sorry.
We
I'm
will
supposed to
hear
let you-
each opinion, but ultimately act as one. Yes.
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 Oh, yes.
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 And again, I want you to think about that, right? So if we say we're gonna hear each opinion, that means that you build in processes for all things to be discussed. If that requires one-on-ones, 2x2s, setting time in the agenda, saying this is gonna be a discussion item, we're gonna spend 30 minutes on it. All of those are processes that help you live that out.
They want to
Perfect.
speak to it,
Okay.
get to speak
And
to it.
these
ones.
two were the same, okay? So then that takes us to,
Actively commit to respect and model will of the board.
I should put sorry.
And I agree.
I'm just reading the others.
Okay. The comments
Yeah.
here, do you need me to read?
Yeah, that's our meeting.
Okay.
Are those both the
What's
comments,
included
number
here
6?
is, you may not agree on all, but model and respect the will of the board after the vote or the decision.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
So I'm interpreting it to be similar to number 4.
I can't, you have to check check in with Leon on that.
Number 4 is the hearing each opinion and acting as one.
That requires respect to be able to hear
Another one of those.
each other.
But I don't know if that's
Yeah,
what his
I'm just sharing
yeah.
why I think it sounds like the same, and then the will of the board would be that we would ultimately act as one.
I perceive it as,
It may sound the same, but they're different.
I perceive it differently.
That's why I'm asking if
I
he
do,
meant-
I do see some connection as well. I mean, I do see some connection, but it's really, it's fundamentally different.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry for pointing. Okay, our governance, that was the same as this one up here. So the last one is here, right?
You just combined 7?
No,
7 was the same as this one. This 3 and 7 were the same.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I read number 8 before you'd put it up there, and so it wasn't up there, and so I said I could support number 3, and then you put number 8 up there. So,
What's the difference?
but I support both of them.
The
Our
wording
governance
was, the
efforts.
wording was the same. Our governance efforts should be focused on students and student outcomes. What was so that, those two things were exactly the same.
Well, what I'd said
you added
was-
we're here to improve student outcomes.
Yeah.
If we aren't doing that, we aren't doing our job.
Yeah, but originally I said what was written here, which is what he put, but it wasn't up there. So I said, okay, instead of reinventing, I'll agree to number 3. But I agree to both of them because I think they say similar
So
things.
that's the, we will ensure that decisions and actions on governance are student outcomes focused. And then, as you were talking before, you said it's important that you focus on outcomes, not have a buffet, consider all those the social, emotional, physical, academic, and that giving attention to the key indicators.
And what has the most leverage and
impact.
impact? That's what. we
All that
should
y'all
focus
just said.
Okay.
The reason I was asking is because I thought originally we said we did not combine 3 and 7. And now we're combining 3 and 7. That's why I was just asking. 'cause
No,
I
we're not combining 3 and 7.
I thought you just said
Oh,
7
I'm
is the
sorry,
same.
yes, we are combining 3 and 7, but
are
yours
the
is
same.
8.
No, I know. That's why I was asking, because I just wanted to make sure, because that we were indeed doing that.
Yeah,
Okay. So I will reread 8.
okay.
We will ensure our decisions on the governance team, are student outcomes focused. And I can elaborate if necessary, but I don't know if it's necessary to say it again.
Mr. Jordan?
It's Tanya, right? Or it's you?
No, this.
Oh, yes, I support it.
Yeah.
Seems kind of redundant.
We'll play with it, and we can do the collapsing
Okay,
when we do
okay.
wordsmithing, but we want to make sure that if that is the case, that we've got both perspectives, even those nuances, as we go back and.
Okay.
And
Do you support?
I support it.
Yeah, I mean, with the clarification, I can support it, because
Mr. Jordan, would you be okay if we put the word data in there, data-driven, somewhere where when you, in the orange part, and I can't read it all, but our decisions and actions on the governance team are student outcomes focused, but when they go into the elaboration part, it's based upon data?
I mean, I took that as a given,
Okay,
and
but I,
I mean, I'm just in response that, yeah, I think you have to have that.
So are you okay if that is added? So that, because based on the question, it wasn't understood by everyone that it was data.
And it could be simple as saying, we'll ensure our decisions, I'm not putting words in your mouth, so I'm just offering. We will ensure our decisions on the governance team are data-driven and student-focused. I'm just offering that so that we're focused on students, but we're also focused, like we use data to make our decisions.
To me, why I say that is because there could be adult factors that can come in. And if we make our decisions based upon the data that we trust and receive from the superintendent, then that is what helps us. It's not to ignore it, but just to say these decisions that we're making for the students, they're data-driven.
Not
You,
necessarily, maybe not
you
necessarily hard
lost
data,
me,
right?
huh?
We're not just talking about like hard data. I think that's.
What-
That's why I'm
you're-
kind of
I'm
agreeing.
hearing-
That's why I'm
yeah,
starting
I'm
to feel
hearing-
it's
Yeah, you-
okay to leave it out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
To
you,
keep it kind of open maybe for
Yeah.
number 8.
Okay,
That it's not necessarily data, but it can be other student
Information.
outcomes.
There could be information that we've gathered that's not
It's like a whole
necessarily a
qualitative,
spreadsheet.
quantitative.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it depends on how you all are defining data.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
If data is information, then it can be a lot of different things.
I would like to leave it as it is for now,
Yeah.
if we can get agreement on it. Otherwise, we can go around it.
I support it.
I support it.
I do too.
All right, thank you all. We have, but first of all, let's celebrate, because that.
Yay!
To agreement, you know, because you all had, what, at least
4,
50
5.
that you came up with, and then you had the ones, the previous norms, so that was 50, and then 6 more, so you almost had 60 things to consider. And look what you whittled it down to. This is what's most important to you. This is what is most important. And again, in order for you to, this is what you said you need from each other. You need these things, yes.
So I just want to be clear, because I think I was the only one who raised the question about the trust one. Are you saying that we're done, or we're going to go back and
That's it.
revisit? We're going to do another round, right?
We need to go back and do
Not,
that.
not today.
Not today.
Oh, not today.
Yeah, but what we're gonna do is, we're gonna take this, we're gonna bring, in our next meeting, we're gonna bring you something, like, we're gonna phrase them, right? And we're gonna bring them back for reaction. Because we don't wanna get caught up in all the, wordsmithing. These are the things you say are the most important that we need to have some norms around. This doesn't preclude the document you already have, but we're trying to get you to prioritize what are the things that we need to be doing differently in order to move our work forward. So again, trust the process, but you're gonna react to this. I wanted to call your attention to something real quick. On page 94, it says, trust is when members of a board have faith that the motivation and inherent beliefs of colleagues on the team are honorable, ethical, and honest.
Yeah, I like
I love that.
Right, and so I had highlighted that, and so,
so did I.
one of the things that I want you to think about, even when we bring this back to you for you to react to, and we think about, like, we'll draft out some of those behaviors, but I'm grounding it back in what the research is saying, right? Because those are the things that they say are the practices that move a board forward.
And lubrication.
Right, so there'll be more discussion, right? This is not done.
Yeah, because that definition I was comfortable with.
Yes.
This one, I
Yeah.
didn't think we were there yet.
Yeah, we're not there,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. So that's, so we didn't want to put words in anybody's mouth, so we took your words. We're gonna now try to marry it with what are the behaviors and how do we now, when we come back with the draft, how might we wordsmith it to incorporate those pieces? That make sense? Yes, I know.
So I've said this before, but I want to bring it up again. When we're done with all of this, I mean, not ever done, but like complete with this part, I really want to redecorate this room with pretty posters that remind us while in our
Yeah.
meetings.
You need to be able to see them. Same way we tell teachers to put anchor papers up for kids, right? And to have those things up. You need to have those resources, right? Like this
Our
boardroom.
strategic plan.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, right? Taking your strategic plan goals. So like in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, you walk into any of the buildings, especially you walk into central office, you see the goals, you see the tactics, you see it's very student-centered, you know what I'm saying? So yes, to your point, all of this hard work should be on display at some point, right?
Absolutely.
I want to call your attention to a couple of things too. And we're going to actually spend this last hour last 45 minutes, digging into some of the work from the text. But that piece on trust, it really gets to what you're saying, right? And so if you give us permission, when we draft out these norms for you, we're going to also incorporate what's in the research, right? Because I think that's what drives some of this work. There's another part that I wanted to draw your attention to about when page 106, I think it is. Boards that are unified are comfortable with split votes and they have no residual impact on relationships or anything else. They simply move on to the next issue. The relationship that exists among trustees is stronger than any individual vote.
What page was that on?
That's on 106. Anybody else have that highlighted by any chance?
Yep.
You did, yeah, right? And I bet you if we were to go back and say who highlighted what, you see a lot of similarities. The same things jump out to all of us, right? And those same things jump out as we're having these conversations. And so I'm really glad to see that's happening, because it's essentially saying, yes, these are things that are in the research base, but there's things that we recognize that we need to do differently as well. Yeah.
Just if I may to that, since it comes up often, you started off with the picture of the eggs and the eggs and then the fried eggs, whatever it was, and we talked about the content versus the process, and for me, both in terms of these norms that talk about the will of the board and forming an opinion and so forth, to me it's the process by which you arrive there. And I think if there's genuine opportunity for debate and dialogue, I don't think disagreement is an issue. For me, it's often the process where I feel that we don't do enough deliberate action leading up to the decision, which is where, for me, is the struggle.
So like this, so how did you feel? Let's do a quick metacognition, right? About how you felt about just that process right there, right?
The one we just went through?
What we just went through, yeah.
No, I was fairly comfortable with that.
And it's incomplete, we're not even done
Exactly.
yet, right? But did everybody feel like they gave voice?
Yes.
Like your voice was honored?
Yes.
You feel like you weren't mansplained or womansplained, right?
Mostly.
Do you see? Do you see what you expressed captured? It scribbles now, but is it captured? Do you have an opportunity to clarify and explain?
Yes.
See, those are all things that help build relationship. They take time. We don't have a finished product, but no one's gonna walk out of here and say, I didn't have voice. They didn't get my opinions right. I felt like they told me how to think. I'm being told how to behave. We're trying to model that for you, and recognize that it does take time. It does take more than one meeting, right? We're not done. We're going to come back next month. We're going to do some more of this. But those are the things that are important, because once it's done and it's complete, and you have it framed on the walls in here, you have it to live by, and you have it to hold each other accountable to. So I think that's the important piece. I want to spend our last hour doing a couple of things that I'm probably not going to get through with all of it, but that's okay, because we wanted to get through this. This was important, and this was a heavy lift. So we wanted to make sure that this happened. But I do want to take us into the text, because chapters 3 through 5 was really about like some of these key concepts that I think will also help to inform the behaviors we want to see as part of this work. So chapters 3 through 5 looked at at superintendent's governance mindset. It looked at what coherence is, which I want to dig into a little bit more, because I also gave you some additional reading on coherence with the PELP coherence framework. And so let me take a few minutes and you tell me what are some key takeaways you had. A lot of it came up in our discussion throughout today already, right? So some key takeaways, some implications from the reading. So what are some of the things you highlighted that you're like, oh yes, this is important to our work? Anybody just want to share some things that jumped out of those pages to you? Noah?
Well, for chapter 3, it really allowed me to put myself into the shoes of the superintendent and to see things from her perspective, and to feel like there's a lot of work that needs to be done with regards to improving. I don't know if improve is the right word, but to really work on that relationship. So it just gave me a better perspective of the superintendent, and how the superintendent can have the buy-in and incorporate the board as a unified decision-making process. And when I was thinking of the strategic plan, and when I read about it ahead of time as a prepared board member, I was thinking to myself, I accept this, I have buy-in into this, and I can go out to the public and I could say, I support this,
And this is what our work is.
And this was done collaboratively, or I could accept the process that we came to in order to put this out there. And so I was thinking about those things when I read chapter 3.
Yeah. It's so 2, I think it was chapter 2 that was the trustees' mindset, and 3 is superintendent's mindset. And they, on page 64, they talk about Steve Webb. So Vancouver Public Schools is one of our clients, and Steve Webb is not there anymore, but he hired me last year, so I know Steve. And it's interesting because it says here that his board is fully engaged with the district's strategic agenda. The district has 6 strategic goals, and most of the work of the board is centered on these goals. When I read that, I was like, that's actually true. Like, I know that because they changed superintendents, right? This is how it goes back to a strategic plan being superintendent agnostic, right? They have a new superintendent there this year. That board is still very much engaged in monitoring and driving forward the work of the strategic plan. The strategic plan is what drives the work of the board. And so I know you haven't voted on it yet, and there's revisions being made, but I need you guys to think about that's going to be the place that you want to build coherence around. That's going to be the place where you want to drive monitoring those goals. That's the place where you give the feedback on whether those goals are the right goals, because they're not set in stone. Remember, these are fluid. And your monitoring work is about monitoring the data, the fair, true, and accurate data, right, that's going to let us know if we're meeting those goals. So I thought it was important. I love that they featured a couple of these districts where there were successful board and superintendent relationships, and I could attest to the one, because I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh my goodness, this is true. I work with their board, and again, having that superintendent leave in the middle of a strategic plan, right? So they're now going to do a new strategic plan next year. We did their equity audit, and we do our professional development with them. So I saw a superintendent leave and one come in, and that same board still move forward that strategic plan. That tells me the plan is what the board's work is, advancing the plan. So I need you to think about that. I know you guys are going to vote on the plan, and the reason why I'm mentioning this is because we're going to talk about how you build coherence in the coherence framework and how you use the coherence framework to monitor the plan, right? That's how you keep your agendas student focused, right? That's how you always make sure that every meeting is a discussion around those outcomes for students. It's the plan. So I want you to think
But
about
also
that.
too, the fact that he left and they're still focusing on that speaks to the way that the culture of the board. So the culture is that we always focus on a strategic plan. Doesn't matter who the superintendent is. Our focus is always going to be, as you said, student-driven and focused on what we need to do in terms of governance.
And goal-oriented,
Yeah.
right? If you got goals and you got key performance indicators, you measure, monitor those. That should be driving the work forward. The other thing that I don't know if you guys have read, and I'll drop it in the toolkit. They mentioned Jim Collins' level 5 leadership. I'm sure you've seen it before, but going back to that and thinking about like what does level 5 leadership look like on this board? I think that's an important reference to think about too. Other areas that kind of struck you? Yeah.
Well, beyond whether in the book, but what I noticed today was we started out with this huge long page of suggestions for the norms, and despite the fact that we have a history of disagreeing, and we have a history of trying to change the narrative, and we don't agree with this, and we want to do this, and all the things that have happened, that when we finally sat down and started putting up priority items, they were, maybe the interpretation was different, but the focus was, student outcomes, and it was, there was just a little handful left that we all agreed on.
You come to agreement. You guys have agreement on those things that matter. Right?
And it was just because, this is a long page that we had, and now here we are with just this one little short set of them that that people, even if they had a different point of view about student outcomes, there were like 3 student outcome ones there.
Once given the opportunity to elaborate on what your priorities are, you can get there, right? So it's about the process. We built in a process, because that longer list was your individual sticky notes.
Yeah, because
I'm
shocked I am shocked that we have this list.
Yeah. So when you're in your silos, right, you're gonna come up with a long, here's my stuff. Those are all your sticky notes. We put them on one page. We created a process by which to come to agreement, and you were able to do it.
Yeah.
Right? So that tells you all that basically as a board, if we put in place the processes to have the discussions to clarify our thinking, to hear from one another, we can get to agreement.
And we may eventually then, with this type of what we've seen today, become a team.
See, I hear appreciate our modeling for you. Look at that. Look at us. Now, the other part that I wanted to think about when we think about this reading is they talk about the coherence piece and governing with coherence. So they talk about systems thinking, they talk about the superintendent mindset. I want to hone in on the governing with coherence piece because it talks about how, Jim Collins says that enduring great organizations are characterized by a fundamental duality. On the one hand, they have a set of timeless core values and a core reason for being that remains constant over long periods of time. That goes back to the superintendent agnostic statement I made before, right? Like it's really about, we know what the work is. And on the other hand, they have a relentless drive for change and progress. Now, the text offers this as a framework: focusing direction, cultivating collaborative cultures, securing accountability, and deepening learning. And at the center of that is leadership. The reason why I asked you all to also read the PELP, the Harvard PELP model, is because you can't talk about coherence without talking about PELP. And I don't know, I'm personally, like, I personally have this affinity around the PELP because Richard Elmore, he passed away last year. But I spent time working with Richard Elmore because I was at the Connecticut Center for School Change, where we did school level governance work. And we had a cohort of superintendents from across the country that would come once a month. And I led, he was the leader of it, and I was part of that cohort because I did that work with the associate superintendents across the state of Connecticut. So I was sitting on his meetings, and so he wrote this stuff, right? And so I got like deep learning around like when he references coherence. And so every time I work with districts, I tell them to think about the PELP coherence framework, and there's actually a revised version. This is from 2007, I think it is. There's a new version that deals with equity, and I'll bring you guys that one. I'll drop it in the toolkit at some point too, but I wanted us to think about like district-wide coherence first. And so the reason why I asked you to read is because I think it's really important for you to think about what does coherence mean. On page 95 and 96, they asked you to think about what are the distractions to coherence and unity, right? And so I have them on the slide, that those 10 distractions. What do you think are the distractions that challenge this group the most, right? Which distractions or challenges is the greatest one for you? And then what's one action that we can take to minimize the impact? So is it balancing individual core values and the board's unity of purpose? Is it micromanagement and accountability? Is it representing a constituency or having a single agenda, one program, one purpose? Is it a my way or the board's way? So it's compromising, does it feel like it's selling out? Is it the rubber stamp conundrum, confidentiality, trustee leader or follower, handling trustee professional expertise, and then what do I do when I vote no and it passes? So as you read that, as you read those breakdowns of those 10, which one resonated the most, do you think, for the way people show up on this board that challenges the idea of coherence and unity?
I think the micromanagement and accountability. Oftentimes I feel like sometimes some of the things, like, I know it may have someone may perceive it as an intention that I want something or something to help you understand, but oftentimes it comes off as it's going below a waterline and it's getting into the other side of things, which then hampers us from being able to hold the superintendent accountable and our team for what they need to do.
Yeah. Because you should be holding the superintendent accountable. That is the one employee that you were hold accountable, right? And so where do you draw that line about are we micromanaging her, or what are we building systems to hold her accountable? Yeah. Was there? Wait, hold on. Was your hand up? Okay.
I think Tanya's up
All right,
first.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I agree with number 2 as well. I mean, that's what hit me first, and the accountability piece, and it was really the accountability piece. So at the board level of the whole governance team, and with that, what really, for me, what I think about is trusting and having confidence in the data that is, getting back to the accuracy and meaningfulness of the data and how that drives the decisions that we're making, and having, it's all of the things that we've already talked about. But
Would
to
make
me,
it
that-
less necessary to feel like you have to micromanage, right? Or make it like you have better accountability, right?
better accountability of ourselves and, the superintendent. So it's all of us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, because people hold us accountable, we hold ourselves accountable, and we're also responsible for holding the superintendent accountable. So it's like, accountability all across.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting to your point about how each of these things informs the other? Right? You see, like if we have trust, then we can have greater accountability. If we have greater, so it's like each thing
Builds upon
builds
the
upon
other
the
to
other, which is
create the
why
team,
it's
yeah.
so important for us to do this mending piece, build the trust, get the relationships intact so that we can hold each other accountable and we can still move forward the work even when there's disagreement. And, it's all these things. These are all building blocks. Yeah.
Page 44.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I gotta go here first. Go ahead.
I was just rethinking it again as you put this slide up here. And part of this is my truth and experience based upon something Ms. Campson kind of said. So during my time on the board, I've lost track of how many different boards I've worked with. So it's probably at least 7, meaning that each time you get one new board member, the board changes, and probably 3 or 4 different governance teams on paper. I think that what has been significantly different for me is number 3. So this is the first elected school board by the districts that we have. And so prior to that, whether we were hybrid or whether we were appointed, it wasn't by ward. And so for me, what I feel I have encountered over the 4 years as an elected school board, that there's more discussions around, my ward, this district, and so forth. And so I think that our transition to a fully elected school board by the districts that we have requires deeper nurturing and work that we're doing now than what I think we have given it. Because I think whether it's conscious or not, I think the whole I'm elected, how that's perceived by each of us individually or collectively, and how we then deal with the issue of either representing a constituency or feeding back to a constituency, has brought a different dynamic. And because the people who vote are adults and the folks that we're here to serve are children, I think that dynamic has also played a role in what I would say is a distraction or a challenge.
And a wondering I have around that too is, do you all have some level of control over that, right? Because if all constituents see the messaging around a unified division, I think starts with you all. And I think that you have the capacity to break down those borders, those word lines, right? If the messaging is, if they see consistency, if they hear consistency, if they recognize that we're working on behalf of all students across all of our wards, I think you have some control over that. So it doesn't appear as, well, I need to get in Mr. Jordan's ear because we want this here. And you know what I'm saying? Like, so I think that there's something that goes back to the narrative. You have control over that. I think you guys have to cut this.
Well, no, I agree 100% we have control. I'm just speaking to what you have up there.
As a distraction, like what's become a distraction.
I had parents call me all the time and they will say, aren't you my representative? And I always say to them, I represent all. So I don't get in, so it's I think it is a mindset.
Yeah.
But I also think it is something that can be a distraction or a challenge as it deals with coherence and unity.
Yeah.
Let's go question.
Yep.
So when you say that, is that we are acting as if we are representing our wards, or is that the perception from the public that we're acting as if we're representing our wards?
I'm not going that deep. I'm just simply saying that as it relates to the slide in the discussion, that I think representing a constituency and in the context of being Norfolk's first fully elected school board, I feel that plays a role in distractions or challenges that we have.
It could be both, right? It could be that that's the perception, and we have to ask ourselves, like, why is that the perception, right? And it could be because people are saying, well, I voted for you, so you owe me something, right? You guys have control over that narrative.
But did you give me money?
Yeah. Right.
No, but I
From
mean,
that quickly. No, we leave that. But, on that one.
I'm just. But here's where I appreciate that perspective, because, hearing that being said out loud, because, anyways, sorry, but because I'm districted. I'm in Ward 1, but I'm districted for, like, my kids are districted for a school that's in Ward 2. So to me, it's like, I just don't think that way, because again, I shouldn't have to go to Tanya every time I have an issue with my kid in that school or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
And maybe it's representing and advocating. It's the difference between representation and advocacy. And helping the community understand that, yes, I represent this ward. And so that means that this is where I collect feedback that I take back to our larger board for discussion. And maybe the perception is that because you represent my ward, you have to advocate for what I want. And so that's the narrative you have to kind of unpack for people. Does that make sense?
And I think too.
Yeah, I just don't think that way, and so I'm interested to learn if other people think that way.
But you don't think that way, but I would be curious as to the perception of your community.
Yeah.
The community might think that way, and unless you, maybe even at each meeting, say, our goal is to represent the interests of every student and every family.
Student.
Or
Yeah,
each
each.
student, yeah, thank you, of each student and each family.
Good catch.
Versus I'm representing Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward whatever.
Because what
But
you're doing is
reminding
getting
people.
Yeah.
Reminding them.
Because I think here's the thing. You say we're a united board, right? We are united, and we are assigned these different wards because this is our way of dividing, spreading ourselves to get feedback from our stakeholders. So in that role, I'm representing you. I'm hearing from you. That's very different than I'm only advocating for you. So I think it's a messaging thing. I think it's a messaging. I don't know when all the hands went up, so I don't know who to go first.
I was there when I was just piggyback on what Mr. Jordan said, because it was really, I think there's a perspective that also hasn't been shared in that one, in that we are the first elected school board, and in that, the community, and in some actors, just if you're the loudest, or you're the most present at certain things, because we've all sat in this room here, and certain communities have come in and literally have said before all of us on this board, well, you're up for election, you're up this, that one, and weaponized.
I'm coming after you.
I'm coming after you, or other groups that have sat with signs on the corner with names and things like that. But not really having conversation, and so it's that balance of that balance where we all just hold a seat. That that's how we distribute around the city, because we're an award system. But all of our kids, each kid, but you constantly hear be tagged in social postings and things like that about a certain school or a certain area. That can become challenging, especially when that then seeps over into your meetings and then into other things. And it can, and I think that was one of the things on this long list that didn't get added in there, when it can sometimes be felt like it's weaponized to come in, and then it distracts from the unity of trying to be collective on each student. And then it becomes a pitting thing of this community against another community type of thing. And
you have to let that not happen, right? Because what ends up happening is in the pitting of community against community, it's really the pitting of board members against board members, which then manifests.
Right, but that's why it's important to always say, this is what our role is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think that ties into the
Protesters
part
out
that
there
resonated
today.
with me, is they gave pointers to new board members. So I relate those 10 things, and one is you need to represent all of your community.
Yep, I saw
not
that. I
just a
highlighted
part-
that too.
Not just a part. And so I really buy into that piece of advice, even though I do represent a ward or whatever. I'm all in the ward, but I look at the full community.
Yeah. As I read that chapter, I thought about you. I kept thinking, I was like, I wonder if, what was kind of in his onboardings, that he, because you are the freshest perspective to this work. Yeah. Okay, so I want you to continue to think about that. The other thing I want us, because my time is getting limited. So there's a part of me that wants to hold on the PELP discussion until we're together next, because I don't want to rush through it. I don't know, what do you think? Yeah, hold, okay. All right, that's fine, I'll bring this forward. What I want you to do though is I do want you to reread it again in the context of how they define coherence in this text and how the PELP framework this discusses it. Because I think it's important, because what we want to do is we want to have norms, we want to have policies, we want to have procedures that help build coherence in this work. What I also want to be thinking about when we talk about, when I come back next month and we bring you the draft and we start, by then you will have hopefully adopted your strategic plan. Because the reason why I want us to think about this coherence model and think about the impact to culture, stakeholder systems, resources, is that's the lens by which you should be examining the goals and the key performance indicators of the strategic plan. And I'm going to show you how to kind of think that through. In the packet, last time and in the toolkit, there's a sample document that I had created. I don't know if you guys, anybody looked at it. It was just kind of like this thing where I took one goal from another district. I played with it, yeah. And you'll notice that from there that I added some questions for each of the areas of the coherence framework. Imagine if every one of your agendas going forward, each time you picked one of the key performance indicators from the strategic plan, and you always, that was part of your agenda, right? Now, I'm not making this up, because I've done this with districts before, where we say, okay, we have all this other business we're gonna do, but we're gonna always have a discussion around one of our goals or one of our strategies, and we're gonna run it through that framework. So that's why I offered the PELP coherence framework, because I want you to be thinking about it that way. So reread those pieces, and we'll have a more in-depth discussion when we're together next. We're gonna dedicate the first hour and a half to that, because I don't want it to fall off the agenda again. But I never wanna rush us through this time, because it does go by fast, but I think we have some really good discussions. I don't know about you guys, and I'm gonna pose a question. I was gonna do a formal evaluation form. So we're 3 meetings in, and I have to say, you saw my response to the first meeting where I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to do this. I really appreciate the folks, the way people are leaning into this, these conversations. So I want to ask, are you feeling like this is moving you forward? Do you feel like this is of value to you? You can tell me honestly.
I do. For me, it's been very valuable. We've got to come together as a team to get this work done.
I mean, I definitely see progress.
Yeah,
I see it. I hope it's genuine. I'm assuming it is, but I definitely see movement. And we're only 3 meetings in, and I'm really glad that you all trusted me in using the book to kind of guide us, because I think this has been a powerful tool for you all. Do you all agree?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I really enjoyed the book.
Good. Other thoughts about where we're headed and is this the right direction we're going in? Because I want the feedback too. If you say, here's what we want to do differently. Now's the time to say it as we plan for our next time together. One of the things that I do think that what I'd like to do is we've been kind of framing the agenda moving forward based on the text and based on the things that we had discussed as high level. But if there are other things that you want us to incorporate, these 4 hours go by really fast. But if there's other voices, if there's other input that you'd like to be able to offer, I'm open to that as well. So I would suggest that other members of the boards communicate that to Noel and Carlos and say, can we make sure that, if it's not in the very next meeting, that by the time we get to June, because we have some time, we're pacing this out, we're not rushing, that we incorporate some other pieces. I know we're trying to get the tactical things done, the norms, the procedures, right? We want to be research-based and grounded in that work. But if there's anything else that you feel needs to happen in this time together, you should feel free to let me know that. Yes.
When you're updating documents to the toolkit, is there a way to receive a notification when you upload something?
So I wondered about that, because I did, I cleaned it up, I just made it so I put folders in there, and I thought it would send a message to everybody, so it doesn't automatically do that?
Because the chart that you were just going over, I didn't see that till today, and I don't know if I wasn't supposed to see it till today, but if there are things that you're updating, if we can't get a notice, or if you can send us a notice or something.
I can tell you, I know what it is. Did you get a notification?
No, I just automatically went in and just wanted to remind everybody about the
Okay,
link.
because right now the toolkit, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add all your emails to the toolkit. Right now, the link and the QR code stay active, but if I add each person's email, when I drop a document in there, it's going to say. So can you
Awesome,
make me a
thank
note
you.
that you did?
I'm
Yes.
taking
I will, you're right, that will stop that. Because I did look last night to see who was on the email, and it's only the board chairs. And so, but you all have access to the link, but you're right, I can make it happen. Absolutely.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful for us. So I wanted, if I may, like go back to something Mr. Clanton, I think touched upon, but that we didn't address in the norms. And I don't know if I can do that, but I'm just posing it out there as an idea. We haven't talked about social media norms, and I think we talked about that, where we're oftentimes, like you said, I think would prevent, the pitting of board members against each other or districts against each other, or, whatever it is. Because, and we've talked about this, some of us who've been on the board, for a while, and I think we included it in our protocol, so that may be where it is, but how we respond to parent concerns on social media, and having a norm around, that we are always promoting, or not promoting, but providing information that has been verified by the district. Like I usually just reshare whatever the district has already put out there, so it's not something that can be challenged, that I didn't put out misinformation. Or, if a parent tags us, which happens all the time, I say, send an email, this is where you send an email, and that's it. Like, I'm not getting into a back and forth on social media. And maybe that's something where we can
Have some common language.
Around, and we're all doing the same thing. So it's not, Tanya
that's very
Basine said
helpful.
this, Del Martin said this, and they're not the same response.
Because Adele's right. Adele's version is.
And then it'll say, well, that's not what Adele said, and, it becomes like this, I just think when we talk about preventing distractions and preventing issues down the line, so that
If
we
you don't
are
respond, it doesn't mean you don't care.
Right.
You may not have just.
I don't get that. I mean, those that really want their concerns addressed, they do end up sending an email, right?
Or sometimes they'll put it on social, and I mean, it's always been, if there's an operational thing that comes in, like even if I get stuff all the time now on my Facebook Messenger, and I will take it, I will email it to the superintendent, and this has come in because it's an operational thing. What's happening at the school, or, bus lane or security, whatever, so I send it to the superintendent, and that's the only way that, as a board member, because the superintendent will then reply back to me through that email.
Exactly.
I will follow up, and then you've done your due diligence there.
Right,
But,
exactly.
But I'll give a perfect example in the respect that there was some misinformation that was put out about bands.
About what?
About what?
About the bands. And then there became a.
Ban?
saying
Are you
that the
talking about
marching
the
bands
city council
Aren't allowed to
ordinance?
perform
that
at games or
someone put
something
out
like
there
that.
that the bands were, that
Or
Norview
visiting
particularly
teams
was not
couldn't
allowed
come
to
to
go
the
in
district.
and do these other things. So I went back to the superintendent to get clarity on it, because first thing that I went to look for as a board member is, where's the topics? Like, where's the information that would have come from the administration telling us that there's something that changed? And when I didn't see it, I was like, then I became questioning. I said, okay, well, what is this? And then, what is this? Why? So when but you go into this thing of, we can't control the public, and we can't control what people put out there, but we can control how we put information out there and deal with it. Could very easily, if, getting back in the back and forth, isn't that true, that type of thing like that, which is not the case. It should come from the administration, but because it was false. And then all these folks went out there, and there was one woman on that whole thread, a community member said, y'all are all upset, have y'all gotten the facts? And you think about it, it's like so much stuff could be deaded.
You just solved social media.
If you just get the real facts and not just kind of,
All of
on that.
it.
But I agree with you in the respect that, and I hope that everybody who is on social media shares. I mean, our district has gotten much, much better on the social media and getting information out.
Those IOIs are,
Yes.
Ms. Washington is doing a fabulous job, and I refer to them all the time.
helps us out so much.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. in this
But my
respect.
Her
point
team is doing
that we are all doing the same thing, have the same process for responding. And so that we are, not that we're, and I'm not suggesting we're not already doing that, I'm just saying to put it in
intentional
writing
about it.
and being intentional about it.
Well, one of the things that I hadn't done until I got in this particular role here was to set up an autoresponder. And that was just so that if anybody sent anything to me, it said, I'll get back to you within the next 24 to 48 hours. And that was to build an expectation so that, one, if you sent me something and it required me to get additional time or information, I could either get to the superintendent. And I've had folks say, oh, wow, you responded back so fast, but it was the autoresponder. But I'm trying to do the due diligence because there's so much, you get in there.
That
but-
should be a consistent practice among you all. So maybe we have a norm around communication, and under that, we have some of those behaviors around what social media protocols will be, what, the auto response, the responding back to constituents within the 48 hours, all those different things. And so we can draft out and flesh out a norm for that as well. Yeah.
So, going back to process again. So, to that point in that conversation, it's like when you asked us to do the initial list. So one of the ones I had was parent and community concerns, but it didn't rise to my number one. So just from a process standpoint, and I'm just sharing my truth. This is what becomes a challenge for me, because if we went through this and we came up with this first set, and then you all said you're going to come back and we'll go another round, I want us to do that. But if we go through this exercise and come up with this set, and then now we have a discussion about how we're going to add to the set, then I don't know how to engage with that. So whatever it is that we do, I'm fine with.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're communicating it and we are consistent on whatever it is that we agree.
So my proposal is that these will end up being additions to this. We need to come back and revisit these and say which of these need to now be revised, which ones can fall off, which ones stay.
Protocols.
Yes.
Okay.
So these aren't going anywhere. We're not dishonoring the existing work, right? We just ask you to prioritize so that we're going to make sure that this shows up as your norms. But when we come back, we're going to revisit this document because this does have something around the communication piece. Some of those things are here.
Yeah.
So we're not reinventing. But remember, Dr. Rosson wasn't here when this was developed, right? And so that's why this requires the deep dive. So we're saying what's missing, and now we're saying, now how do we revise this? Right, so don't feel like we're throwing up baby with the
No,
bathwater.
that wasn't my point.
I used to put the whole baby with the bathwater thing. This is not going anywhere.
I just want to be clarity around we're doing some work around norms, and then the way we have it as of right now, we have a list of protocols, which you said you would flesh out and we would continue the next round. I just didn't want to reopen it up as though we went through this exercise and now we're having a conversation about social media as a norm when social media did not rise as a norm in the exercise we just did today. That's all.
But communication is here as a protocol.
Communications is there.
Yes.
But I think we got enough that we don't collapse. We got some room in there, don't we?
Yeah, when we come back.
And-
Right, that's all. But I'm saying if we start off with a process, then we
have
need to stay
maintain the
honored,
fidelity of the process.
which to me is the trust issue for me.
Yeah.
Is honoring the process, and that's why I was kind of, you may not ever trust me as an individual, but I like for you to be able to trust it around honoring whatever process and agreements we have come up with, and I think that's.
In full credit to our governance trainers, every time that we put something on a sticky or a note down there, they have taken the diligent time in putting it in there and providing back the document. So, I definitely appreciate that and totally respect that one, but I do want to say I appreciate that because, you leave away from it, but you come back and it's like, oh, wow, yeah, we did see that. So you have been very diligent in making sure we get that.
We try.
But I think that back to what Mr. Jordan was talking about, the notification piece, once we get everybody's email on it, we'll notify when you put it in there.
Here's what I have is what's next. Now, obviously, we still have to do the PELP piece, but we still have to, we want to think about what it's going to look like to monitor the strategic plan. I know you guys are going to vote on it before we're back here. We want to come to consensus on the mission statement. That was something that we talked about in the very first meeting together. So we have time for that, but that definitely that's one of the things that we're going to want to do over the course of our time together. The board priorities that are on the website, you had mentioned that those are not the board priorities, which it's okay because once we do the strategic planning piece, that's going to, I think, inform your priorities. So that's another piece that's going to have to be revised. And then when all those pieces are in place, I want us to have a theory of action. Like we're gonna spend some time on developing the board's theory of action, which is gonna be your elevator pitch, right? That if we then this, that should be something you can all articulate. And so that we take you through an exercise to do that. So we've got some clear next steps. You know, like even if I don't come to you and say what's the agenda, like we're building out the agenda based on that. So just know that we've got a process in mind for how we're carrying this work forward. Because that having a theory of action you can put on the website, having the revised vision mission, having the strategic plan alignment, all of those things inform who you are as a board. They tell the story, they shift that narrative that we're talking about. So we have a scope here that's developing itself, and hopefully as you see, as we model this work, you see the process we're taking you through and what it's going to yield you. I think we're headed in the right direction. Like I said, I appreciate people leaning into this process and trusting us to drive you through this work. So yeah.
Were there any other pieces of feedback or needs, interests, ideas that needed to be contributed?
I think it's great. I think the training has been wonderful. I think it's been very candid and open and systematic and structured, and I think that's very important that we're gaining some things from that. I think, as I know I am, as a board, some of the layout that you're doing, I mean, we're seeing it. So there's modeling.
Excellent, good, thank you. You do have homework.
Oh, sorry.
You thought you weren't gonna get homework, right? So just chapter 6 this time, so it's just the one chapter, because I want you to revisit PELP, because I want it to be fresh in your minds for when we're back in a month. So reread PELP, and then also now add to that chapter 6, okay?
You got that, Ms. Campson.
We missed one chapter since we started. Just one chapter that I wasn't caught up on.
We trust you to catch up on.
Got it.
All right. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate and enjoy being with you all. I think that it's just lovely to see the progress and lovely to see that the people that you're leaning in. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate that, and I appreciate you trusting us with helping you to get there. So thank you.
Continue to build community, continue to get to know each other differently, find more uncommon commonalities.
And it won't Katie go to dinner together. I mean, like, I love that idea. When I read that in the book, I thought, like, that's an easy lift. Go to dinner together. Even this afternoon, right? So Ms. Hussein and Ms. Jordan were still here because they thought you guys were coming back. I came in and said, come hang out. And they were like, yeah. And they came and hung out. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with a 5-minute break turning into a 30-minute break if we get to build community.
Exactly. We'll build it in next time.
On that note, thank you so much for today in this governance training. Folks, so we're gonna recess for a little bit. We're gonna let the changeover come. Hey, Ron, good to see you guys. And then so it's 3:56 now. So let's 4:05.
Yes.
We'll be back and we'll get started for the second half. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Take care.
Call the meeting back to order. Welcome, everybody. We're getting ready to move into our work session. For the purposes, because we do have a voting item during this work session, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Here.
Sorry, cut my mic on. Okay, Campson? Campson?
Hampson. Here.
Okay. Gabriel?
Present.
Jordan? Martin?
Present.
Rousen?
Here.
Planton?
Present. Thank you. Right, we'll start with item 3.01, NPS legislative update. And we have Mr. Ron Jordan and Ms. Virtue. Welcome.
This afternoon is actually the Kathy Burgess show, Kathy Burcher show, sorry. I just want to introduce Kathy. You all have met her virtually, I believe. Kathy joined us, it's been 9 months now. We getting ready to birth a baby here. But we're very pleased to have her. She came from the Northam administration, where she was Deputy Secretary of Education. Prior to that, Kathy worked for the VEA for almost a dozen years. Most of that time heading up their legislative and government relations effort. She's very well respected on both sides of the aisle. While as we sought to do our due diligence on hiring Kathy, and I like to tell this story, we met with former Speaker Kirk Cox and also former Chair of the House Education Committee, Steve Landis, and said, what do you think? We're thinking about hiring Kathy. They said, grab her. And they said that, we didn't often agree with what she was advocating for, but we think the world of her, and she's a very, very good advocate. And so at that point, it became a no-brainer. She's gradually, and you can look at me and tell it's time for me to kind of start stepping back and Kathy to step forward. She's gradually assuming more of my duties. And I'm very pleased with how the last 9 months have gone, and I will be. I'm not going anywhere yet, but I will be here and she's happy about that too. So to back her up. But Kathy is taking the lead, and I think you'll be very pleased. And if you're not, call me. Don't call her. Go ahead. She's going to do the play-by-play. I'm just doing the color analysis.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Ron, and it's good to be with you this afternoon. It's really excited to see it. Someone said, in Zoom, you realize that people are actually whole bodies and people, so it's super exciting to be here with you, and appreciate Ron's words. I'm going to take that as my first job analysis of how I'm doing, and I'll mark that.
Still waiting for evaluation.
Yeah, that's the word I was trying to grab. But thank you all for being here. Obviously, Kathy Bircher with Advanced Strategies, and as Ron mentioned, I have a long history of working across the aisle. I will actually say that the tenure teaching license now available in Virginia, Delegate Landis and I worked together on that bill, and I was excited to be invited to the bill signing, and that was one of those very last possible moment we could get a bill through because it had hit some bumps along the way. So I believe that that's when the best policy is made, is when folks can sit around a table and work well together, and I won't sugarcoat this for you, and you all know this. It's the culture is more challenging these days, but it is still for the students of Norfolk City Public Schools, the families, all of the employees and the teachers and staff at your schools are best served when we're working really together to identify best policies and practices to make sure we're doing the best for kids in Norfolk. So I look forward to working with you. With that, a little information on, we're going to spend a little bit of time looking back and then talk about how do we pivot this forward. The first slide is going to be bizarre to you when I say we're going to spend a little time looking back, because it's going to show you some information about the November 23 elections. The House and Senate are both up for election in November. I'm doing this because the session prior to elections are always filled with legislators trying to make sure that they are, I hadn't done that, but I didn't want to confuse them yet, but that's fine. Legislators thinking through, what do I want to make sure I put down on my kind of election resume, frankly, to make sure I'm doing right by my constituencies, but also building my playbook for what I can use during the next election, which is why this is important. So we went through a redistricting. Every 10 years after a census, we have redistricting in this country. Virginia went, just like every other state in the country, went through a redistricting process in Virginia. There was action to change our constitution, and we had a redistricting commission. It kind of fell apart if you were tracking it, and ultimately the maps all went to the Virginia Supreme Court, where a nominee from each party came together to draw maps, and they are ultimately almost identical to what the Supreme Court adopted and sent to us. In that process, they renumber districts, they shift districts based on population, and there are significant changes, particularly in Norfolk, aside from who's going to represent you, the numbers, because they renumber the districts kind of from top to bottom. Ron told me this was a confusing slide.
And more importantly, perhaps, they didn't consider incumbency.
Incumbency, yes, and we'll talk about what happens with that. I want to point out that this is a confusing slide, but at the bottom is a website, the Virginia Public Access Project. You can go down a very deep rabbit hole if you go to that website to compare old districts to new districts, look at who's running in seats. They have almost the most up-to-date information for those incumbents that are drawn into districts together, and someone may or may not have made a decision about running somewhere else. And so I put that there for you as we look at this. Important for this upcoming session because our local elected officials and superintendents and citizens, it is incredibly important to talk to your legislators and your elected officials in Richmond. They care very, very much what the school board members think, and they care very, very much what families and superintendents are seeing in the schools. And so for this session, the 2023 session, obviously you are represented by 3 members in the Senate. I have an asterisk next to Senator Kagan's name because you may have seen some ads. She is running for the 2nd Congressional District against the incumbent Elaine Loria. If Senator Kagan wins that, there will be a special election prior to the session starting, and there'll be someone new in that seat. It will still be the 7th Senate district. That's why there's an asterisk there. And in the House, you have your 5 members of the House with their names there. Interesting because I want to point out, obviously, these are our folks. They all have a piece of Norfolk City. If you look into the elections in November, there's a significant shift. Your delegation becomes smaller. Again, the Senate districts are all the same by population. I do think that when it comes to, when you look at the districts in Norfolk in particular, I do think they try to put Norfolk as together as they possibly could while also looking at all the other criteria. But it does become smaller, and it actually comes with a whole lot less seniority because of the way the districts were cut and the fact they did not take incumbency into play. So if you look at, and I'll just really quickly go through some of this for you. Senate District 20, I have the leans are, that's the rating that came from the Redistricting Commission. That district is the most, I think the most loaded in the state of incumbents. That one has in it current Senators DeStaff, Kiggins, and Lewis. All are drawn into that district. And so there's going to be some movement there around who is going to run. Interestingly, Senate District 21, a strong Democratic district, there are no incumbents drawn into that one. So as you can imagine, there's some jockeying for position on that. In Senate District 21, there are announced candidates. Adria McClellan has announced, as has Mike Perdhosky. Him I'm not as familiar with, so no Republicans have announced there. So there's some shifting and moving around. There is some early Twitter rumors that we may see one of your current members of the House of Delegates jump into that Senate race. Yes.
Saturday. She announced Saturday.
Oh, she has? I didn't see it on VPAP, and I saw it on Twitter. Yes, so yeah, Delegate Williams Glass has announced it. Graves, sorry. I'll confuse everyone, not confuse Delegate Glass.
Sorry.
So again, important to know. In this House, you really get kind of all new districts. The 92nd district is redrawn with no incumbents there. Democrat Benita Anthony has declared. House District 93, strong Democrat. Jackie Glass is drawn in there with Angela Williams-Graves, and obviously now we're hearing that Angela Williams-Graves has made the announcement to run for the Senate. And then House District 94 is competitive, and again, wide open, no incumbents running in that seat. And then the 95th obviously leans Democrat, no incumbents in that either. Susan Hippen has announced there. Phil Hernandez has announced in the 94th as well, along with Kenneth O'Brien and a couple of other folks. So important to note, because again, a smaller delegation, far less seniority. Important is Senator Spruill and Delegate Clark are no longer live in districts that represent Norfolk at all. And so that's important too. Like they didn't make a decision to not represent Norfolk anymore. They were drawn. It's just the way, and Tim Anderson as well. Rob Bloxham also had a portion. Again, when we look at seniority, that's really important. So again, current members, you maintain your delegation, but as I mentioned, the session prior to an election is always a little rife with, where are they looking as they're casting these votes? But we will continue to stay in touch with them and talk with them and make sure they are very, very aware and familiar of where Norfolk Public Schools stands. I want to turn to funding, historic levels in the 2022-2024 budget. This is a portion of a report that we shared with you right after the final budget was adopted in June. So the numbers you all have seen, again, incredibly historic, but I always like to add, yes, historic funding levels, but my guess is if I went around and asked each of you, are we funding the schools here in Norfolk at a level that really meets the needs of your students and your families and your teachers and your staff? I see a lot of no's. And so while historic, a long way to go. And so again, gratitude and gratefulness for this, but it's really, really important to make sure that we're fully funding the real needs of students. With that, I want to talk with you what got us here, because some of it is really, really, what got us to this level of funding, and it's really important as we look forward into the 2023 session and beyond, as we look at this biennial budget. Obviously, historic state investments. The other big piece of this was all of the federal COVID relief dollars, the 3 rounds that came through. Again, quite a few buckets of money for particular uses came from the federal government. The ESSER funding that came directly to you through the state, so the ESSER funds that came, about $176.4 million over those 3 rounds. The legislature did include in their most recent budget language a requirement to report how you intend to spend those, keeping in mind that the last round can be obligated through 2024. And so, again, a very forward-looking plan, but they are looking for what are our school divisions, how are they using this money. I will also mention that just yesterday, the House Appropriations Committee had their monthly revenue update, and they brought in a series of education-focused presentations and presenters, and they were very, very, getting very, very down into the weeds on what school divisions are doing, how are they using this money, and how are they ensuring that the money is being spent in a way that leads to improved student outcomes. They were very, very focused on learning loss and how divisions are measuring that, which again, we have all kinds of measurements in Virginia, but I just wanted to point that out because that's very, very important as you look at building these required reporting plans. The other thing that came up in that presentation, and it is online, and we'll share it with you all, I'll link to it so you have it, was a question about any ability or authority to draw back to the state any unspent local dollars. That is not allowable under the federal guidance. So, but that's certainly something that legislators are thinking through because, again, when we have funds that can be obligated out 2 or 3 years, or 2.5 years really from where we are now, there's money what they deem is sitting there that hasn't been spent yet. Well, of course not. That money is designed to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our students over time, recognizing we need time to recover from the time that we had change in instructional modalities. So just wanted to mention that to you. And then obviously very large dollars came to the state as well that allowed them to do really large statewide projects that were embedded in the K-12 funding, mainly because of the maintenance of effort requirement. And you all are very familiar with this because you have the same maintenance of effort requirement. But the maintenance of effort in the first year of the biennial budget, so all of the federal dollars requires that maintenance of K-12 funding is established and does not decrease, and they actually have a 3-year window that it can't decrease over the average of those 3 years for fiscal year 23. And that's why we saw large investments in K-12 for sure, but especially there were some buckets of grant money put in the first year to help meet that maintenance of effort. And a good example of that is the $100 million for lab schools put in the first year considered K-12 funding. So just important to point out all of the federal components, and really just wanted to flag for you all the need to start ensuring that your plan is solid and talking with legislators about the intentional use of that money and how you are focusing on those students in the most need. I would not be surprised to see some guidance coming through a superintendent's memo around what they consider good uses of this federal money. They seemed very, very focused on professional development, tutoring, and those kinds of programs that I'm certain you all are already looking at, but I would expect some guidance coming. Bless you. And then re-benchmarking, no-loss funding. Re-benchmarking was historically low because of all of the non-personnel costs that were not, didn't spend because of the change to virtual instruction. They did include a no loss there. And then there's some significant policy changes related to funding that I'll talk about. And then important to note here, even with the good news, all of this historic funding and everyone who shook their head saying we still need to do more, you all asked Senator Lewis to carry in the 2021 session a study on the cost of K-12, the true costs of K-12. That report is due this time next year, actually right prior to session next year. We will receive an interim report the beginning of November. It is likely that that report will just have some, here's what we've done so far as progress in talking with folks. Not going to give us a lot of actionable items, but that will be a really interesting kind of, it will contain some interesting recommendations. We in the education space have always said, be careful if you ask how much we should be funding for our public schools, be careful what you ask for. And we're going to find out what it really looks like across the state. I will also mention that the smart legislators that they are recognize that the local composite index is something that, across the Commonwealth, folks have, everyone sits on a different side of it and looks at it with different lenses, but there's full agreement that we could probably do something differently or better. That the legislators actually moved to put language into this study to also review the LCI. So lots of good. So thank you, Norfolk, and thank you, Senator Lewis, for that study. Do you want to jump in?
No.
Oh, okay. So I'll keep going. Thank you. So some policy changes, updates to the standards of quality. Standards of quality are not funding formulas. They are staffing ratios designed to meet the minimum standards our schools should have in place. A couple of big ones I wanted to point out to you that led to funding increases. Reading specialists, we saw an improvement in that ratio, which was a legislative priority for you. Principals. We now have state funding for a principal in every elementary school. Prior to this, it was based on the number of students. That's always surprising to Virginians when they hear that. Norfolk received just shy of $1 million to help offset, and my guess is you have a full-time principal in every elementary school, but prior to this year, funded solely through local dollars. The at-risk add-on increase, and if we can jump up and down about anything, this is it. It's literally historic increases, nearly $8.2 million over the biennium for Norfolk schools. This is the only, and I like to preach to the choir in here because you all know this is the only funding stream we have in the Commonwealth of Virginia targeted to our most at-risk students. And at-risk defined in Virginia is a poverty threshold. And so when we have divisions that have concentrations of poverty and students that we are working with them to overcome what they bring with them when they come to school, when they grow up, oftentimes in generational poverty, the at-risk add-on is the best way to target funding directly towards them. And so historic increases embedded in the budget and full agreement in the House and Senate to increase it to this level. And then salary bonuses as well, 5% salary increases stateside for the SOQ funded position, along with a bonus through the federal dollars that remember I told you some of them the state could move around. That was one piece of that. I'm going to talk, the support staff cap gets 2 bullets here, but I'm going to talk about it in just one, Ron. And we had a partial reversal of the support staff cap. Obviously, you are not alone in having this as a legislative priority for over a decade. And we finally saw through efforts, I will tell you that Senator George Barker, who serves on the Senate Finance Committee, was really committed to figuring out how to unwind what had been done more than a decade ago. They have applied a ratio. I will say kudos to every school division in the Commonwealth of Virginia and the Department of Education, because we have continued to collect data on how many support personnel we employ. And that data allowed the senator and his team to figure out a ratio, and not just put the ratio in place, to roll it back by about a quarter, but to also increase it in the second year of the budget. So a huge victory on something that I know many of us have been fighting for a really long time. And then the hold harmless methodology for sales tax, that didn't lead to the historic funding, but it could have led to an ongoing battle to recoup the state share of the sales tax that comes back to localities to offset their K-12. We have permanent language in code now that will make sure that funding remains. I'll tell you, transportation didn't fare as well as education in that. So this is specific to education. So really, really good news there. And then, of course, all of the legislation, some associated with budgets, some not. Just going to quickly go on these because we did send reports and shared reports with you all on all of these. You're probably hearing more and more about the college laboratory schools. Both changes, the law has been in place since 2010. This is not a new concept. The General Assembly did, interestingly through budget, although there were 2 bills in conference in budget, made changes to some of the ways they can be set up, no longer a requirement to have a teacher preparation program, opened up some doors to community colleges as well. And again, put that $100 million for both startup grants and some funding beyond startup grants that, in fact, those applications just opened this week. We saw charter school legislation. Again, there were efforts in the House to continue to move along different ways and patterns. There were no new ideas in the charter school arena. The Senate batted all of them back. Again, that constitutional authority of the local school board to run schools is the reason why those were sent back without moving forward in the House. Policies related to sexually explicit content, that model policy has just rolled out from the Department of Education, and again, conversations about whether or not it captures more than the intention of both the patron and the law. Yeah, you need to read it. I have it here. You need to read it. It actually puts a tremendous amount of responsibility on principals. There's many lines that say principals shall. And so definitely, again, when I'll send along that presentation from the Department of Education to House Appropriations, and I'll make sure you have a link to the adopted model policy as well. And then changes to the learning assessments associated with the standards of learning. The governor sent a new bill down as opposed to an amendment that was approved. So the Department of Education, actually the Secretary of Education and the Superintendent of Instruction are putting a work group together to look at how we assess students and how they align to our standards. This is a very long, just like it's very much like the support staff cap. Folks have been working on this for a really long time, and how do we assess students in a way that doesn't, the assessments are important, but how do we make sure we are not over testing kids and then requiring teaching to the test, and how do we use those test scores for accreditation, accountability, all of those things. Principal reporting changes, there were minor frankly there were realignments of and some rewriting of language. Ultimately, the bill made some changes, reversing some of the work we had done in previous years to add some additional things to mandatory reporting. We talked a whole lot about this during session. One of the things the law does, the rewrite of that section does do, is it makes it very, very clear that any principal can report to law enforcement anything. And there seemed to be some confusion in that, and so important that while we say these aren't mandatory, it doesn't stop any principal from reporting. That language was cleaned up. And then obviously as well, again, this one went down to the wire as well, but maintaining participation of VHSL activities for public school students, we were able to in the Senate, again, protect that. So what do we see looking forward? Obviously, this is a short session. It's not a budget session, but the governor will have budget amendments, and there will be a budget. That's we have a 2-year budget in Virginia, but we really have like 12 budgets that the General Assembly considers. And so we just got more updates on revenues. You all have been hearing the news. Virginia has what looks to be a large surplus going into we're in fiscal year 23, but in fiscal year 23 and looking forward. I will say that the message to the money committees was, yes, we have a surplus. We very conservatively forecasted our budget, which is why we have this really large surplus. But there are indicators in our economy that we need to be prepared and cushion ourselves against something that might then cut into those reserves and the surplus. All that being said, the governor a couple of weeks ago came to the money committees and really, again, this is not news to anyone, really wants to, when you have a surplus in his mind, we have overtaxed our taxpayers, and how do we look at tax relief? And so, the writing on the wall right now, we'll see, again, given some of and we got economic news yesterday on inflation that we didn't have in the morning, we got by later in the day. And so it'll be interesting to see, but we can see any one of these coming forward, or all of them or none of them, but wanted to point out, and again, when we look at making changes to tax revenues, there's no way it doesn't impact public schools. And interestingly, you'll see the local share of the sales tax. I mean, the governor wanted, groceries, for groceries, the governor wanted to eliminate that totally. There's a local option there, and so that was not included in changes made this last session. But, again, when we look at possibilities of where we might go, if there continues to be a thought that we're overtaxing Virginians, that's certainly a place, and important for you all to consider. Again, preparing for the session and what we might expect as far as legislation, I shared with you all, this is right before an election year, I also shared that, the days of sitting around and crafting good policy together, unfortunately still happens, but doesn't happen as easily, and the number of people who are willing to participate has shrunk, in my mind, especially going into an election year. And so there seems to be a kind of going towards the corners as opposed to coming to the center and trying to figure some things out. But based on some action we've seen from the governor and also conversations that I've had and Ron has had with legislators, and I'm sure you've had, we anticipate some effort to change licensure of teachers in Virginia. The governor talked in his executive directive about removing red tape. We'll see what that looks like, but certainly anticipate that. Charter schools, again, I would anticipate we would see legislation. I will also anticipate the possibility of an effort to put the constitutional amendment on charter schools on the ballot. In order for that to happen, they have to pass a resolution in one session, have an intervening election, which would be this November, and then pass the exact same resolution the following session, and then it would go in the ballot the following November. It would not surprise me at all to see that. We've seen it before, and frankly, we've seen it before and had votes just on the first round, legislators willing to we'll see, let's let it go. So we will keep you updated on that. We've already seen, Delegate Anderson has already talked about filing a bill around putting parent warning labels on content in libraries, including school libraries, so would anticipate additional legislation there. The governor's amendment on charter schools included some ADM funding that would follow the student, so I would anticipate that. That was rejected during reconvened session. I would anticipate that.
Coming back.
What is that?
Coming back.
Yeah, it's coming back. And then we may get some tidbits in that interim report from Senator Lewis's resolution. We just don't know if they're there. Hopefully we can get some headway there. If you're not following this massive undertaking in the special education world, particularly around the Children's Services Act and transition services to and from private days, that work group's final report is due November 1st with recommendations to the General Assembly. It is something they have been working on there for, every bit of 20 years. And so there might be some pieces there. And then again, we will see what they want to continue to do with the SOLs and how they review those. Obviously, there has been some change in process in some of the SOLs, the history standards, for instance. There seems to be a little bit of a hold on, let's wait for a second. So not certain that there might be some legislation to change process there. With that, I'm going to show you the busiest and hardest to read slide. In fact, you probably can't even read it. I have it in my notes though, so nobody panic. Read it at your leisure. But these are General Assembly dates. I point out December 1st is one for Ron and I. I don't know that it keeps you up at night. It keeps me up at night. That's when all requests for legislation drafts are due. And so, that's if there is something in your legislative program that we want to turn into a bill, we may have to make sure the drafts are there. This House and Senate all adopted rules when they came back a couple of weeks ago. The House has a 15 bill limit, and the Senate, it's a 26 limit. It's wonky. It's 20 pre-filed and up to 6 after that. But again, very, very limited. And I know that, this is certainly something we want to put placeholders on for legislators. So when we look at the timing of getting your legislative program adopted, it'll be important to put down those markers for legislators. And again, the December 15th, I will put out there, the governor will address the joint money committees with his budget amendments. That will be that will tell us, in some of the predictions Ron and I have, that will tell us how off we are or not. And then they come back in January for a short session. Okay, it's a process, yes. Again, preparing your draft of your agenda, again, working closely with your legislative committee. The goal here is to have a draft to you by mid-October so that you all will have the opportunity for final approval in November, obviously completely subject to the guidance of your legislative committee, but knowing that December 1st timing, particularly if there's a piece of legislation that we want to make sure we get drafted, that we're able to meet that timeline. And very much look forward to working with your legislative committee through this process. And look at me, Ron, questions. You only had to nudge me like 9 times. I apologize. But with that, which I feel like is 800 pounds of information in a 2-pound sandwich. Any questions?
Before that, Mr. Chairman, if I could add a little bit to the process. We worked very closely last year with the legislative committee, and I thought the process worked pretty well. you all fed a lot of stuff to the legislative committee, and that bubbled up through us. It just made it a lot easier practically for communicating. We would, if that's your pleasure, we like that process, so would encourage you to do it again. And our first cut, we'll take what we did last year and update it. The things that got done will come off. The things that we know you all are interested in. And I've been doing this long enough. I know each of you has some things that you want in there. We make sure those are in there, and then we have that'll essentially, and a couple of things that we know will be issues during the session, and we're pretty sure we know where you all want to come down on. We'll put those. That'll be the first draft, and that'll be where we'll start with the legislative committee, and we'll be ready to do that. As soon as you guys are ready to stand up the committee and crank up, let's have a meeting date.
They'll be coming up soon there. Colleagues, just in the essence of time here, I know that Ron and Kathy are available for any follow-up questions. I'd ask that you do those separately. But thank you. We really appreciate this, and we look forward to working with you for this next session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pohl, you're up next. Continuing the Drive Strategic Plan Update.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Clanton, Vice Chair Dr. Gabriel, members of the school board, and Dr. Birdsong. I'm here this evening, or afternoon rather, to review updates to the strategic plan, the monitoring calendar, and the data tables based off of feedback received from the board. Although there are some aspects of the feedback that were not incorporated into the updates being presented, the pieces that were discussed and agreed upon as a board during the July meeting are a part of the changes. Additionally, recall the recommendation from the Valbrun Consulting Group as to not make a great deal of changes as plan is represented by the voices of the community and when it was created. The first noted change is the removal of the word specific on page 4, since the measures listed within the strategic plan are not SMART goals with a specific target. The specific measures will be within the data tables. Next, on page 5, the word caring was added to the safety and climate goal. It now reads, cultivate a safe, caring, and welcoming environment whereby the physical and social emotional needs of each student and member of the NPS workforce are valued. On page 6, within objective 1 of the student excellence goal, the wording multi-tiered was changed to multi-leveled, along with the change of analog and digital modalities to technology and non-technology supports. Within the same goal and under objective 3, the wording inclusive delivery model was changed to a mixed income model. And these changes were made to kind of take away some of the edu-speak that had been in the plan. Moving to the workforce goal on page 8, the words and retain were added to objective 1. And a strategy 3 was added, which reads, develop a compensation plan that is regionally competitive. Moving on to the community goal on page 10, the words parents/guardians were added to the list of members as the initial part of the list to include on advisory groups, ensuring the community knows that they are a key part of the NPS community as well as the work done on the strategic plan. And moving on to the safety and climate goal on page 11, this is the same change that was made earlier in the document. It's just noted, it's on 2 pages, so I tried to note it twice. And there were a few changes made to the second objective within this goal. The word physical was added to the objective. Additionally, there are 2 new strategies added to the objective 2. New strategy 2 reads, increase opportunities for physical activity. And new strategy 3 reads, ensure safety protocols are consistently implemented across the division. The final recommended change to the strategic plan is adding a measure to the safety and climate goal. This new measure reads, decrease the percentage of black students who are issued out-of-school suspensions as compared to all other racial groups. And this additional measure created a change to the tables within the data monitoring tables, and that was added as Table 40. And following the board recommendations from the last presentation of the data tables, both Open Campus and Madison have been added to the diversity across the programs table. And here is the new Table 40 with the SMART goal included. Additionally, all of the tables within the data monitoring document have an added year of 2018-19 to offer pre-pandemic trend data. And then the minor changes to the data monitoring calendar include the renumbering of the measures for the safety and climate goal to the added measure. See here for the August data, and as seen here for the October data. Once the board votes to finalize the strategic plan and data monitoring tables, we will work to enter the data for our next update of the strategic plan. Thank you for your time this afternoon and your insight and input on the plan. We're ready for questions and discussion.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Pohl. Colleagues, I'll ask that you kind of hold it 2 questions. At least everybody who has an opportunity to ask a question has done that. So I'll open the floor for any questions at this time. Yes, Dr. Martin.
It's not a question. I just want to say thank you for incorporating the changes that we discussed previously, and I'm very happy with this and the progress that's been made.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Martin. For next. Dr.
Again, thank you. Incredible work, and thank you for receiving the feedback. The plan will be then to put this up for vote at the September 21st meeting.
Once we've had enough discussion here, I think that we are going to move this for a vote on the 21st next week.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Basine?
Thank you, Dr. Pohl, for this update on the strategic planning work and for incorporating some of the feedback that was shared after the last presentation. I'm sorry, I'm getting caught up in this attached to my. I don't know what's happening with this cloth, but so my and this might be for us. So how do you envision this will align with the board's work around, we're working through the, the board priorities and the board goals, and what does that implementation plan look like? I mean, so if we're voting on it on September 21st, on this plan, expected to, I guess where does that fit in to our process?
So if we kind of take it back, one of the things that we're going to continue to talk about today is the goals for the superintendent. So when we talk about that particular piece, this plan will then go in, will clearly identify, because the board's voted on it, what the measures and what those targets will be, which we will come back to and be able to hold the superintendent and her administration accountable for this particular year. We're going to continue to do our work and come back as far as we've talked about vision, mission statements, and all those other things. That will be ongoing. But what this does is clearly allow the administration and the community to know this is the plan, this is what we're working through, this is the voice from the community, and the administration's taking all that into account. So I think that these things allow us to be able to work in tandem.
Okay.
But we are definitely going to come back and continue to do our work. It doesn't preclude anything that we're doing as a board, but it does give clarity to the entire administration that the board has voted, signed off, and said, yes, we approve of what you presented to us. Mm-hmm. Go forth and do the work. And then for the community, it allows us to be able to come at the end of next school year with clear measures, targets, and say, this is what we're going to do. This is what holds us accountable.
Okay, and so that's my second question is around then when we will have the targets in place. Is that, I think the tables look fine, and I'm excited to receive that data. So I guess I was trying to understand when we might be able to see that baseline.
Sure. So once this is voted on and approved, then, we're already doing the data work anyway, because it's all data we look at, but we'll start to fill in the tables. And the goal would be for the next update, whether it be the October meeting or the November meeting, to have the data in there. And administratively, list the targets and finish the SMART goals, but then, you know, get feedback from the board on those targets and SMART goals as we originally discussed when we laid out that table.
Okay.
So if you recall, the monitoring calendar has month by month. So each month those become available is when we would have that discussion. And we'll play some catch up because some of that was August.
Right.
And, you know, we'll be in October, but that's just how life works. So we'll play the catch up and we'll come back and we'll have the targets out there and have that discussion because we want to make sure this plan is represented and gives us, I'll use Ms. Campson's word, those moonshot goals that are attainable in 5 years, right? So we want to make sure that we're really pushing hard to get to where we need to be because our students are deserving of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, appreciate the work. I still have some reservation that I just like for the board to consider. We were doing our governance training earlier, and one of the things in the draft work that we were doing, the student outcomes surfaced as something that we talked about. And so I'm still of the perspective that I think the board, when we vote, I think the board should be voting on clear goals and expectations. I appreciate Dr. Pohl's perspective, what he offered, but I think that the board should be setting the goals and expectations, the what, and then I think the administration should be leading on the how. I think it's a little backwards for the board to vote on it and then come back later and fill in the SMART goals. So one, I think we need to look at that and really have a discussion about what does that mean. And also, when you look through the tables, which I'm glad to see all the tables, and we've done something similar before, but when I was raising during the governance training about what do we prioritize and focus and not having the buffet, I think we have a lot of student data in here in these tables, which, and I appreciate the calendar because that's something that we have done. But what I'm advocating for is that we shift from simply having whatever it is, 41 tables of data, and then kind of just monitoring 41 tables of data versus being prioritized around where do we see the greatest leverage based upon the goals that we have. And so as I still read through the plan and as I look at the tables associated with the plan, to me they don't necessarily always align. And so I tried to provide some of that feedback in writing before. I don't know how much time we're going to have to discuss it today, but I would ask that we take another look at, do we really want to have 41 tables? The measures that we have, are they really measures that we can monitor effectively and have prioritized feedback? And that we also take a moment to make sure that what we've identified as a goal aligns with the measures that are there. Just an example of that one. Let me see if I can pull up my comments from before. I think it was so for example, there was a goal around resources, and the goal speaks to ensure equitable allocation of human and fiscal resources. Then we have objectives and strategies. But then when you look at the measures, I don't think that the measures necessarily tie to the equitable allocation of resources. I think the measures are good measures, but they don't necessarily align to me. So for example, one of the measures says decrease student achievement gaps among all subgroups. But I don't really see where the measure aligns with the objective, that aligns with the strategy to the goal, so that if it's an issue of ensure equitable allocation of resources, how does doing that result in decreasing student achievement gaps or decreasing concentrating of poverty and so forth? So I think there's still some increased alignment that we should consider there. And so I just want to bring that forward, because once we adopt it and we go down the path of filling in the data and having all these tables, I still think it's important that we be able to prioritize and focus on leverage, and just not create something where we are monitoring a whole lot of things, but not necessarily monitor in a way where we can see impact and effectiveness.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. And comment to that, we're going through our governance training, and I think that what our governance trainer has provided to us is that, yes, this is a full document of data, but there's a monitoring schedule. And if my understanding is that we wouldn't be, this gives us the full package, but it would be up in a tool that we would be able to focus on. The other thing, too, for those who've done strategic planning, and just knowing that this is not a document that would sit on a shelf. It's a living document, so if there needs to be changes or data information that comes in, we would rely on the administration. We would trust the administration to be able to give us the necessary information so that we can make changes. We've been doing this process for how long, strategic plan?
Well, we started over a year ago with the planning, and we presented to the board in June, at the June work session.
And so the process that we went through allowed for the board members to provide feedback. For my understanding, and my colleagues can correct me here, the changes that you presented to the board here look like the general consensus of the board to be able to move forward with that one. I don't discount anything that you're saying there, Mr. Jordan, but in the process of keeping things going there and to be fair, what I'm just going to do is take a general consensus around the board here as to the discussion about maybe placing this on the agenda on the 21st. I think the biggest thing is being able to give the administration clear direction that this is a document. It may not be perfect. There may be opportunities for changes there, but I think that we have to send a strong message to the administration and to the division that this is the plan that we're moving with there. So with that, I just want to kind of go around. Ms. Basine,
I offered something to the board. You spoke, like to know, may I have an opportunity to respond to what you said?
I'm doing something right now. I'll come back to you. I gave you an opportunity. I didn't interrupt you. Ms. Basine, regarding the 21st, about moving this item to the agenda, yay, nay? Just your feeling on it right now, just a yay or nay. I'm just trying to get a gauge of where we are.
And as I shared in my feedback, I stuck with my 2 comments, but I still have some of the other comments that I made in my feedback that was shared, about alignment and the questions that I just asked around our board goals. And, I feel like we are doing things a little bit in a different order than I would expect. So I personally am not comfortable with a vote on September 21st. I think there's great work here, and I don't want to discount that. But I do think there's a lot more. I would like to see more opportunity for the board to be able to dive into, not into the weeds, but into the goal setting piece and making sure that the measures are aligned with the objectives and that we are clearly, again, when we talked about earlier about being meaningful in what we expect and what we monitor, I think that deserves more board input, and so.
All right, thank you, Ms. Basine. Ms. Campson?
I think it's, sorry, I think it's very important to remember that we need to have the guidance and the materials in place so we can move forward as we monitor our children and identify those who need extra help and what we need to do with it. We've done over a year now with the strategic plan. It's time to make a decision and get it moving. The clock is ticking on our children every year that goes by that we don't have a strategic plan in place, and it's been a long time for our district without a strategic plan. Then we do not have the ability to do the in-depth monitoring that we need to give our children to improve their performance. So I think it's time to move ahead on it. I'm in favor of the vote next meeting.
Dr. Gabriel?
Yes, I'm in favor of having it on the agenda as a voting item on the 21st. And I think that the exercises that were alluded to in our governance training, where we kind of pulled out a strategic topic, and then we went through some of those questions that Ms. Valbram talked about, that could be how we give extra attention or prioritize some of the areas in all of the tables, and we add it as focus within our agenda versus may not following the timeline, but then adding it as a discussion agenda item. So I think that we can possibly do both, but I'm ready to move on the 21st.
Dr. Rouse?
Yes, I'm in agreement with my two colleagues who spoke that I think I am ready on the 21st. I think it's time, and I do buy into the notion this is a living document. This is not like, stone, this is it, no changes. I think we'll be able to do that. But I do think it's time for us to make a decision on this and move forward on this, even with maybe possible changes or modifications.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you, Dr.
So
Martin.
I just need some clarification around, we have this, because this has not been made clear to me. We have the strategic plan that the administration has done and proposed to us, and, we've given feedback on. But how do the goals in the strategic plan relate to our conversation around the goals for the superintendent's evaluation? Are they the same? Are we going to come up with different goals? I just don't want to have all these goals out there. And that's my concern, is that if that, and the fact that this is something that we've said, we've all given our feedback on, and the administration has come back and presented the changes. So what are we really voting on the 21st? Are we voting on, again, are those goals going to be the ones we evaluate her on? But also, I think that it should be more of a consensus of, we don't oppose this, like we support it, than voting on it, because I do remember in our previous governance training, the difference between the superintendent's work and our work, and that if we vote on this outright, then we suddenly become responsible for the work that she should be responsible for, that she created, and we support her. This doesn't become the board's strategic plan. This is the district's strategic plan, of which we're offering our support. And I think there's a difference there, and I just don't feel like that's been clarified.
So going back to the, if I may, Dr. Martin, to the comments that I made to Ms. Bassine's question around the performance evaluation goals, they're all within the performance standards that the Virginia Department of Education provides. So there's 8 of those. Then there are indicators that are in those 8. Those make up the goals across. What we have here in the plan then become the measures and the targets that we will actually identify that the superintendent's actually responsible for providing. So if we're saying academic piece, and everything that's academic in here within this plan is what the superintendent will provide for us to demonstrate that they moved it past the proficient level, which is in the document that we'll talk about later. As far as the conversation about goals, and I know you made reference to governance training and the prior, it was a different governance training, a different model of governance that was being presented to us when it was from the Council of Great City Schools, and having these 2 different things, because in many cases you will find that there is a joint strategic plan that comes from the board and the administration. So it was a totally different model, and we've moved from that model, and we're now using the Valvin Group. If I also reference, and I think it might have been within the last 2 hours, our trainer literally encouraged us to move forward with this so that it would literally tie within everything else that we're doing, and having that clear decision from the board. So that, just adding some clarity around that one, I'm
not asking us to not move forward.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, how are we moving forward? And so with what you just said, with the state's performance numbers, are we going to now crosswalk those with the goals in the strategic plan?
So what we're going to, that's the responsibility of the superintendent, actually. What we're going to do is take the actual goal sheet, review that sheet, because we hadn't really looked at it before, and look at the performance standards. There's 8 of them, and then there's indicators in those. We'll make the determination of which indicators we want to be able to use, because the state provides several examples, and then we'll also make the determination if there are new ones that we want to add, because I know there were some additional comments there. We will do that collectively. But as far as the plan, once we've gotten this plan here, then the superintendent will then be able to take those measures and those targets, and they will plug in, this is what we're looking at. When we say you want to move from proficient or above that, this is what the measurement will be for year 1, and you'll get that from out of the data. The
I
data
understand
table.
that part.
Okay.
They will crosswalk over.
Yes.
They will crosswalk over. as
Which
it
means
fits.
that we may or may not need to come up with additional goals.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
I just want to be clear on
Yep.
it.
And I see this as one and the same. So when we adopt this, I will embrace this as board goals as well, because I don't disagree with any of the goals that are set here. So I embrace it as board goals, division goals. This is our strategic plan. That's how I'm looking at it.
So was that a yay name? This is on the 21st.
I just don't feel, we haven't even gone into our conversation about goal setting for the superintendent, so I don't know we haven't completed that process yet, so I feel like I want to get it done, I just don't, I feel like it's a little backwards right now. If we haven't had the discussion about what the other goals might be.
Yeah, as soon as we finish this work session, we're going into that conversation.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I wish we would have done it the other way around.
Okay.
I just, I don't, I guess I'll
If you're
say-
undecided,
I guess I'll say no. I mean, just
Okay.
because I do think that I'd like to have, I don't have enough information right now.
Jordan.
Yeah, I don't really follow all the words of the conversations. I just want to, for me, I'm visual, and so I just want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. So under student excellence, there's a measure.
What page?
I'm on the table. Guess it's table 4.
Okay.
It's page 4.
Page 4.
Okay.
So it says table 1, reading on grade level. It has a measure. It says increase the percentage of students reading on grade level by the 3rd grade as measured by the fall growth assessment. So not that I'm fully know what all that entails, but let's go to the SMART goal. Right now in the draft form, it says the percentage of students reading on grade level by the 3rd grade as measured by the fall growth assessment will increase from XX percentage in the fall of 22 to XX percentage in the fall of 2027. And then there's, when you look at the chart, there's NA for 18, 19, 20, 21, and then there's this year. What I'm saying is to vote on it, and I'm just using this as an example, to vote on it if the board's goal, and I don't think it has anything to do with governance training, I think it's something that we've talked about for a while and had an accountability plan, that we should be clear on what our baseline is that we're starting with. We should be clear on what our measure of success is and what our target is. And so I'm saying to vote, I'm not saying we have to go through 41 tables, which is why I'm concerned about 41 tables. But to me, it's premature to vote on something that, at least from the board's perspective, we don't have clear SMART goals that the board is saying this is what we expect. So right now we have measures, and so the measure says increase the percentage of students reading on grade level by 3rd grade. But we know that's a measure, that's not a SMART goal. So I think when the board votes on and adopts the strategic plan, and it doesn't have to be all of them, but at some high level, we should be saying to the administration and to the community, these are the goals that the board is going to be monitoring. And I don't think you can monitor goals that you have not defined, completed. And the concept of, yes, it's a living document, we all know that, and we can make changes later. But to me, the idea of a goal is, first you have to agree to something, and then whatever the conditions are that may impact changes, you can do that. But if you find yourself setting a goal and then making changes to that goal in the cycle of where you're trying to monitor success for the goal, you really have no goal. And so that's what I'm just trying to get us to focus on, making sure that we are clear about SMART goals that we expect to be accomplished and how the board is going to monitor them.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Dr. Pohl, you're our Chief Academic Officer. So when I see something that's sitting here that says increase the number of students who are taking this particular assessment, what does this assessment do for us?
So looking at Table 1 and talking about this particular measure, this would measure the students who are on grade level reading by the beginning of third grade. Okay. The reason why we can't set a SMART goal is the first year of the test was last year for this test. Mm-hmm. And last year's test was a different test than this year. Last year's test was the third grade SOL test. This year's test is dynamic, so it measures students' reading success differently. So we have no data at this point to be able to set a goal. I understand what Mr. Jordan is saying about having a set data point is important. And the goal here is not to change our data points. The goal here is to add or differentiate measures if we need to, but not change data points. So the reason why there weren't SMART goals on the strategic plan is because some of the stuff here we've never measured as a division, or we've done it inconsistently as a division, and we wanted to make sure that we had a platform to start this. ARA has been working very closely with me and the whole strategic planning committee so that we are setting up a consistent way to measure this through the entire strategic plan, no matter who is in the seat of the superintendent, the CAO, the data coordinator, whoever it might be, where we've developed a large internal spreadsheet of how do we collect this data and how do we measure it. The reason why we put the data tables separately was that as we had the data, we could then, with the board, create the SMART goal and create the targets as we go along the strategic planning process. And there are some that we won't even be able to do until next September within community, if you look, because we haven't done some of the stuff yet. We haven't collected that kind of data. So it's just as we go through, we want to be able to be very specific on how we identify these measures so that they're SMART. And one of the parts of SMART is attainable, so that we know where we're coming from. The other part of this, the challenge that we have, we're in a very unique place where we don't have good data from the past 2 years because of COVID. And we can't help that. So, the last thing we want to do is set goals based off last year's data, because last year's data wasn't true data. We didn't have to have a 95% participation rate on SOLs, so that already changes that. There was no growth or there were no retakes on the SOL test, so it's just not good data. It was just a placeholder data for us to know what we were coming into. So all of those pieces of the puzzle make this a unique way of moving forward with the strategic plan, which is why in the actual plan itself, it talks about measures, what we want to measure, and it doesn't talk about what reaches that. That's why we did this 43 table, data sheet, so that we know where we are and what we're doing as we move forward.
May I ask a follow-up question? So again, I just used this because it happened to be on my screen, but in response, my question to you would then, how do we know today, by whatever means, if there is a way to know, the percentage of students that we believe are reading on grade level?
So currently we would be using PALS data. Mm-hmm. We would be using initial STAR data. Mm-hmm. And that would be the two main data pieces in the fall that we would fall onto. However, the state has brought on this new assessment that is, we believe, going to be a consistent measure that would be a better measure than STAR or PALS, because it also connects directly with our SOL assessment at the end of the third grade year.
Yeah, so I guess the point I'm trying to make is I still think that we should have some sense as a board, and I just happen to have this table in front of me. I think what I heard from the board was that we felt it was important to have a sense of how our children are doing as far as reading on grade level. And I think somewhere in here, it should reflect where we feel we are today around that item. And to the best that we can moving forward, where we think we will be, whatever it is that the interim goal may be, by the end of this year. And so that's what I've been trying to articulate before, because otherwise we will stay in this constant state of we don't know yet. And at some point we have to say, we know something, and we are going to try to measure against that something and hold ourselves accountable against that something.
So I would, Mr. Jordan, I would disagree a little bit about saying a constant state of we don't know yet. Because here we have clearly delineated in November, we'll be able to set the reading goal. The next table in October, we'll be able to look at the accreditation goals. The next table in October, and this would be of 23-24 because CCCRI is not in place yet, we'd be able to set that goal. So we've given dates of when these goals would be able to be delineated as a part of the plan.
And I don't want to belabor it. I just have a different perspective. Yeah. And I think as a board, as we have talked about goals and measures and our accountability plan for 4, 6, 7 years now, I think we were pretty clear about it. And this is my unreadiness, is that I think we are in danger of pushing it down the line so that, yes, we may have information about certain things in given months, but I think especially as it relates to our expectations for the division and how we hold ourselves accountable, to say that that our students have gone through all these tests, we've looked at all this data, we've reported all this data, we've cheered all the growth that we should be cheering, and then what I think I'm partially hearing, but it doesn't really count. I don't see it that way. So I'm not ready to vote on the 21st because I think that the board needs to be clear around, at some level, not necessarily 41 tables of level, but at some level associated with the goal, some clear indicator of how our students are doing and what our students demonstrate they're able to do, and how we're going to see them grow in terms of improvement over time. So I'll leave it at that.
No problem. Thank you for your perspective. I did want to.
I just want to know exactly what the motion would be that we would be voting. What would we be asked?
For the 21st? It would be, we've been doing votes to support the direction that the administration's been going. On the 21st would essentially be the same thing, to adopt what's been submitted to us and support the direction. We know that this is a living document. They're going to come back with additional data points for us. We're going to continue in our governance training to talk about our priorities and some of the other things that are there. This has been every step of the way, and I've been very intentional every time that we've had this conversation to send clear direction to this Dr. Birdsong and to her team that we agree with the process that's been moving. So that's pretty much where we're at on the 21st. As I've said, it's a living document. It's not, once we vote on the 21st, it's not, this is it, it's done. The administration will probably come back and say, hey, here's some additional things, and this is the information that we have. But again, as I've said, I think that we need to be able to continue to do what we've done and sending clear direction to the administration and Dr. Birdsong so that her team is not spinning their wheels, and that we change course on something. I think that we've been very intentional. We've provided opportunity for board members to provide input and insight and feedback, and the administration's been very welcoming of that and including those items. Also, the trainers and the individuals who've been working with this to say that this is a document from the community, if I'm not mistaken, and so we did not want to change the community voice on that. So that's kind of where we are.
I'm just, again, it goes back to how this relates to the other goals that we'll be coming up with in a few minutes. You know, just, I mean, I like the strategic plan, and I've expressed my support of it. I'm, 'cause
I think,
Yeah, just
I think it would be appropriate for the administration to draft the motion for the September 21st
Oh, yeah.
meeting. And the way that I look at it is, and I can appreciate Mr. Jordan's comments with regards to, you know, knowing what is the data that we're starting with and where's the data that we want to land. And I heard you loud and clear when you said you want to do this in conjunction with the board. So I fully anticipate that we're going to have voice and input. If you say, well, we want to get to 80%, and we say, no, we want 90%,
Yeah.
then that is the discussion that we have. But for right now, what we're agreeing on and what we're fully adopting and embracing and sending a message loud and clear to go from division to schools to families is, this is the strategic plan that we have in order to move the division ahead. This is our focus.
Dr. Birdsong?
I would just encourage this team to move forward. We've been working on this plan with our community for a very long time now. I do understand some of Mr. Jordan's concerns, but please know we're going to be working with you. We're going to be working with you. And so as the data come in, the final data come in, and we have this monitoring schedule, and it's almost monthly. You'll be hearing the updates. You will see what our intentions are, and if the board decides that they want us to move in another direction, that's what we'll do. But I think at some point we have to make a decision to keep it moving forward. And so I would strongly suggest that we do that, knowing that this is a living document.
May I respond? So I'm supporting moving forward. But what I'm saying is we had the last conversation we had on this, I think, was in early August. So this is the first time we've had the opportunity to get it on the agenda to have further discussion. Let's talk about it a little bit, how we, in some of our new language, about each child. So let me just personalize it. I would want to know today, as a parent, if my children were still in school, I would like to know where they are in terms of their performance. Are they on grade level or not? I'd like to know that. And then I would like to know, as they go through the school year, by the end of the year, what the expectation is of where they should be and how they performed against it. And so I'm supportive of the direction, but I do think this is a fork in the road. And so with it being a fork in the road, I think it is important as a board to do the things that I thought we said we want to achieve, to make sure that we can communicate for each child and for all children how they are performing and what our expectations are of our school division to support their improved outcomes. So if there's some way that the expectations have been set for principals, for student performance already, if there's some way that there's expectations that have been established for teachers in the classroom around student performance already, then I think there ought to be some way for us as a board to be able to set district-wide performance as well. And so I don't want to get into the weeds of what you may be doing with principals and teachers, but I would like to believe as a grandparent, parent, and stakeholder that at this point in time, we have some clear expectations that we have established for each building, for each classroom, for each child. And if we have done that, I think there should be some way that should roll up to what our expectations are overall for the divisions system-wide.
Yes, Ms. Campson.
Be real quick. Just in response, we know where our children are in the fall every year because that's what we test. I'm sorry, my voice is very. We know where the children are in the fall. When I was a school principal here, all you had to do was ask about a child and I could pop it right off my shelf with that grade level and it would tell me exactly where every single child was at the beginning of the school year. And that's why then we run multiple tests as the year goes by, and that allows us to see the growth so that if Johnny is in third grade and he scored a 1.5, which is first grade mid-year, that means he's a year and a half behind. And so it tells us two things. First of all, that we've identified exactly where he is and what his problem is. And second of all, it's told us that because he's a year and a half, he has to get more support, more instruction, because he has to start trying to catch up so that at the end of the year, he's a rising fourth grader at a fourth grade level. That would be our goal. And so really and truly, you could say that we have individual goals for every single child. And if you were in the classroom, you would know that a teacher at any time could tell you exactly where the children were in her room, each independently, and what extra instruction and support that that child was getting based on the data that's there and that she's tracking on a daily basis. We, as a school board, of course, don't need to be in the classroom with her, or we don't need to be in the schoolhouse with them, but we do need to know where they are, and we do. This is not new.
No, I'm not. My question.
New.
My question
This is
that I'm
something
asking
that's-
is.
And this was set up under strategic planning. We just have a gap without
I
strategic
understand.
planning, and
But
that's what our
my
problem
question
is.
if my question is, and I'm asking for your assistance, my question is, can you help me then to see on what we have before us right now, if we were to aggregate up for all students that are reading on grade level today, can you tell me where I can find that in what we're looking at now so that we could monitor what the success would be moving forward? That's what I'm trying to.
So my thing is, we've gotten reports already, if I'm not mistaken. We've tons of data already. And
It tells us the percentage of
exactly.
children that are on
And
grade
Dr.
level.
Pohl, if I'm not mistaken, you've already stated next month you will have additional information, correct?
So,
October, November?
correct.
For some of the points.
For some of the
I-
points that are in here.
You know, so I
We're
think.
filling it out as we're.
And I think Mr. Jordan, I think some of the consternation here is that some of the data is not fully released yet at the division level. So like schools and teachers, they have their rough data because they have it. They get it right when the tests happen. So, some of that data is not released yet, publicly released yet, and it's not finalized data yet. So we can't do some of them. And again, some of the measures, as much as I agree and want to say, yeah, I want the data to build the goal, which is why we can't build the goal yet, because some of the data we just don't have because it's new data for us. And unfortunately, the one you picked it's all new data. There's no.
Yeah, like I said, just so happened to be there.
Exactly, the first one. But even some of the other ones where we don't have the data filled in yet, but we'll have that data as of the 22nd and the 29th, because I think the 29th is on-time graduation, which is the last piece that comes out for September of last year's data. And I misspoke earlier. I wasn't talking about last year's data right now being bad data. It was the year before that we used to go into last year. Last year's data is just not finalized yet to be in here. And I promise you, we've worked with ARA. We're filling in the back. We went back to 2018-19 to be able to pull the pre-pandemic data as well. It's a matter of, and maybe I see it differently. My thoughts were that the board supports and passes the plan, and then the data tables are ancillary to the plan. So then we bring the measures in. So we're looking at the plan as saying, as a division, this is the strategic plan we want to move forward with. And as we go through this living document, as a board and as administration, we're agreeing on these measures as we have the data to agree on the measures. But we agree as a board, these are important measures, and that these are important goals, and that's the part that I would say as a board the support is needed on, is that plan. The data tables are ancillary. I just wanted to bring the data tables that might have confused the whole thing so that we're looking at data.
No, you didn't confuse me.
So everybody, we, in the essence, really, so gone around, if I'm not mistaken, I've got 3 yeses and 3 nos, or what do you got, Doctor?
That's what I want to speak to,
Okay.
is that I'm going to trust that the conversation that we have in our next portion of the meeting will reveal some answers to me, because I am really excited about the strategic plan. I just want to work out the goals. Not that these goals are bad, they're great goals. My concerns are, we have, I know this is all getting intertwined, we have 2 separate concerns that are, I think, very valid. So I will trust that we're going to get to that, and so I will say yes. I am anxious to get this going.
All right, thank you, Dr. Martin. So, and I'm going to be a yes in this respect. Again, trusting also that the administration's given us a plan here, that this is not the final say on it. I know Mr. Jordan used the analogy that it's kind of a fork in the road. Honestly, I believe that it's an on-ramp, and it's time for us to get going. And so this is an opportunity for us to do that, to send a clear message back to the administration. The other thing that I do want to add in this one, and to your point there, Mr. Jordan, is for us to clearly outline all the next steps. Because I think that I agree with you in the respect we've been talking about it, but so that we can visualize that, how the boards function month to month, and as we're going through with the governance piece there, Valda asked us, hey, you know, what are some things that we can get out of that one? I think getting her to outline that for us and how that would connect in our specific role in supporting those items there, and as well as the administration. I know we've got the tables for reporting out, but as we're still developing and kind of tweaking some things down there to bring that back to the board. So with that, I'm going to exhaust the conversation on this particular point here, and that we will direct the administration to come back with a recommendation on the 21st, and as well as that calendar piece there about the schedule. We'll work with the governance trainers on that. So thank you, Dr. Poe.
Thank you.
Great conversation, colleagues. So the next thing, Mr. Fraley, if you will come up for educational facilities planning and community engagement update.
Good evening, Mr. Clanton, Dr. Gabriel, members of the board, Dr. Birdsong. We're here tonight to discuss the community engagement meetings that are scheduled for Maury High School and Booker T. Washington High School. And I will start with the Maury High School Phase 2 plan. On August 3rd, HBA presented the Maury High School Phase 2 plan to the City of Norfolk School Board. And tonight, September 14th, 2022, a media release will go out to notify Norfolk stakeholders of 2 community meetings that will provide an overview of the Maury High School Phase 2 plan. The first meeting will be on September 28th at 6 p.m., and that will be held at Maury High School. And the second meeting will be October the 12th, also at 6 p.m., and that meeting will be held at St. Helena Elementary School. In those community meetings, the Phase 2 plan will be presented by HBA. They'll be joined by Cooperative Strategies. And HBA will facilitate small group table talk sessions to get feedback on the 4 conceptual models that will be presented. And following the small group table talk sessions, Cooperative Strategies will facilitate a live poll using an electronic application. The results from the poll will be projected on a view screen in real time to provide immediate public feedback. I'll move to the Booker T. Washington High School Community Engagement for 22-23. August 22, a webpage launched detailing the Booker T. Washington High School history and the focus of the feasibility study. On September 9th, there was a press release to notify our community stakeholders of the upcoming meetings. The first meeting is scheduled for September 22nd at 6 p.m. HBA will host a community meeting at Booker T. Washington High School. Students, parents, staff, and community members are invited to attend. On October the 6th at 6 p.m., HBA will host another community meeting. This one will be at Ruffner Middle School. Again, students, parents, staff, and community members are invited to attend. And we're going to do a third meeting, and that'll be October 12th, and that'll be a morning meeting where HBA will meet with community faith-based partners and pastors to seek input on the feasibility study. That meeting will be hosted by Reverend Kurt T. Houston at Gethsemane Church. And they will seek input from all of the community meetings to continue developing the feasibility study. And I now stand open for questions.
Right, I know you're reporting out, we had asked for this to come back from our meeting back in August for the dates. Just privilege on this one here, is there any pre-registration required for any of these meetings, or people just showing up?
Just showing up.
Okay, great. Did anybody else have any questions, Ms. Singh?
Yes, thank you for this update. I have a couple of questions. Quick question around Maury. Are there going to be student focus groups or opportunities for students to provide their input?
Yes, students are invited to these community forums.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But, I mean, I guess specifically targeting, I would encourage,
They did that in the Phase 1 plan.
Right, I remember that.
Yes, ma'am.
But my thought was that, that was 4 years ago, and so now here we are, 4 years later. I think it would be great to invite our students to participate as much as possible because the school is for them. So
I believe Principal Burke.
I would say for both
Yeah,
Maury and Booker T.
Yeah. So if I,
I'd say Maury and Booker T.
yeah, so.
well, I know, that's why I'm going to Booker T next.
Yeah, so
I'm
my
not
thing
done.
is, I look in here, students, parents, and staff, you kind of spelled it out in Booker T.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that, you would assume that that's the same thing you're seeing at Maury, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Principal Berg is going to help us with making sure the student body is aware.
Okay,
Right, Mr.
okay,
Singh?
great. And I asked about that because we're at different points in the study process between Maury and Booker T. So now my next question around Booker T is, so if I understood even from the press release, we've already done some internal stakeholder meetings, is that correct? Or-
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
HBA interviewed a number of student groups to
Okay.
get their input. Dr. Kimsey and I participated in those. They were very positive, and the kids were very engaged. And then HBA did individual interviewing of teacher stakeholders.
Okay.
And they did that by department.
Okay. All right, and so these are the meetings, and then my one question or an area that I would like to see us build upon is, I see that we have this meeting for faith-based leaders, but I would love to see other community partners be invited to participate, including, some of our higher education partners, just as we've done with other school planning and management teams for, like ADL and Southside STEM Academy. I'd really like to see, other partners, particularly, our higher ed partners at the table to help kind of, come up with our vision for that school.
We're
as
going
well.
to engage in civic leagues as our next steps. This is just a current.
And civic leagues,
Yes,
yes,
ma'am. This is a
absolutely,
current update. So
Right.
when we hit these groups, we can facilitate other meetings. HBA is committed to it. So, and we'll monitor the turnouts. If we believe we need to host like one at Blair for Maury, we will. But we wanted to get on the other side of the water to engage that community.
Okay.
That's why we chose the second meeting at St. Helena instead of Blair. But we could.
Oh, and I'm not questioning
Yeah, I'm just
the
letting you know
location.
that was our
I'm just
thinking.
asking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I was just curious why the initial focus was just, it seems to be exclusive to our faith-based leaders. And so
No,
it's
ma'am.
just,
No.
it's not.
What we're
Okay.
going to do is, after we get that collective feedback,
Okay.
we're going to actually branch out.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, Ms. Fraley, on the actual, like for the Booker T. Washington feasibility one, it actually lists a whole host. There's like 2 columns of different stakeholder groups
I know,
that they're looking
yeah.
to engage. I think just for slide's sake, it may have gotten me.
Well, that's why I want to clarify, because on the slide, it looks like
I wanted
an
it
exclusive.
to be condensed.
Okay, so
And
we're
it's
talking
just
about,
as a general update, but we'll move in whatever direction we need to get as much feedback as we can. Again, if turnout is low in one area, we'll schedule another meeting. We want to engage as many community members as we can.
okay. And finally, my last question is around, I only say, our city partners because Booker T. Washington is also included in the CNI grant. And so I don't know what role, what decisions related to this might impact that grant and vice versa, so just to kind of keep that in mind as we go through with this.
So I'd encourage, if I'm not mistaken, I think you mentioned it in here, the website, Booker T's there, and if I'm not mistaken, do we have Maury as well?
We are about to roll it out.
Yeah, about to roll Maury out there as
There will be
well.
a press release tonight to identify these community meetings, and then there will be a rollout of the Maury webpage, I believe is the correct term.
And I would just support that if you feel that you're getting wonderful feedback, good feedback, or the need in order to have an additional meeting, just because the turnaround right now with 2 weeks, and even a little bit less with the September 22nd meeting for Booker T. Washington, if you feel like you need another one, I would encourage that and I would support that.
Sure. Yeah, like I said, we want the whole community to feel like they got an opportunity to come in and give us feedback. That's how HBA likes to develop plans. They want everybody, they want to hear from every stakeholder.
Yes, and we want to hear from them too.
Yeah, agreed.
So-
Yes, ma'am. I'll be at all these meetings. You guys are welcome to come attend.
Yes.
Of course you will.
Mr. Jordan?
Yeah. So back to Maury for a second. Do we have a faith-based group that we're reviewing Maury with?
We have not discovered that group of folks just yet. We're certainly not opposed to trying to get them engaged. Ms. LaEunice Brown is our community engagement specialist. She's out trying to rally some more people that we could go and engage, and we can certainly work to develop.
Yeah, I'm just from a, I guess, alignment perspective. I was just curious how the faith-based group for Booker T came up, and we haven't done one yet for Maury.
Well, I know Reverend Houston, so I thought I'd reach out to him and see if he could engage us or entertain a meeting. And I'm going to bring up the Maury plan with him, because I think he might even be able to steer us in the direction of some other pastors that would engage us.
Well, so one, I like to make sure that we are being inclusive in all this work, and that we are, if we're going to provide feedback and input for one school, I think we should do it for all the schools that we're involved with. And on the Booker T piece, I know it was just mentioned about there's a list of groups. Can you remind me, what's the end date or target end date for the community engagement process for Booker T?
We don't have an end date. We're going to keep hosting community feedback until we feel like we've got as much as we need to take next steps for the development.
How would you determine when you've reached that point?
Well, we have a committee, and so I hope you don't mind me.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
We have a committee of a large committee, communications folks, Ms. Brown, Dr. Kimsey, a bunch of folks from the Booker T. Washington High School team, and then obviously we have HBA and cooperative strategies, and I think it would be a collective decision after we look at how much feedback we have to move forward.
Yeah, I like to have some sense of how you're looking at that, and also to the extent that there's any school board input on the process, I like to be included.
Well, our contractor is HBA, and they've done this work for us many times, and they're extremely thorough. So I would certainly seek input from them. Do they believe that they have enough information from our stakeholders to take next steps in the development of the plan?
No, I'm comfortable with that. I just like to have a sense of how that is determined, and if there's opportunity for school board input, I'd like to be a part of that input.
Well, please come to the meetings. We love to have
I'll
you.
do the best I can when I'm in.
So there it is. I would encourage my colleagues and all my colleagues, I would encourage all
Can
my
I finish,
colleagues
please?
to go to the website.
I'm on the
Communications have
website.
done a very thorough job in placing even a timeline. I think we're anticipated somewhere maybe January, February to get some type of report back to us for a conversation input from the board. So that's there. If you look at the document, go into the HBA document, Mr. Jordan, if you're looking now, so that you can look at the timeline on it. But there will be an opportunity before there's any next steps for the board to have input. So with that, because we're really on time here, we're really supposed to give us updates on dates. I think that we've heard about the faith-based piece, that we can make sure that's equitable regarding Maury High School as well.
Ask another question, please.
Sure.
Thank you. From the press release, what was clear to me now is that what the feasibility study is about is it's been determined.
So we're not getting into the details of that. I would ask for you to have a separate conversation. This particular point was to update on dates, and we're on time. So, Mr. Jordan, I just ask for you respectfully to have that follow-up with Mr. Fraley as far as any additional details into that, okay? We decided on last month that you would come back and give us dates. Thank you, Mr. Fraley.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're moving on to the next item. The next item is Summer School 2022 update. Dr. Gibson?
Trust and input. This is what I'm talking about.
No, this isn't trust
No,
and
I'm
input.
speaking to.
No,
I'm
but
speaking
you
to
want to
my
set it
colleague.
aside.
No,
I'm trying to keep us moving, Mr. Jordan. That's all. And I respectfully ask that you just have a conversation with him afterwards and not for the full board on your piece there. Dr. Gibson, thank you.
Good afternoon, School Board Chair Clanton, Vice Chair Dr. Gabriel, members of the School Board, Dr. Birdsong. I'm here this afternoon to share the summer programs with you, and I'm just waiting for the slide presentation to come up. Okay. Norfolk Public Schools hosted summer programs at 26 sites this summer. This evening, I'm going to share staffing, enrollment, programming, to include district-wide programs, English learners, preschoolers, Summer Stars Camp. Summer Stars Camp was our basic skills program this year. We also had an enrichment program and high school programs. Students attended various places this summer, and we're going to capture the exciting learning experiences offered across the division. Our students began each day with excitement as they arrived to school and were greeted with a healthy breakfast. Students also received lunch as part of their day. Transportation hired 72 bus drivers who completed 234 bus routes and supported 28 field trips this summer. To ensure a successful summer school program, mitigation guidelines for social distancing within class settings guided hiring practices. Summer school employees worked at 26 sites. The Human Resources Department and school principals worked diligently to ensure schools were prepared to receive enrollment numbers that were comparable to 2021. We maintained staffing once summer school started so that learning momentum and student-teacher relationships would not be disrupted. Class size allowed teachers time to work closely with students. This slide shows the number of employees and positions hired for summer school. Students identified based on their individual education plans for summer learning services attended district-wide programs for grades pre-K through 12 and post-secondary education, which included a transition phase. We had one self-contained pre-K special education classroom at Berkeley Compostela. Crossroads hosted our K-8 district-wide classrooms, and Norview High School hosted the 9 through 12 self-contained classrooms, along with the postgraduate transition program. Programs for English learners included rising kindergartners as well as students in kindergarten through 8th grade. Students attended classes at Willard Elementary, and in these classes they focused on school readiness, academic language, vocabulary, and other areas which included parent engagement, school sharing school and community resources, the language of school, and technology use. In this slide, students worked together in small groups on puzzles and games as an icebreaker for conversation practice. Preschool classes were offered throughout the division, and the preschool theme this year was camping. Lessons provided students joyful, high-quality literacy and number sense experiences which cultivated reading, writing, and communicating through 7 social-emotional learning strengths. As students entered their school sites, they were able to visualize the theme and see displays throughout their buildings about camping. Here, students enjoyed a literacy lesson. And I would like to add that for the second year, we were able to offer preschool in summer school to over 250 preschoolers. Our Summer Stars Camp for grades K through 8 included core subjects with a focus on English language arts and mathematics. In English language arts, students received literacy experiences, again, which cultivated reading, writing, and communicating through belonging, curiosity, friendship, confidence, courage, and hope. Each week, the innovation component of the program embedded the qualities within a different subject. In grades 6 through 8, students enrolled in up to 2 subjects, math, English, science, or history and social sciences, and they could complete up to 2 courses so that they would be able to be eligible for promotion in case they were not promoted at the end of the regular school year. In mathematics classes, students explored and extended their thinking around number sense and problem solving. They engaged in experiences which included small group instruction and hands-on problem solving that allowed them to apply their critical thinking skills. We also had many enrichment programs this summer. At St. Helena, we had one of the 21st Century Grant programs, and here students participated in dynamic activities based on weekly themes. They designed their own tie-dye shirts for weekly field trips. They celebrated American diversity, and they created Rays of Sunshine, where they described ways they are unique during the Party in the USA week. That's the bulletin board in the middle. And then during fitness and nutrition activities, they discovered healthy snacks, and they also were able to create a healthy snack. James Monroe also hosted a 21st Century program, and these students had adventures where they learned about water safety and practicing their swimming skills at the Granby YMCA. The students ventured out to tour Nauticus and the USS Wisconsin, and they explored botany and the butterfly gardens while they were visiting botanical gardens. We also continue to partner with the United for Children, and at Jaycox, the students participated in Summer Leap. Here, the students were able to peel cucumbers during their cooking class. They soared to new heights as they took on the challenge of being rock climbers, and they rounded out their summer by getting a close-up look on how to be a disc jockey. At Tidewater Park, there was also a LEAP program, and the bulletin boards at Tidewater Park are also on display at the United for Children, the United Way Center, in their conference room and on their halls. These students created arts and crafts, and they read a book about Black Wall Street. There was a cultural express that allowed them to learn about African American accomplishments and the Underground Railroad. Students took a walking trip to Teens with a Purpose and learned about gardening. They planted watermelon seeds, and they watered the garden as they explored and learned about different flowers, trees, herbs, and vegetables, right in their own neighborhood. They also discovered that the garden in the neighborhood was for everyone in the community. Middle schoolers from Azalea Gardens Middle School participated in a flight program sponsored by the Aviation Institute of Maintenance. To learn about the fundamentals of aviation, students were tasked to use their creative minds to design and build paper jets, bottle rockets, kites, and parachutes. Students received hands-on flight training using a flight simulator, and they were exposed to different types of airplane engines and what it takes to protect and maintain engines. They also learned about how to earn aviation licenses. Camp Einstein continued its tradition this year, and there was a session called Animal Ambassadors where kids learned about pet care and they fostered kittens. They also learned about how animals end up in shelters. Students in engineering constructed catapults, airplanes, and zipline carriers. Design discussions were centered around the structure of objects, gravity, force, and distance. During outdoor activities, students went on a scavenger hunt to learn about bugs. They made leaf rubbings. They explored different protection levels of SPF. They looked for different types of clouds, and they even made a barometer to learn about air pressure. All of these topics were geared to help students learn about how to protect themselves while they're outdoors. Junior University this year captured the attention of 5th, 6th, and 7th graders. Students participated in a variety of activities that prepared them for advanced middle school and high school courses. They virtually toured 3 universities, and they visited Christopher Newport for an on-campus experience. 7th graders also learned about the division's high school specialty programs, and they discussed goals for the future as they created their own vision boards. Set in the beauty of nature, was Camp Young's Green STEM Experience. This is a program sponsored by the Career Technical Education Department, and students in grades 3 through 8 designed and built various robots using the ClickBox unique modular design. They also programmed dash robots in Spiral RVR cars, the importance of environmental stewardship and how to ensure that indigenous animals of the Elizabeth River have a safe and clean habitat in which to live, were also insightful experiences for students. Continuing their learning outdoors, they programmed and flew drones. Back in the classroom, they practiced their math skills by working on perimeter during their math enrichment time. The arts and music program at Willard was very engaging for our students who were kindergarten through 8th grade. They were able to work on their critical thinking and problem-solving skills, as well as take courses from visual arts, dance, music, and theater. Each course was specifically designed to be active and engaging. And of course, the purpose of school, after all of that great fun, rigorous learning, and just engaging and having memorable experiences, is to finish high school. High school programs included advanced placement, where students were able to prepare for the challenging coursework that they would take starting this fall in school in their AP classes. Some students studied for their GED or their industry certifications. Our rising and 11th, 12th graders were able to do work-based learning experiences, either for pay or just for the experience of gaining some on-the-job insight. Ultimately, schools are looking to have our children graduate, and we were able to continue our summer school graduation tradition on August 3rd, and that included 63 graduates. I thank you for the opportunity to share the summer school experience this year, and at this time, the floor is open for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Ms. Campson?
I'd just like to say that I'd just like to say that I'm very impressed. This is the second summer that we put thousands of our children into not just academics, but summer school classes that really went all directions, kept them occupied, helped them broaden their minds. They're not sitting at home watching TV or out wandering on the streets. It was wonderful, and then to see the STAR program, to get more children caught up. That's what we're always talking about, being on grade level, catching up those kids, and then those children that graduate. I'm emotional. The children who graduated came back in the summer and made sure they're back on track for whatever they want to do with their lives. Right. It's amazing, very impressive, and thousands of children. Yes. And that's quite a jump from where we were before, and that allowed us to include so many different groups of children. And I'll tell you, I was ready to go back and be in school to be able to choose some of those activities that I saw. So congratulations, everyone, great job. It was really good.
You're gonna get your drone certification?
Yeah.
What?
Get your drone certification?
Oh, I'd love to do that. Was there a drone class?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Anything could go and do the drone.
It's time for, I wonder if I could sneak in and they wouldn't think I was old. I'm coming to your house with a drone.
Anyone else?
No, great job.
All right, great. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you so much.
Campson.
Thank you.
All right. You just can't get enough Dr. Poe.
Is he back again?
I'm here. All right, I promise to be concise here.
103 policies?
3,221 policies to review. No.
What?
I'm going to read everyone word for word.
Starting now.
Yeah, well, we'll wave goodbyes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clanton, Vice Chair Dr. Gabriel, members of the board, and Dr. Birdsong. I'm here this afternoon with several policy updates for your review, and I'd like to bring just a few to your attention, of course. Many of them are just simple changes, but I'm going to go down the line with a few alphabetically. So policy BFA, conflict of interests and disclosure of economic interests, has an update to the items within the definition of gifts. And then there's a deletion of a section that's only required for boards serving communities of less than 10,000 people. So we just don't need that in our policy. Policy BCC retitles it to school board clerk and removes July as the date of announcement or election and adds annually. Policy BDD is one that we need to make sure we have our focus on because there's a request to have that up for vote tonight. And that is because it reflects changes from House Bill 444 that went into effect September 1st, and they pertain to fully virtual meetings and remote participation in meetings. The new law requires minutes to identify members who participated via electronic communication, that were physically assembled, and who were not present. Added definitions for all virtual public meetings and remote participation are now outlined in the policy. And the limit of remote participation is also set to 2 days or 25% of the meetings, whichever is greater. And the requirements for remote participation of a board member is further outlined, as well as how it is to be documented in the minutes. Additionally, boards can only hold all virtual meetings when an emergency has been declared. And again, there's a request to vote on that one tonight, so there's a little deeper knowledge on that one.
And if I could just add, the reason to vote on it tonight is that board members cannot participate in meetings electronically until you pass the new policy. Your current policy is not in conformance with state law. So you want to pass it tonight just in case something happens before next week, and one of you might want to participate in next week's meeting electronically.
Thank you, Mr. Clapp. Thank you, Mr. Clapp. Policy BHB, School Board in-service activities, has been updated to match the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, and the Conflict of Interest Act, COIA, professional development requirements. Policy CLA, reporting acts of violence and substance abuse. Many of the changes are just reordering the listed items in the red line that you notice, because there's a lot of red line. However, the updates to the policy, they follow updates to Virginia Code that include that principals are now required to report incidents involving alcohol or drugs to the local law enforcement agency when the incident may constitute a felony, and principals are now required to report written threats against school personnel to local law enforcement, and that was mentioned earlier actually in the legislative update as well. EB, School Crisis Emergency Management and Medical Emergency Response Plan, adds that the annual school safety audits must be conducted in collaboration with the locality's chief law enforcement officer, and as such part of each audit, the school board creates a detailed and accurate plan if one is not already in place. And finally, that upon request, the local chief law enforcement officer can obtain those for review and recommendation. EFBZ Food Services just adds 2 things. One, that students cannot be barred from extracurricular activities because they owe school meal debt, which we do not do here anyway, and that any division that qualifies for free and reduced meal prices at a rate of 50% or more, the following year they have to offer after-school meal programs when they have after-school programs, which we do here as well. ICID, the school day, was updated to add a section on having a minimum of 990 hours or 180 days of in-person learning in the policy, so they added the in-person learning part. It also removes the section on half-day kindergarten, since that is not allowable across the state anymore. And the school day information was also removed from that, since the hour in-person regulation or requirement was added. IGAE, IGAF, Health and Physical Education adds that grades 7 and 8 have an hour of personal safety training per year, so 1 hour per year in their health and PE class that's developed and delivered in partnership with local law enforcement. IGAH, Family Education, adds that high school family life education is also to include human trafficking of children. And then this one for the future driver parents. I am glad my daughter has her permit and has passed her license stuff, so she doesn't have to do this. But driver education now, according to the law, adds a 90-minute parent and student component to the course that's now required. IGBAZ, Programs for Students with Disabilities, now defines who's on the IEP team and updates information regarding the Applied Studies Diploma, and also this policy has been reviewed by SEAC. A couple left. IJD, College and Career Readiness, adds a section on the cost benefits of careers versus in college. JED, Student Absence Excuses Dismissals, adds excused days, 1 day for 4-H and 1 day for tribal nation participation in events. And then the regulation for JEDR defines that a student is present for the school day as long as they're present for any portion of the school day. JHCE, the recommendation of medication by school personnel, is a new policy which states that school personnel are prohibited from recommending the use of psychotropic medications for any student. Last but not least, for the updates, KKAZ Service Animals removes items that are not required by law, because those have been surfacing now, a lot more requests on that. And our Z policy, which is a local policy, is much more stringent than the law requires. So after reviewing that, it was decided to remove some of those items. Those are the ones that have the most major reviews, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Colleagues, any questions? All right, Dr. Poe, if I'm not mistaken, so everything with the exception of BDD, electronic participation in meetings from remote locations, is the first reading, correct?
Well, for a vote next week, yeah.
Yeah, vote
Consent next week.
Got it. So if there's no objection, we'll go ahead and move all those other items except for BDD to the consent agenda next week. And so with that, I'll entertain a motion to adopt policy BDD, electronic participation in meetings from remote locations.
I move to adopt policy BDD, electronic participation in meetings.
All right, thank you, Ms. Basine. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Oh, okay. Oh, so two doctors over here. All right, Dr. Rowson, we'll put you down for a second. All right, it's been moved and properly seconded that we adopt policy BDD, electronic participation in meetings from remote locations. Is there any discussion? Chair, hearing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Basine?
Aye.
Hampson?
Aye.
Gabriel?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Rowson?
Aye.
Clanton?
Aye. The motion carries and the
Chair.
policy is adopted.
May I ask one clarifying question on one of the policies?
Sure.
On BDDG with that deals with the minutes, there was the issues of the minutes being required to be posted on the school division's website. Do we have clarity whether or not the board docs?
Board docs does qualify for the posting. Yes, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Jordan.
you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Polo.
Thank you.
All right, a little bit behind time, but it's all good. I appreciate everybody. Very great discussion today. And so we will, we have our next meeting, board meeting on the 21st next week. The board is going to take a motion and resolution to go into executive closed session. We will do the items that we need to do in executive closed session. Dr. Birdsong, I don't think that we need any staff or 47 in that one. Once we finish out that one, we'll follow a protocol and open the doors and close out the meeting. So with that, do I hear a motion to enter an executive closed session?
I move to enter into executive closed session.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we enter an executive closed session. Madam Clerk, will you please read the resolution?
Yes. Move that the members of the school board go into a closed session for the purposes which are set out in subsection A of section 2.2-3711 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act as amended 4, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific officers, appointees, or employees of the school board of the city of Norfolk pursuant to subsection 2.2-3711A1 of the Act. The subjects of this portion of the session are the continuing annual evaluation of the division superintendent required by Virginia Code Sections 22.1-60.1 and 22.1-253.31:5, and the continuing renegotiation of the superintendent's contract pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 22.1-60 and 2.2-3711A and 29. B, consultation with legal counsel and briefing by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where discussion in open session would adversely affect the school board's negotiating or litigating posture, and consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters, requiring the provision of legal advice by counsel pursuant to subsections 2.2-3711A, 7, and 8 of the Act. The subjects of this portion of the session are those set out above in the subsection A of this motion, to the extent consultation with legal counsel is needed. Basine?
Aye.
Campson?
Aye.
Gabriel?
Aye.
Jordan?
Aye.
Martin?
Aye.
Rowson?
Aye.
And Clanton?
Aye. We stand, regular meeting, work session is adjourned and we're in executive session. Y'all enjoy your evening.